For many times I was laughed at and not believed in, but it was still a kid with a dream and a belief in himself.
I feel I still have room to improve. I still set goals for myself to strive for. I'm never complacent with what I've achieved.
We have money, we have everything, we have fame. But the most important thing is the family. Keep your family healthy, good, and take care of your family, because this is the most important thing in the world.
Failing to prepare was preparing to fail. The night before a game, I ate the same food. I went to bed at the same time. I got up, I ate the same breakfast. Some people call it superstition, but it's a routine.
I went on the courts with just a ball and a racket and a hope.
Because you might be actually not feeling great physically or mentally, you're drained, but the confidence somehow gets you through. And when you don't have confidence, that's then when you have to sort of trust all the hard work you've done, and you have to keep on working hard so success comes back.
I make mistakes, but I strive every day to be a perfectionist.
Set yourself a definite goal and work hard toward that goal, and don't let anything or anyone stop you in the process, no matter what it is.
I didn't really care about the standings or, the perception of my style or whatever, as long as I could keep learning these new tricks. And so as I was successful in competition and winning a lot of the events, my job was just to keep getting better.
All of you, I know you got him. I know you got him picked, but the man's in trouble. I'm gonna show you how great I am.
People perform better when there's no safety net. People perform better in sports and everything else if you don't have a plan B.
We were down 1-0, and if you walked into our locker room at halftime, you thought we were up 3-0.
Nothing external can defeat the internal. The only thing that can take someone down or break you down is internal. Nothing external is strong enough.
You just never give up, because you never know what can happen. You never know who you can inspire and who you can influence.
I'm not going to go out and say I'm the greatest this or that. I was a kid with a dream. That's it.
You have to fail in order to climb that ladder.
You are fighting the greatest fight of all times.
And I fought because I knew it was not doomed to be a losing fight. It couldn't be a losing fight.
As long as you believe in what you're doing and you're doing things you love to do, then you can go out there and be the best at it. And that's, that should give you a lot of enjoyment, fulfillment in your life.
Always keep an open mind that there's something out there for each and every one of you. And it's up to you to go out there and find your niche.
You learn just to stick with it. I mean, there's lots of days where you don't really feel like doing it, or you don't feel like grinding it out, and you got to do it. Those are the highs and lows of being an athlete, and if you want to feel those highs, you got to go through those lows every now and then.
This time when you run and you just want to stop, you just want to give up, like, to hell with this, I just want to go home. This day when you get up and you know what, you have a training today, you know it's going to be intense, and you're like, oh God, I don't want to go today, but you got to go.
When you play sports and you're committed to something, the commitment, the responsibility of showing up to practice on time, to being there for your teammates, to listening to your coaches, it's a responsibility that you have when you're playing with a group, that you have to hold your end of the bargain.
When you have to make a putt, you make a putt. You have to hit the shot, you hit the shot. You just sort of like drop into another zone, and you block out everything.
Sometimes the will can outdo the skill. And sometimes a fella's will is stronger than the man who's actually better physically, and the determination weakens the other man just to see him so determined.
I still feel I have a lot to prove, not just as a player, but as a person, as a father. When I get to a point where I feel I can improve as a player, I walk away from the game.
I am the greatest. Hard f***ing work. You put it in, you believe in it, you will succeed.
Everything was done to try to learn how to become a better basketball player. Everything. And so when you have that point of view, then literally the world becomes your library to help you become better at your craft.
Some of the best athletes, the greatest athletes in the world, do things when they're uncomfortable.
You just have to stay calm, because it's not finished until the last point, no matter how close you get. I've been working so hard. all my life to be here, and I was determined to get this.
You gotta start from way down the bottom. You gotta let it grow up with you. And if you're successful and you try hard enough, you're bound to come out on top. Just like these boys have come to the top now.
Mentally, we have a vision, we have a finish that we have to attain, and sometimes you have to do it when you're old and you're tired, and I think it's the test of your will to succeed.
For many times I was laughed at and not believed in, but it was still a kid with a dream and a belief in himself.
I feel I still have room to improve. I still set goals for myself to strive for. I'm never complacent with what I've achieved.
We have money, we have everything, we have fame. But the most important thing is the family. Keep your family healthy, good, and take care of your family, because this is the most important thing in the world.
Failing to prepare was preparing to fail. The night before a game, I ate the same food. I went to bed at the same time. I got up, I ate the same breakfast. Some people call it superstition, but it's a routine.
I went on the courts with just a ball and a racket and a hope.
Because you might be actually not feeling great physically or mentally, you're drained, but the confidence somehow gets you through. And when you don't have confidence, that's then when you have to sort of trust all the hard work you've done, and you have to keep on working hard so success comes back.
I make mistakes, but I strive every day to be a perfectionist.
Set yourself a definite goal and work hard toward that goal, and don't let anything or anyone stop you in the process, no matter what it is.
I didn't really care about the standings or, the perception of my style or whatever, as long as I could keep learning these new tricks. And so as I was successful in competition and winning a lot of the events, my job was just keep getting better.
All of you, I know you got him. I know you got him picked, but the man's in trouble. I'm gonna show you how great I am.
People perform better when there's no safety net. People perform better in sports and everything else if you don't have a plan B.
We were down 1-0, and if you walked into our locker room at halftime, you thought we were up 3-0.
Nothing external can defeat the internal. The only thing that can take someone down or break you down is internal. Nothing external is strong enough.
You just never give up, because you never know what can happen. You never know who you can inspire and who you can influence.
I'm not going to go out and say I'm the greatest this or that. I was a kid with a dream. That's it.
You have to fail in order to climb that ladder.
You are fighting the greatest fight of all times.
And I fought because I knew it was not doomed to be a losing fight. It couldn't be a losing fight.
As long as you believe in what you're doing and you're doing things you love to do, then you can go out there and be the best at it. And that's, that should give you a lot of enjoyment, fulfillment in your life.
Always keep an open mind that there's something out there for each and every one of you. And it's up to you to go out there and find your niche.
You learn just to stick with it. I mean, there's lots of days where you don't really feel like doing it, or you don't feel like grinding it out, and you got to do it. Those are the highs and lows of being an athlete, and if you want to feel those highs, you got to go through those lows every now and then.
This time when you run and you just want to stop, you just want to give up, like, to hell with this, I just want to go home. This day when you get up and you know what you have a training today, you know it's going to be intense, and you're like, oh God, I don't want to go today, but you got to go.
When you play sports and you're committed to something, the commitment, the responsibility of showing up to practice on time, to being there for your teammates, to listening to your coaches. It's a responsibility that you have when you're playing with a group, that you have to hold your end of the bargain.
When you have to make a putt, you make a putt. You have to hit the shot, you hit the shot. You just sort of like drop into another zone and you block out everything.
Sometimes the will can outdo the skill. And sometimes a fella's will is stronger than the man who's actually better physically, and the determination and weakens the other man just to see him so determined.
I still feel I have a lot to prove, not just as a player, but as a person, as a father. When I get to a point where I feel I can improve as a player, I walk away from the game.
I am the greatest. Hard f***ing work. You put it in, you believe in it, you will succeed.
Everything was done to try to learn how to become a better basketball player. Everything. And so when you have that point of view, then literally the world becomes your library to help you become better at your craft.
Some of the best athletes, the greatest athletes in the world, do things when they're uncomfortable.
You just have to stay calm because it's not finished until the last point, no matter how close you get. I've been working so hard all my life to be here, and I was determined to get this.
You gotta start from way down the bottom. You gotta let it grow up with you. And if you're successful and you try hard enough, you're bound to come out on top. Just like these boys have come to the top now.
Mentally, we have a vision, we have a finish that we have to attain, and sometimes you have to do it when you're old and you're tired, and I think it's the test of your will to succeed.
For many times I was laughed at and not believed in, but it was still a kid with a dream and a belief in himself.
I feel I still have room to improve. I still set goals for myself to strive for. I'm never complacent with what I've achieved.
We have money, we have everything, we have fame. But the most important thing is the family. Keep your family healthy, good, and take care of your family, because this is the most important thing in the world.
Failing to prepare was preparing to fail. The night before a game, I ate the same food. I went to bed at the same time. I got up, I ate the same breakfast. Some people call it superstition, but it's a routine.
I went on the courts with just a ball and a racket and a hope.
Because you might be actually not feeling great physically or mentally, you're drained, but the confidence somehow gets you through. And when you don't have confidence, that's then when you have to sort of trust all the hard work you've done, and you have to keep on working hard so success comes back.
I make mistakes, but I strive every day to be a perfectionist.
Set yourself a definite goal and work hard toward that goal, and don't let anything or anyone stop you in the process, no matter what it is.
I didn't really care about the standings or, the perception of my style or whatever, as long as I could keep learning these new tricks. And so as I was successful in competition and winning a lot of the events, my job was just to keep getting better.
All of you, I know you got him. I know you got him picked, but the man's in trouble. I'm gonna show you how great I am.
People perform better when there's no safety net. People perform better in sports and everything else if you don't have a plan B.
We were down 1-0, and if you walked into our locker room at halftime, you thought we were up 3-0.
Nothing external can defeat the internal. The only thing that can take someone down or break you down is internal. Nothing external is strong enough.
You just never give up because you never know what what can happen. You never know who you can inspire and who you can influence.
I'm not going to go out and say I'm the greatest this or that. I was a kid with a dream. That's it.
You have to fail in order to climb that ladder.
You are fighting the greatest fight of all times.
And I fought because I knew it was not doomed to be a losing fight. It couldn't be a losing fight.
You know, as long as you believe in what you're doing and you're doing things you love to do, then you can go out there and be the best at it. And that's, you know, that should give you a lot of enjoyment, fulfillment in your life.
Always keep an open mind that there's something out there for each and every one of you. And it's up to you to go out there and find your niche.
You learn just to stick with it. I mean, there's lots of days where you don't really feel like doing it, or you don't feel like grinding it out, and you got to do it. You know, those are the highs and lows of being an athlete, and if you want to feel those highs, you got to go through those lows every now and then.
This time when you run and you just want to stop, you just want to give up, like, to hell with this, I just want to go home. This day when you get up and you know what, you have a training today, you know it's going to be intense, and you're like, oh God, I don't want to go today, but you got to go.
When you play sports and you're committed to something, the commitment, the responsibility of showing up to practice on time, to being there for your teammates, to listening to your coaches, it's a responsibility that you have when you're playing with a group, that you have to hold your end of the bargain.
When you have to make a putt, you make a putt. You have to hit the shot, you hit the shot. You just sort of like drop into another zone and you block out everything.
Sometimes the will can outdo the skill. And sometimes a fella's will is stronger than the man who's actually better physically, and the determination weakens the other man just to see him so determined.
I still feel I have a lot to prove, not just as a player, but as a person, as a father. When I get to a point where I feel I can improve as a player, I walk away from the game.
I am the greatest. Hard f***ing work. You put it in, you believe in it, you will succeed.
Everything was done to try to learn how to become a better basketball player. Everything. And so when you have that point of view, then literally the world becomes your library to help you become better at your craft.
Some of the best athletes, the greatest athletes in the world, do things when they're uncomfortable.
You just have to stay calm because it's not finished to the last point, no matter how close you get. I've been working so hard all my life to be here, and I was determined to get this.
You gotta start from way down the bottom. You gotta let it grow up with you. And if you're successful and you try hard enough, you're bound to come out on top, just like these boys have come to the top now.
Mentally, we have a vision, we have a finish that we have to attain, you know, and sometimes you have to do it when you're old and you're tired, you know, and I think it's the test of your will to succeed.
For many times I was laughed at and not believed in, but it was still a kid with a dream and a belief in himself.
I feel I still have room to improve. I still set goals for myself to strive for. I'm never complacent with what I've achieved.
We have money, we have everything, we have fame. But the most important thing is the family. Keep your family healthy, good, and take care of your family, because this is the most important thing in the world.
Failing to prepare was preparing to fail. The night before a game, I ate the same food. I went to bed at the same time. I got up, I ate the same breakfast. Some people call it superstition, but it's a routine.
I went on the courts with just a ball and a racket and a hope.
Because you might be actually not feeling great physically or mentally, you're drained, but the confidence somehow gets you through. And when you don't have confidence, that's then when you have to sort of trust all the hard work you've done, and you have to keep on working hard, so success comes back.
I make mistakes, but I strive every day to be a perfectionist.
Set yourself a definite goal and work hard toward that goal, and don't let anything or anyone stop you in the process, no matter what it is.
I didn't really care about the standings or, the perception of my style or whatever, as long as I could keep learning these new tricks. And so as I was successful in competition and winning a lot of the events, my job was just to keep getting better.
All of you, I know you got him. I know you got him picked, but the man's in trouble. I'm going to show you how great I am.
People perform better when there's no safety net. People perform better in sports and everything else if you don't have a plan B.
We were down 1-0, and if you walked into our locker room at halftime, you thought we were up 3-0.
Nothing external can defeat the internal. The only thing that can take someone down or break you down is internal. Nothing external is strong enough.
You just never give up, because you never know what can happen. You never know who you can inspire and who you can influence.
I'm not going to go out and say I'm the greatest this or that. I was a kid with a dream. That's it.
You have to fail in order to climb that ladder.
You are fighting the greatest fight of all times.
And I fought because I knew it was not doomed to be a losing fight. It couldn't be a losing fight.
As long as you believe in what you're doing and you're doing things you love to do, then you can go out there and be the best at it. And that's, that should give you a lot of enjoyment, fulfillment in your life.
Always keep an open mind that there's something out there for each and every one of you. And it's up to you to go out there and find your niche.
You learn just to stick with it. I mean, there's lots of days where you don't really feel like doing it, or you don't feel like grinding it out, and you got to do it. Those are the highs and lows of being an athlete, and if you want to feel those highs, you got to go through those lows every now and then.
This time when you run and you just want to stop, you just want to give up, like to hell with this, I just want to go home. This day when you get up and you know what you have a training today, you know it's going to be intense, and you're like, oh God, I don't want to go today, but you got to go.
When you play sports and you're committed to something, the commitment, the responsibility of showing up to practice on time, to being there for your teammates, to listening to your coaches, it's a responsibility that you have when you're playing with a group, that you have to hold your end of the bargain.
When you have to make a putt, you make a putt. You have to hit the shot, you hit the shot. You just sort of like drop into another zone, and you block out everything.
Sometimes the will can outdo the skill. And sometimes a fella's will is stronger than the man who's actually better physically, and the determination weakens the other man just to see him so determined.
I still feel I have a lot to prove, not just as a player, but as a person, as a father. When I get to a point where I feel I can improve as a player, I walk away from the game.
I am the greatest. Hard f***ing work. You put it in, you believe in it, you will succeed.
Everything was done to try to learn how to become a better basketball player. Everything. And so when you have that point of view, then literally the world becomes your library to help you become better at your craft.
Some of the best athletes, the greatest athletes in the world, do things when they're uncomfortable.
You just have to stay calm, because it's not finished until the last point, no matter how close you get. I've been working so hard all my life to be here, and I was determined to get this.
You gotta start from way down the bottom. You gotta let it grow up with you. And if you're successful and you tried hard enough, you're bound to come out on top. Just like these boys have come to the top now.
Mentally, we have a vision, we have a finish that we have to attain, and sometimes you have to do it when you're old and you're tired, and I think it's the test of your will to succeed.
For many times I was laughed at and not believed in, but it was still a kid with a dream.
Hey guys, how we all doing today? This is Lance Lisciotti with the Make a Score Tour. We are here for day 2 of the second half of the semifinals here in the 2024 Palmer Byrd Cup. We have a nail biter so far. Day 1, we had each team winning 3 sets apiece. And we are starting day 2 tied up 3-3 in a race to 7 set format. Each set is a race to 5 games, race to 7 sets to win, advance to the finals. We had a very competitive day 1. Team VILLAINcourt stormed out to a 3-0 lead and had all the momentum, and Maidens of Maine said, we're not going away quietly, and they battled back, won the final 3 points yesterday to tie it up 3-3. So I kind of would like to say that right now, at least, the Maidens of Maine has momentum. But anytime you start a new day, the momentum kind of changes, you know? So it's really, really pretty coin flippish from here, in my opinion, at least. See what's going on in the chat. We got Rob Slota rooting on Team VILLAINcourt. Jeremiah saying, let's go, ladies. Paulo, what's going on? It's a great pool this weekend as well as last weekend. Yep, how we doing? Thanks for liking the stream, Paulo. And there was a couple of people that liked it earlier that I missed it, but thank you very much. If you don't mind, please like and share. Send a donation if you can. If you can't, a like and a share is greatly appreciated. Trying to grow this tour, get some of this action out there. I'm sure there's a lot of people that would like to watch it. So, first match of the day here for Maidens of Maine, which you see at the table now, we have Tammy. And for Team VILLAINcourt, we have Sarah. Lawrence in the chat, how you doing, buddy? Rob, thanks for liking the stream. So she overrolled that a little bit. I'd like to see her play a safety behind the 8, come off the right side of the 5 with some left-hand English. Tries to nuzzle up behind this 8, or just use the 8-9 as a blocker. Just like that. Good shot. Lauren, thanks for liking the stream. She may have given up an edge of the 5. Yeah. Might have to jack up and swerve a little bit. And good attempt, but a little bit wide. So Tammy's going to have ball in hand here. The 5, 6, 7 is not too bad. But the 7 to the 8 is going to be tricky. She's got a nice angle now to come out for the 7 in the top left corner next. Now, she overrolled it a little bit, but she can packet the 7 in the top left corner with some left-hand English and try to have the cue ball get to the rail and have the left-hand English come down and bring her down table. Preferably right around there would be perfect for the 8 ball, but it's a difficult shot. So she went in with the bank, knowing she could cross corner bank it and bring the cue ball down for the 8, which is nothing wrong with that. And the 7 is close to the hole, but it's high up and tight on the rail, so You can't take this for granted. It's very missable. Even if you were to hit it perfect and cut it in, you have to watch out for the cue ball tracking towards the corner. Great shot. Would love to hit the 9. Great shot. Take another look at that one. It's very difficult just to make the 7. She hit it great and came back. Got a good bump on the 9. And looks like a little bit of 50-yard line. She should be okay. I like the bottom right corner here. A little low right. And draw above the left corner scratch. Pocket the 9 and you try to draw the cue ball to about here. She might be banking it in the top right, worried about that scratch. Yeah, she is. And look at this. Great shot. Center cup. Couldn't hit that any better. Fantastic shot. And just like that, Sarah striking first, taking a 1-0 lead for Team VILLAINcourt. So Sarah with a dry break. The ball spread out very nice. Got a lot of movement, but nothing went in. Tammy does have a look at the 1 in the bottom right corner. And she probably will come out with a look at the 2 if she makes it. Yep, good shot. Carrie, thanks for liking the stream. Needs a friendly bump here. Oh boy. Yeah, if there was a little bit of separation, she could have maybe had a 3-9 combo, but I don't like it from here. She got pretty frozen to that 3. Now she wants to get some movement on that 3. You don't want to leave it right by the 9. And a little fortunate there, but I believe she did her job. Crack 'em up. Erica, how you doing? Says nice bank. Sure was. This is very tough. Not many options. She can go here with right hand English, call the 9, maybe get lucky, make the 3-9. She can go this way with some left hand English, maybe. Same thing, call the 9 just in case. I like this way more because the other way should be jacked up over the 4. Great hit. Great hit. Potentially saved her the rack there. Tammy may have a look on the side. Close. Might have the window. But doesn't provide very good position on the 4. Maybe the bottom right corner. Yeah, she tried the side, but bumped the 7. So Sarah playing all out safe. Good shot, did her job. Tammy will have a... She might have an edge of the 3 or kick from behind it off the left long rail. Tough to get safe here. Let's see what she comes up with. She might hide behind the... I'm not sure. There was nothing easy there. And she might have hooked her. Might have hooked Sarah here. She might have the edge, but I don't think she can make the 3. Oh, she's looking at it. Maybe the 3-9, maybe the 3. Yeah, she's gonna call the 9. I don't blame her. I like hitting this one pretty firm. I don't want that 9 staying by the hole. Yeah, good attempt. It wasn't easy, that's for sure. Good shot there. It's a nice look at the 4. Bottom left corner, 5 in the side. Come out about center table, 6 in the bottom right corner. Oh boy. So she wanted to draw back so that she wasn't too thin on the 5 to have to go up table and back down. And she overdrew behind the 6. And this is tough. I mean, she's got to go either up table or down table, 1 rail kick. Looks like she's going to kick up. Probably a little bit to the right of that diamond. Should get you pretty close. I think she put a little bit of right hand English on that, straightened out the cue ball. It was very tough. Sarah with a good opportunity now. Ball in hand, 5 balls on the table. They lay pretty good. 5 to the 6, 6 to the 7. These first 2 opening shots are going to be the key. She'd like to draw in between the 7-8 to about center table. Just like that, good shot. Got a little straight here. She can follow and use the bottom short rail and come back up, or she can just draw. I think she's following. Yeah, I think that was the best route because now she got on the correct side of the 7. Had she just settled with pocketing the 6, she would have been on the wrong side of the 7, which is our left side. She's more straight or even on the right side, which is optimal. And fell a little short here, but I think she'll be okay. She can use some right hand English on this and go 2 rails out of the bottom left corner. Or she can use low. She has some options here. Just want to make sure you don't scratch in the bottom left. Good shot. And she's going to have a good look at the 9 here. It's definitely missable. It's not a gimme. Yep, just a little bit outside. And looks like it's going to hang up for the side. Pretty good. Cue ball is on the rail, which makes this a lot harder. And it's not right over the pocket. It's a little bit of a cut. So the side pocket plays a little smaller than normal. I don't like to roll these super soft. I like to hit them medium. Like that, just a little bit firmer. Just so you don't have to trust the table. But she makes a great shot, and that ties us up 1-1. Tammy to break. Hit him pretty square, but I think she broke dry. Yep, she did. I don't know if the 1 goes in the bottom right. I don't think it does. I think the 3 is blocking it. I don't see any super easy safeties. She might be cross-banking this on the side. Oh. So she just put the cue ball down table. And nothing wrong with that. She may have given up a very tough cut in the side, but the cue ball is very wild to get a position on the 2. You could play safe behind the 4-5 or 8-5, whatever. Yeah, 8-5, just like that. Wow. Wow. Wow, she hit that really good, but looks like Tammy's going to be able to step up and clean it up here and take a 2-1 lead. Bob, thanks for liking the stream. Hope all is well. And Tammy makes a 1-9 combo, takes a 2-1 lead. All right, back to the action here. 2-1 Tammy's lead. Sarah at the table. Pretty important opening point of the day here. You'd really like to start the day with momentum, take a 4-3 lead. Every match has pressure. I'd say this one has a little bit more than most. Would really like to start the day off on the right foot. Oh boy. Yeah, I think she put some unintended right-hand English on that, which caused her to miss the 4 and scratch. And, you know, if I'm Tammy, I might look at pocketing the 4 on the side and then playing either a carom or a combo on this 5-9. Now, it does look like the 6 does go in the bottom right corner, but it's tricky. It makes her run out a lot harder, where it might be worth it for her to take a swing at the 5 the swing at the 9 next. The 5 does pass. See, from this angle too, it's going to be very tough to get a good look at the 6. So with this angle, makes me even want to go after the 9 even more. Now the carom doesn't lay good from here, and the combo is very difficult, so not a good spot to be. So she tried to just make it, muscle the cue ball over for the 6. And she would have had a look at the 6, but it would have been very, very difficult. So Sarah's got to look at the 5, but very tough, and I don't know if it provides a shot on the 6. Maybe you use some follow and go through the 5 and play for the 6 in the top left corner next if it goes past the 7. Just like that, which I'm guessing it does pass the 7 in the top left based on that shot selection. Now this is not a good spot to be in either, because I mean, you'd have to like draw and use the rail to get to about where the cue ball is now, just to have a look at the 6 on the top left. Or use high left like that and try to go around 2 rails for the 6 on the bottom right, but both shots very difficult. I think we're going to see a safety here. A couple different ways to do it. None of them are locked up safe, so that's why she went for the bank. Kenny, thanks for liking the stream. Kind of funny leave here. Not really a great shot at either corner. Could play safe by the 9, which I probably like the most. And she does too. And she almost really buried her between the rail and the 9, but went into the 9 a little full. But didn't give up much. 5 ball in front of the side, but at this angle, she might even be able to see all of it going in. Might have to kick from behind it. I think you got to play safe here like that. That's a good shot. Great shot. Might have given up the edge of the 5, maybe even enough to make it, but might not have given up any. Tammy might have to kick off the bottom rail. Yeah, she is. Medium speed. You want this 5 to get to the top rail. She called top left corner. Oh, she called the... Okay, so she could see the entire 5, and she called the 9 in the top left corner, which was very clever. She knew the 9 cue ball was headed towards it. And she got a pretty good look at the 6 here. Long and straight, but at least she can bridge comfortably from the rail. Great shot. Very nice. I like her tempo. Very relaxed and calm. Doesn't look scared or anxious. Just doing her job. Just another match. Makes another great shot there. Looks like she's going to have a good look at the 8. Yep. And she has a nice angle going towards the 9. Now, the only issue here is when you draw or use low left, your cue ball is tracking towards scratching in the left side pocket. So you either want to draw beyond the side pocket, which is usually the preference if you can. And if you can't, you got to hit a great shot. Okay, yep, she would have got beyond the side anyways there. That was a great shot. And now she got a great look at the 9. And Tammy pockets the 9 and takes a 3-1 lead. So a little look at what's to come here. Our next match is going to be Josie and Becca versus Sarah and Shayna, Scotch doubles 9 ball. It's going to be match number 8 of the event. Boy, not much love on the break here, which is very uncommon with very uncommon for template 9 ball. But I believe that's the, out of 4 racks we've seen broken, it's at least the 3rd dry break, if not 4th. Which is very uncommon. Sometimes you'll get a template with little weird crease in it or something, and it throws the balls out of whack just a little bit. And then that wing ball just doesn't cooperate, and I think that's what we're seeing today. So far, at least. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I believe she's hooked. She really wanted to just nudge that 7, just even a hair, and she would have been okay. But now she's in big trouble. The only shot here... Oh, maybe she can see it. If she can't see it, the only shot here is you play off the point here, and it shoots the cue ball over to the 2. It's an old school shot, been around a long time. Not many players know the shot, and even if they do, they haven't shot it enough to hit it very well. It's not easy. It's one of those shots you have to practice 50 times, and then you get comfortable with it and you know how to do it for the rest of your life, but not many people have practiced it like they should. It just doesn't come up enough. And the problem with it is even if you do hit the shot perfectly, you can't get any speed on the cue ball, and you really don't get any separation. Sometimes it's better to just basically do what she's doing there and look to tie balls up. If it's like the 8 ball that you hooked yourself on there, then you try that 1 in 100 off the point and try to make it, or get lucky and not give up a hanger to your opponent and make a good hit, but very difficult. I liked what she did, which is just take the intentional foul and try to tie balls up and make the out more difficult for your opponent. She's only on 1 foul. She does, she doesn't have to worry yet, at least, about a big 3 foul opportunity. The way the balls lay, you don't really have to worry about your opponent going after 3 fouls here. And she's got to be careful here. She better get some good draw on this ball and go beyond the 6, but not behind the 9. Great shot. So she has some options here. She's going to pocket the 4, and she can try to do one of these. Come up for the 5 in the side. She could float 1 rail up into about here, looking for the 5 in the corner. She's got options. She wanted to go after the side. And the problem with that going after the side is that scratch in the other side. It's pretty unlucky when it happens. But you try to guard against it if you can, which would have been aiming for lower on the rail to guard against it. Because, if you come out like this, you get the corner. If you come out long, you get the side. Oh, Sarah got straight here. Straight-ish. She might have to really twist this with some high right and try to follow the cue ball through with right-hand English, which is going to bring you 2 rails and out. Just like that. But hit the ball a little flat. She missed her spot on the cue ball there. She hit it with just a little bit of follow, and it took a lot of the momentum off the cue ball. But she still has a look at the 7. But see, now the domino effect is starting. Every shot's getting harder. And, if she makes this one, if it goes in the top left and she makes it with some low right and pulls the cue ball out, and it should settle somewhere around there, she'll have a great look at the 9. Now, we don't know if the 8 passes the 9, so she may be forced to back cut. Yeah, I believe she is back cutting, which is much more difficult. The cue ball is a big concern here. There's a scratch in the side. Wow. Wowzers. She hit that ball super well. We gotta take another look at that one. Center pocket. Very nice look at the 9. Great shot. And being down 3-1, great shot. Makes a great out there. And that brings us to 3-2 in Tammy's lead. And I'll tell you that that 8 ball being down 3-1 makes that shot a lot harder, and she hit it great. That was a fantastic shot. All right, Sarah to break. And once again, that wing ball goes high. And look at the 9. All right, so fortunately, there's no good ball leading to the 9 for a combo. I mean, and the 5-7's tied up. I think you play the 1-2-3, and you might play position to play the 4-9 combo. Or you play the 1-2-3-4, and you try to get your cue ball like here, and you send the 5 up table and stick her behind the 7, and try to set up a ball in hand 5-9 combo or run out. But if she can draw back to around where she is now, she would have a very difficult 4-9 combo. So she has to make up her mind. Does she want to play for a very tough... I think she was trying to pull back a little bit more, but she still has a look at it. It's not easy, but it's a look. I think it's worth going in at. From here, there's no lockup easy safeties. I think you use some low left, draw your cue ball out of the scratch in the side, and you hit this firm. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh. Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see Sarah shoot the 4-9 here. It's very tough, but there's just no reward on the 5. She could try to play safe and get the cue ball nuzzled up in here. And that would really put Tammy in a tough spot because she'd love to make contact with the 4 because she doesn't want to be on 2 fouls. And that kind of hurts her from intentionally taking a foul and moving the 9. So Sarah has different plan of attack here. I'm not sure what. This is not where you want to be on this 5. Unless she can make it, but I'd be shocked if she could make this ball with this angle from this camera view. It looks to me like she's got to go rail first. Oh, wow. So she did have the ball. I can't believe it. That was super deceiving angle. Felt a little funny here. She can go after the 6-9. She could back up the 6 in the right side pocket, but your cue ball is going to do a lot of traveling trying to come back for the 7. You'd have to use like some right hand English, cut the 6 in, have your cue ball come around. Very touchy. There's even a scratch 3 rails in the corner. Yeah, it was super tough, but look at this. Look at this. Oof. Thought she might have got fortunate there. Now Tammy, great opportunity to run these 4 balls out and reach the hill first. And that would put a ton of pressure on Sarah. She'd be forced to win 3 in a row from there. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know why she went below the 7 there. I think she could have stayed above it the entire time. But had she had gotten a little bit more left-hand English out of that cue ball, she would have been perfect. So I don't blame her. I understand what she was doing. Great shot. Look at this. Little tester here. Now, the nice thing about this 8 is if you do make it in the bottom right corner, your cue ball should slide over for a pretty darn good look at the 9 in the top left, but tough 8 ball. It's very missable. It's a very key point in the set to either take a 4-2 lead or a 3-3 anybody's game tie-up. So she hit it pretty good, but she missed it. And Sarah's got a similar shot, a tester, as we like to call it. You do have a look at the bottom right corner. You do have to be wary of a scratch in the side playing shape for the 9. I think she can pocket it and have the cue ball come short of the 9. But it's going to be close. Very, very close. She might have to put some right-hand English on it. So she went with the bank. So she didn't have to fool around with any problems there. And had she have made it, she would have had a great look at the 9. So Tammy with an opportunity here. This lays a little funny to play shape on the 9. You'd like to use right, but you have to throw the 8 ball in. And from this angle, the right comes out pretty flat. It doesn't bring you really towards the 9. It kind of just goes up straight. So let's see where this ends up. Needs some breaks. So she almost hit that perfect and got straight in the 9 in the bottom left, but overcooked it a little bit. I think she's going all the way down in the corner she pointed at, which even if you can make it in the side, it's so thin and touchy. I think the corner is the correct play here. You can hit it a lot firmer. You can hit it comfortable. If it rubs the rail, it still goes in. You can hit it absolutely perfect center cup as well. Great shot there, Tammy. Watch this 9 ball. Doesn't even touch the rail. Center cup. Perfect. Great shot there. And Tammy reaches the hill first, 4-2 lead. Maidens of Maine look like they're trying to keep the momentum they ended day 1 with. And it looks like they are trying to take their first lead of this semifinals. Now they got to get this wing ball figured out here. The 7 ball in the bottom left corner here should go in like clockwork, but I don't like her cue ball placement. Oh, it did go in like clockwork. Okay, it finally went in. But she's hurting her chances of it going in by putting the cue ball there. To give yourself the best chance of making what we call the wing ball, which is the ball in the corner of the rack, you want to only break from 2 spots, there or there. There's literally nowhere else you should ever break 9 ball from in this type of format besides those 2 top circles. And the reason for that is to make these wing balls off the rack. They go in at a super, super high percentage when you break them correctly and the rack correctly. Cliff Tyler, thank you very much for the stars. Appreciate you, brother. Sponsor the Make a Score Tour, Wicked Promotions. Check them out. Great shot there. Wow, that was a fantastic shot. Nice confident stroke. Hit it well. She's a little straight on the 3. Would have liked some angle. But she could pretty much just stop the cue ball there and settle for the 4 in the top right corner. Just like that. And the beauty about that shot is it provided a natural angle going to the left, which provides you shape. You'd preferably like to go a little higher. Shape for the 5. Had she gotten dead straight or the opposite angle, she would have been in big trouble. So, well done there. Would have liked to have gotten a little higher here. This is so thin. She'd love to just make it with left-hand English, have the cue ball come back towards the 6. But it's so thin and a little bit of a stretch that it's very hard to slow roll these in with a lot of spin and kill your cue ball. She might go up and down. She did. She chose up and down. I think that was very clever, and she hit it great. She got a little unlucky to get almost dead straight here because the 8 to the 9 is going to take some work. You don't want to just stop and play your cue ball here. Well, maybe, because then she could pocket the 8. If she has enough angle, she'd like to drive to the rail and back out. She might. I'd like to just draw like 3-4 inches here. Yeah, that's a little flat, but she does have an angle. I mean, if she really gets through this 8 good, great. You know, she could punch through. If she's flatter than I think, she can use low right and try to draw down into somewhere around. Yeah, I mean, even if you settle for there, it's fine. So she's got some options. It depends on the angle. So you see that a lot where, and a scratch. You see that a lot where, so she really wants to force through and cross over. So she's trying to cheat the 8-ball into this side of the pocket. And you see that a lot. She missed it over here on that side of the pocket because she was trying to create a larger angle to get shape. And you'll see balls missed on a certain side of the pocket because of what they're trying to do with the cue ball. And it looks like Tammy is going to win this set 5-2. Just has to pocket this 9. She fell really good on it. And Maidens of Maine have taken their first lead of this 2024 Palmer Byrd Cup semifinals here. They are on the board and they are leading 4-3. Now, don't go anywhere. Our next match is going to be Josie and Becca for Maidens of Maine versus Sarah and Shayna for Team VILLAINcourt. And we're going to take a brief 10-minute player break. So we'll see you guys in about 10 minutes. Thanks for tuning in. Alright guys, here we go. Got match number 8 of the event. Maidens of Maine taking their first lead. Up 4 sets to 3. So now we have Scotch doubles, 9-ball. For Maidens of Maine, we have Josie and Becca. And for Team VILLAINcourt, we have Sarah and Shayna. So Sarah just came off the table. So she's, I'm assuming, going to feel a little bit more comfortable than the other 3 players. Just give me 1 second, guys. I'm just doing something in the background. I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right. Sarah at the table. Looks like she's got a cut in the side, or she could play it in the bottom right corner. I like the bottom right corner more. It's a little harder, but it would have provided better position for the 5. Yeah, she would add good look. Her partner would add a good look at the 5. It's kind of tricky. Maybe safe. I think, yeah, maybe a miscue or just bad stroke, but no rail, and Shayna's gonna have ball in hand. Little straight here, but I think she can get to the left long rail. Uh-oh. She may be able to address this cue ball without being, yep, okay, I thought the 8 ball might be in the way, but she's okay. But this is a very tough shot. She made it, and Sarah is going to have a look at the 7 in the side. She can pocket the 7 in the side with some right-hand English and try to have the cue ball go around 3 rails and out. Anywhere in that general area would be fantastic for the 8. She could also use some left and cut it in and have the cue ball come up and the left kind of reverses back a little, but they're all tough. None of them are easy. Yeah, she went with the left or just a hair of left. And she would add, her partner would add a great look at the 8, but it was tough. So Shayna with a look at the 7 here. Tough, though. Yeah, the cue ball was tough there. She had to guard against the scratch on the side. It wasn't going to be easy. Pretty good look here. You don't want to get stuck by the 9, though. Yeah, she was trying to force it out of there so she didn't get stuck by the 9. So this is tricky here. Sorry guys, I was just taking care of something. What do you do here? This is yeah, I mean she has a bank at the bottom left corner. But this is tough. If she misses it, she might get away with it. There's a scratch on the top left you have to be careful about. Yeah, this is not going to be a hanger, I'll tell you. She missed a very, very tough shot, but this is not easy. Shayna's got her work cut out for her here. She has a look top left. You gotta use some sort of English here and make sure you don't scratch in the top right corner. She might be able to just go high ball. Yeah, like that. Great shot. And Sarah and Shayna striking first. 1-0 lead. Okay, so back at a break. See if that 4-ball, the wing ball, cooperates here. Yep, it did. Needs a little bounce. Oh, look at this. 1, 2, 3. Look at this. So makes 2 balls. Great break. 1, 2, 3, all right there. 1 to the 2 is not simple though. You gotta be careful here. That'll work, but Becca's got to be careful here now because a little thin on the 2. You don't want your cue ball shooting too far down table by the 9-5. You can go up and down between the 5-6, but it's pretty hard. Yeah, I think that was the right shot, and she hit it great. So they're living on the edge here, you know, because now Josie, same thing. You know, you got to slow roll this 3 in. It's not about that it's hard making the ball, but when you slow roll, it makes it a lot harder to make the ball. And great shot there. And Becca's going to have a good look here on the 5. I'd like to see her use some left-hand English. 5 left, come to the rail, and out for either the 6 in the corner or go beyond it for the 6 on the side. I might play shape for the side here because it offers more options for the 8-ball. This is the problem with playing in the corner, is if you get long and straight like this, it really limits your options of what you can do with the cue ball. We got Cassie in the chat saying, nice job, ladies. Look at this shot. Great. I didn't even see the cut in the side. She hit that fantastic. And this is this is tough. It's tough to make the ball. The cue ball will naturally cross over towards the 9. If you put some follow on it, you might stick your partner on the top rail by the top left corner. Kind of like that. Now, they've made a bunch of difficult shots, and this is a difficult one as well. There's no scratch. You only have to focus on making the ball, but it's very tough. Great shot. That was a great out. I believe that was a break and run. And that's going to knot us up 1-1. We got Danicello in the chat saying, what a nice out that was. Yep, I totally agree. They had at least 3, if not 4, very tough testers there. And I think when you're shooting tough testers, I think it's even harder when you're playing Scotch doubles because, you know, you're not building a rhythm. You're shooting one ball, waiting, shooting a ball, waiting. So it's hard to build a rhythm. And you have the pressure of knowing, well, geez, my partner just made a bunch of tough shots. I don't want to let them down and miss my tough shot. So, yeah, they navigated that out beautifully. And 1-1. Shayna at the table. Long stretch here and over the 4. So, and playing shape on the 2 is tough. I mean, all she can really do is use some left-hand English and try to come out like this for a very small window to maybe play the 2 in the corner. You can't stitch yourself behind the 8 or the 5. Oh, look at this. A little bit of, look at this. Or you could do that. You could come around 2 rails perfectly. But this shot in particular here is going to be super tough. No, tough shot there. But good miss. So I like kicking underneath the 3. Trying to keep your cue ball down here and send the 3 ball up. Maybe you get protection behind the 6. A lot tougher with the bridge. There's a scratch too if you get too deep behind the 3. So she hit the 6 going in, which is probably a product of the bridge. Lisa, thank you for liking the stream. Any predictions in the chat? Maidens of Maine have a 4-3 lead. Race to 7 sets. This current set is 1-1. It's anyone's game from here. So, pretty pick-em, I'd say, from here. So, I'd love to hear your predictions in the chat. Who's gonna win this and advance to the finals of the Palmer Byrd Cup? And if you really want to get precise. Throw a score prediction out there. Sets. What do you think? VILLAINcourt 7-5. Maidens of Maine 7-5. Hill Thriller out of one side or the other. What do you guys think? So this is tricky. So we got Rob Slota predicting Team VILLAINcourt with a thrilling Hill 7-6 victory. We got Deanne Usello in the chat saying, I think Team VILLAINcourt 7-6, but just because I'm rooting for Connecticut Mass over Maine. They'll need a big performance from their captain down the stretch, though. Yeah, I hear you with the, you know, rooting for your local area and friends. That's typically what you see is, that's why we like to call it enemy territory when you go a little bit out of state, you know? I like it. I like being in enemy territory personally. I like playing people I don't know. I enjoy it. I feel like I just play better. I don't know why. Home crowd always feels like more pressure to get the job done, but it's always nice knowing the equipment. That's a huge perk of playing on your home equipment and having home field advantage. It's knowing the equipment. When you're in enemy territory, you have to adjust on the fly. And they always try to trap you on some goofy table that plays a little tight, or the rails play a little funny, or they use a weird cue ball that they like to use all the time. And it's fun, though. I'll tell you, it's fun. When you go into enemy territory solo and you walk out with a bunch of money, it's a pretty good feeling, let me tell you. Pretty fun ride home. Now, Sarah, with a thin cut on the 6, she'd like to go up and down. She used a little bit of right-hand English there, and that foiled her plans. Now, Shayna will have a back cut on the top right corner on the 7, but the 8-9 is not good. We have Lisa in the chat saying, good luck, ladies. Streaming you on the big TV at TJ Billiards in Waterville, Maine. Shoot well and have fun. So, Lisa, I believe that is the old Spot Shot Billiards. That is, you walk in and you go down the stairs, and you're welcomed by like a bar with the tables on the right, I believe. I used to go to Old Orchard Beach every summer with my father, and I believe he knew the owner of Spot Shot, and he'd go in and play him, and I'd play his son, and we had a ball. There was some ice cream place down the street. We'd get some ice cream, some milkshakes. We just had a ball. And I believe Jordan Labby was a local up there, great player from Waterville, Maine. I don't know if he's still playing, but he did come spend some time in Connecticut when he was young. Spent maybe 6 months to a year here and at Action Billiards. I spent a lot of time with him. It was a lot of fun. We gambled a couple times. He got the best of me. But I'd like to try him some again. I'll tell you that. So makes a good hit here and would like to keep going. Yeah, if she hit that, if I believe that was Josie that just shot, if she hit that same shot just a little bit harder, she would have had a very nice safety leave. But Sarah with a great opportunity, pocket the 8 and either come 2 rails for the 9 in the bottom left or keep going for the 9 in the left side. She chose the bottom left corner, which I think was the better choice. And she hit it really well. Shayna's got a very nice look at the 9. It's definitely missable. Anything's missable in this format. Heart pumping. And great shot there. And Sarah and Shayna, 2-1 lead. Okay, Josie to break. Let's see if that 5 ball goes in the bottom right. It does. Okay, so first match, for the first like 4 racks, that wing ball was not cooperating, but it has basically every rack since then. So either the players have figured something out, or maybe the ref figured something out, racking them. I don't know. Somebody figured something out because the wing has started cooperating. And Becca does look like she has a cut in the side on the 2. Position on the 3 is going to be tough. And this this is touchy. You look like you can pocket the 3 in the bottom right with like half a pocket. Your cue ball looks like it's going to go into the top side of the 4 and glance to the left. And a lot of randomness that could happen. I almost like playing safe. Yeah. Oh, wow. Wow. Went around the 6, found the drink. And now Sarah with ball in hand. Pretty decent opportunity to run these out. So it looks like she's going to draw back for the 4 in the same pocket. And now Shayna can pretty much just stop this ball, which will provide Sarah with a pretty natural angle to go from the 6 to the 7. She doesn't want to draw back and get straight. Yeah, that's good. So Sarah's got some options. She can pocket the 6 and aim for the 9, which is not my preference. I like to pocket the 6 and play underneath the 9. Not hitting it, but like this. Because if you end up over here, you're okay. If you end up short over here, you're okay. If you bump the 7 like that, you're okay. I don't like going into the 9 because if your cue ball hits the top side of the 9, it pushes the 9 over and your cue ball deflects up and you end up stitched behind the 9. So that's why I thought staying underneath the 9 was your best bet. Because you have about 3 different options of how you're going to come out perfect or really good. And not really much bad can happen. Now, this is a little bit of work here. It's not so bad pocketing the 8, but a little work to do with the cue ball. See, she was dead straight. She was long and straight. And she could either try to power up and draw back, which is very difficult, or she could have tried to cheat to one side of the pocket and give herself a little bit of the rail with the cue ball and just come back a little. That's what she tried to do. And I think that was the correct shot. I do it myself every once in a while where I just try to cheat it just a little bit, and I don't. I hit it straight, and I just follow through and scratch. We see it quite a bit. And Becca cleans that one up, and 2-2. So ball down on the break, but no good look at the 1. She might be looking at a push off the 7 or to the bottom rail. Yeah, I think she's going to push from the 7. Okay, so a little tip here, in my opinion at least, right? If you're going to play that push, play your cue ball. You know, she hit the 7 full. Just play to follow through the 7 and put your cue ball on the rail. You know, just make it a little tougher on your opponent. She can bridge this cue ball pretty comfortably, except for the exception of the 7 ball. You know, you really want to make life as hard as possible on your opponent. So, like, obviously you don't want to stitch your opponent on a push because you're going to get it back. But if you can just put them on the rail somewhere and not give up a good-looking shot, you know, it makes their life harder. But it was a successful push. Shayna's now stepping up with a great look at the 1, but lost Whitey. Found the drink. And Josie going to step up a ball in hand on the 2. 2, 4, 5, 6. All pretty routine in their side pockets. 7 to the 8. 6 to the 7's not bad. 7 to the 8's not bad. 8 to the 9 is going to require some precision. But they got to get there first. Can't take anything for granted in this game. Danicello making an excellent point in the chat. He says, I also like to tie up 2 balls on a push so that the other player doesn't have an easy run out. So yeah, like sometimes you'll break and the 1 or the 2, whatever your first object ball is like hanging in the corner and you don't have a prayer at jumping or kicking at it and you have to push. And you really don't want to allow your opponent a clear look at the 1, but it's hanging in the corner and you don't have any options. They're going to, unless you stitch yourself, you have to give them a look at the 1. So in that case, like Dan is saying, it's great to push and tie balls up because you know you're inevitably giving them a look at the 1. You know they're going to pocket the 1. So you say, you know what? I'm going to let you pocket the 1, but I'm going to give you a big problem to solve later in the rack. That's an excellent point, Dan. And it's little things like that. A lot of players take the push for granted. I've played borderline professional players and they know I could play, with some lousy pushes because they took it for granted. Or maybe they were a little frustrated that, you know, whatever roll happened to them where they didn't get it, they didn't get a good look off the break, whatever. But you definitely see players of all skill levels make poor decisions on the push from time to time. Another common one is if you're a very good jump player, if you jump balls very well, you push to a jump shot. I like to do that personally quite a bit. If I'm playing a very high-ranked player, I won't push to a jump shot because they're going to step up and take it just like I would. But if I'm playing a weaker opponent, or even better, an opponent that doesn't jump, period, then I really like pushing to a jump shot. So pool's just a very deep game. You know, it looks so simple, like not many options and this and that, but the longer you play and the deeper you dive into it, it's a very deep game. And Shayna's got a very nice look at the 9 in the side here, and she takes care of business. And Sarah and Shayna take a 3-2 lead for Team VILLAINcourt. Mark, thanks for following. So guys, another thing to add today is I've been working on some different streaming technology that I've never seen on any pool streams, but maybe it's been done before. But I'm going to bring you so at the end of these events, there's always a MVP presentation. The losing team votes on the MVP of the winning team, and the winning team votes on a sportsmanship award for a player on the losing team. Now, in the past, I haven't been able to really show you guys any of that. Just based on, how streaming works. So anyways, I did figure a way out to go portable, to bring the stream portable with me with very good video, but the audio has been a little problematic. I've tried a couple different methods. I'm going to try a new method today, which is like the 4th or 5th attempt I'm trying. The audio was good when I did it yesterday, but it wasn't perfect, and I want it perfect. It was like 90%. So don't go anywhere. At the end of the event today, I'm going to bring you a live coverage out on the floor of the MVP and Sportsmanship Award presentation. And I'm knock on wood, but I think it's going to work very well this time. I really hope it does, because once I do get it working as good as I want, I'd like to implement it a lot more in these streams where, I could do it in so many different ways. Like when we're waiting, like even like this format, like the 10-minute break in between matches, I could just roll around with my phone and go live and bring you guys a look at tableside, or even some chit chat about what's going on in the last match or upcoming match outside with the players, or just a bunch of cool features. But I really have to iron out the couple of kinks with it first before I really start implementing it more. But yeah, when the match is over, don't just leave. We will be bringing you a special MVP and Sportsmanship Award presentation. So very tough kick here. Looks like it's gonna go, yeah, a little misjudgment there on where she aimed on the rail. She had to go higher up by the side pocket, preferably with some slow right-hand English, so it really opens up. But it was tough. I mean, it was far from easy. And this is very tough too. You have to pocket the 5 and get your cue ball down there between that 7-8 window for the 6 in the bottom right. Now, it's possible that the camera has deceived me and that it goes from here. And the way Becca is eyeballing it, I'm kind of thinking it does go. And if it does, you go forward and play the 7 in the side or the corner next. And yep, corner. So I like Josie to just pocket this with a tiny bit of draw. Just hold the cue ball there. And that would provide Becca with a nice angle to shoot the 8 in the top right corner and the 9 in the bottom right corner next. But you got to get there first. You have to execute. You can't take any of these for granted. This is a diamond. They play a lot tougher than valleys that a lot of players are used to. Now this is not good. This is extremely tough. I might even look to play safe from here. I mean, this is just so hard to jack up over the 9, pocket the 8 in the top right corner. Your cue ball is naturally going to want to go up table because you're forced to put a little bit of high on the ball since you're jacked up over the 9. So, I mean, this is just... There's not a pro in the world that wants to be in that situation right there, I'll tell you. It's just... And that's not terrible. I would like to see Shayna back cut the 8 in the side, some right-hand English, and run the cue ball around 3 rails, maybe 3 rails. Try to end up anywhere about there. But very tough shot. You have to pocket the 8, back cut it into a small side pocket. You need to get enough right-hand English on it to pick up the right line. And you need to combine it with the right speed to not... you'll see a lot of players shoot this shot, and the cue ball will really take off with the right-hand English and bring them way down table. And you really don't want to end up down there. And you see it happen quite a bit. How you avoid that is you favor the high side of the 9. You never risk getting below it. And this looks like it's going to be just about perfect. Fantastic shot. Fantastic. Let's take another look at that one because we're going to miss Sarah making the 9, but this was such a great shot that we know Sarah's making that 9. Great shot. And Sarah makes the 9. And Team VILLAINcourt looks like they're going to fight back here and try to knot this one up 4 sets apiece. But they're not there yet. They're on the hill. 4-2 lead. Okay, the wing ball back to being stubborn and not cooperating. I think we'll probably see that on and off. Well, this will be the last of 9 ball. So I guess we won't be seeing that too much more, but so Becca looks like she can thread the needle here between the 6, 9, 8. And she probably only had about half a pocket. Ran into the 8. And who's coming up here? Shayna. I think definitely has a bank on the 1. May be able to cut it in. I think the bank might be the move here. And she agrees and hits it beautifully. The reason why I like the bank there was what she did. She used the 9 to stop on, which provided Sarah with a great look at the 2. Pretty much just a stop shot. It's going to draw up towards the 3 a little bit, or you can use the rail. And that'll work straight in the top left corner. Now the 4 to the 5 is going to be a little tricky. Shayna would like to not leave Sarah straight in. And I think she gave her some angle. I think Sarah's going to be able to just draw up some low right. One of those type of shots right there. Alright, she was a little straighter than I thought. Couldn't get to the rail. But this is not terrible because, you know, it's a tough shot to make it, but it does provide a pretty natural angle to try to come down for the 6. You might have to put a little bit of left on the ball, like high left. Need to slow down. She made a great shot pocketing the 5, but she lost the speed a little bit. Now, this has great potential. You shoot the 6 to the rail, and you wedge up the cue ball right here. And you can just go into the 8 and use it as a stopper a little bit. Oh, that was a big mistake. She really had a fantastic opportunity to lock up Josie there. And Josie can clearly see the 6. I'd like to see her thin it and go around with the cue ball and use the 8, 9 as blockers. And right idea, but wrong speed. Not sure what the shot is here. Nothing was jumping out at me. That was a pretty tough spot. This is pretty tough too for Becca. She can pocket the 6 on the bottom left, but getting shape for the 7's not going to be easy. She might just roll it in and leave her leave her partner a bank on the 7 cross side, basically like that. She just didn't have angle. I think she tried to force it through and amplify the angle a little bit, which made pocketing the ball a lot harder. Oh, a little touchy here. I'm surprised she's taking the corner. I thought she could slow spin it with right and have the cue ball come up and have the right come over. But it was probably too thin to hold the cue ball. And she pocketed that ball and did pretty good with the cue ball. But this is it's a tough shot, and unless you really, really, really gently slow roll this in, you might not get a good look at the 8 here. Or unless you just like pinch draw it. Kind of like that, but she overrolled it a little bit. Now the 8 may pass the 9 and go to the bottom right. That's what Sarah's looking at. Yeah, so they're both looking. Does that 8 ball go? It's very deceiving when you try to look to see if a ball goes. You close one eye, you close the other eye. I have a nice little trick that I like to do. That gives me some confidence if that ball really goes or not, but everybody's got their own little preference. Dan says play the carom on the 9. Yeah, if the 8 doesn't go, that's the move. And I'll tell, and the way that carom laid, with how thin you had to hit the 8, it might have even went to the bottom left corner while still caroming the 9 in the bottom right, but probably not. It'd have to lay absolutely perfect for that. And this is no gimme. I think if she uses high ball, she won't scratch in the top right, but it'll be close. Oh, great shot. Yeah, well done there. Pockets the 8. Avoids the scratch. Gives Becca a nice look at the 9. And Josie and Becca fighting back 4-3. So ball down on the break. I don't know if she's playing the 1-7 combo. I think so, because nothing else really lays good there. And gets a little fortunate, flukes the 1 in. And you see that happen quite a bit on missed combos, like the way when they miss it the way they intended to make it. Like sometimes that first object ball follows through the second object ball, which it did there. You can even play that shot intentionally in 8 ball. You play your ball into your opponent's ball with draw, and it forces through, finds the pocket. So Shayna's got to look at the 2 on the top right. The 4 ball down by the spot is next. I'd like to see her put some right hand English on this and come back in between the 5 and the 9 for the 4 on the bottom right. Oh, she made a great shot pocketing the ball, but I think she stuck Sarah behind the 5. Yeah, she did. But Sarah's got a 1-rail kick. If she can't jump or masse around the 5, she's got a decent one-rail kick. Uh-oh. A little bit of a sellout here. Becca would have loved this to have been a little bit straighter in, a little bit more straight in. It looks like with this type of angle, she's going to have to go back and forth with the cue ball. Yeah, this is tricky. Curious what she's going to do here. Great shot. I saw that shot, but it was such a small window to get really good, you know? And she got really good there. And now they're reaping the rewards with a couple easy balls here. Now you gotta be a little delicate here. You don't want to find yourself behind the 9. You either want to draw all the way out or use the left long rail to come out. She used the left long rail, which is most players' preference. So it's always easier to use the rails than just drawing straight back. It's a little bit harder to control the draw especially without using rails. And great shot there. Cue ball a little loose there. She would like to have gotten more by like the chalk on the right long rail, this top chalk right here. She would like to have been, right around there would have been great, but she gave her partner a look. So the problem with that shot there was she gave her partner a look at the 8, but there was a lot of work to do with the cue ball. And anytime you have to do a lot of work with the cue ball, it makes pocketing the object ball way, way harder. But pretty fortunate miss. Didn't give up anything too juicy here. I'd like to see Shayna just thin this ball. Yeah, just like that. Not a fancy shot, but pretty easy to execute. Nothing really terrible can happen. If Josie gets up and makes a spectacular bank here and they run out, you just gotta clap, But she did her job well. She lived to see another day. Lived to fight another day. Didn't give up anything easy. Yep, so she went in on the bank, and I don't blame her. And looks like she's not gonna... She's gonna get a little unfortunate and give up pretty good leave here. Now, who's up here? Sarah's up. Looks like she's using some high left. Yeah. She was trying to bend that cue ball back. Manipulate the cue ball a little and get up table for the 9 in the bottom left. So now Becca to the table. She can use just a little bit of left-hand English, cut the 8 in, play the 9 in the same pocket. Just like that. She didn't use any left there. She used mainly like center ball. Maybe even a little bit of follow. I would have liked to have seen some inside English there to keep that cue ball closer to the 9. This is, it's makeable, but it's very difficult. And if you miss it, you probably hang it. And she hit it great. No scratch. Great shot. And that's going to bring us to Hill. Yeah, Vicky in the chat saying, good shooting, girls. Yeah, great so far. Hill. We have a really competitive, tight match here. Hill match, and 4-3 in sets in a race of 7 sets. So yeah, as close as it could possibly be at this moment in time. 1 set lead and Hill match. Doesn't get any closer than that. Got Claude rooting them on. Great job, ladies. Oh, I just saw that was the same comment. I'm sorry. Thought that was a new one. Great shot. That was super touchy, and she hit it great. Yeah, Dan in the chat, this is a big rack. If Team VILLAINcourt goes down 5-3 in set points, it's gonna be tough to come back based on the way Maine is shooting. Totally agree. And from a math standpoint, if you're down 4-3, you have to win 4 sets to 1 there just to win Hill. 4 sets to 1 at worst. Not a spot you want to be in. Doesn't mean you can't win from there. We've seen a lot crazier than that, but we all live in a realistic world here, and being down 4-1 is not where you want to find yourself. So definitely a lot more pressure on Team VILLAINcourt here, which is Sarah and Shayna. I believe that's Shayna at the table now. And the balls are all open. Nothing's really tied up. It's not a simple out. Okay, everything's moving around now. Okay, so she made 2 balls, and the 3 ball actually improved a little bit. It was already in a decent spot. Sarah doesn't have a good look at the 2, though. I think she's going to be forced to play safe here. Now, if she did want to thin cut the 2 on the top left, her cue ball's shooting down to the bottom right, which might provide coverage, but I think that was a much better shot there, which is just play all safety. Now, it might have leaked out and not gotten coverage behind the 8 and might go on the side, but I still believe it was the right shot. It just wasn't executed like she intended. And that's all you can do. All you can really do is shoot the right shot. You can't help it if you don't execute it perfectly every time. But you do give yourself the best chance to win by consistently choosing the correct shot. Then you just have to work on executing that correct shot more and more and more. Better and better and better. And once you get those 2 things working for you, nobody's got to beat you. Alright, so a little mistake there, running into the 5. Killed the momentum on the cue ball. And lost shape on the 4. I'd like to see Becca play safe. She could bank this 4 on the side or the corner where she's standing from. But I think the safety, yeah. She would like coverage behind the 6, but the nice thing about that safety is even if you don't get coverage, you're not giving up a hanger. I mean, she can try to slice this in the bottom right corner. It's pretty tough. I like a safety here. I like banking the 4 back up here. And having your cue ball come, try to get her behind the 5, but basically just like this. You don't have to stick them behind the 5. You get coverage behind the 9. Even if you don't get coverage here, what are you giving? Let's say the 9's just not there. What are you giving up? A super hard bank that doesn't even have natural position, So when you play safe, you don't have to bury them. You can be like a shot like that. That was a fantastic safe right there. Because not only did she get the distance and the ball placement just about perfect, she got coverage as well. That's a shot you could shoot even if the 8-9's not on the table. If she was shooting the 9 ball there instead of the 4, and the 4's the 9, and that's the cue ball up there, and that's the only 2 balls on the table, I mean, what are they going to do? If they step up and make one of the toughest banks there are, then, you clap and say, great shot. You got to play the percentages. All right. Becca and Josie, now ball in hand, 5 balls left on the table. Very big moment in this semifinals match here. If they run out here, like Dan was saying in the chat, they would take a 5-3 lead. And that is, and a matter of fact, not only would they take a 5-3 lead, they were down 3-0 out of the jump in sets. So that would mean they won 5 sets in a row, which obviously shows that they have momentum. So not only would they have a commanding lead, they would also have very strong momentum. Oh, here we go, though. Oh, boy. Ooh, I thought she might fluke it in the side. If she fluked out in the side and they ran out, that could have been a crushing blow for Team VILLAINcourt. You know, like, you're like, oh man, she missed it, but she fluked it in. And but I'll tell you, you know, she missed it. She made a mistake. And she didn't leave anything too great here. I mean, yeah, you can pocket the 5 in the top left, but cue ball going away from the 6. The 8 ball does not have both of the top corners. You only have one corner. Look at this. Look at this. Might have stuck her behind the 8 here. Now, even if she could jump, I don't know if she jumps, but even if she could and speared the 6 in, I don't know if you get a look at the 8 because your cue ball probably comes this way, and then you can't pocket the 8 because the 9's there. So she looks like she's jacking up, swerving. Makes a good hit. Oh, that was not a fortunate double kiss there. It looked like she was going to get away with a pretty decent leave had that not double kissed. But still, it looks easy, but there's still some work to do. If you don't draw this... Oh, she did, though. She hit that beautifully. She hit that perfect. If she had hit that flat and didn't get the draw, then Josie would have had a much tougher shot. But Becca really did her job there and set them up for success. Now Josie, that one got away from her. This is not the 9 ball that Becca should have had to have been shooting, and I really like her demeanor right now. She didn't show that she was disappointed. She went right to the table, looked at the 9. Oof. Yeah, it was tough. I mean, that was not an easy 9. And now, I believe it's Shayna. Shayna is going to have a chance. Now, this looks like a hanger, but I promise you it's not because there's an angle. So you can't just roll it in. You have to use draw and play a firm stop shot, or center ball stop shot and really firm. But if you use center and hit it a little bit high, the cue ball will stun forward. So you got to be careful here. Yeah, so she knew. She tried to cheat the pocket a hair to prevent following in the cue ball. And that caused her to miss the 9. And that was a product of being straight in there. Like, even this right here is pretty straight. Now, I think she can cheat the 9 to the right side of the pocket so the cue ball safely hits the top short rail, which makes life a lot easier. Let's see where that cue ball goes. Yeah, see, she could. And Maidens of Maine takes down a thriller there, comes from behind, takes a 5-4 lead in sets. Let me update that real quick. 5-3 in sets. And our next match coming up here, I believe I did all the legwork. Yep. Is Deb versus Lauren. Oh, I have to reset the scores here. Let's get that back to 0-0. You know, what is going on here? Why is this doing this to me? I just want to reset the scores here. Would you just reset one time? Okay, we got one of them reset. Yeah, last I know, 2 minus 1 is not 3 there. And yeah, okay. Yeah, let's go. Yep. All right. 0, 0. We got that fixed. I don't know why that's doing that. You would think up and down, add 1 plus 1 would be pretty routine, but there's always something to mess with. All right, guys. Next match coming up. Deb Wyman for Maidens of Maine versus Lauren Madsen for Team VILLAINcourt. Maidens of Maine has a 5-3 lead. It's getting, we're getting to the end here. It's going to get juicy. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in about 10 minutes. Claude, thank you for liking the stream. All right, guys, here we go. Match 9. Maidens of Maine with a 5-3 lead in sets in a race of 7 sets. We have Deb for Maidens of Maine, and we have Lauren for Team VILLAINcourt. This is going to be singles 8-ball. It's a call shot 8-ball, open after the break. Pretty good break, but it looks dry. Hey. Like, just... All right, guys, back. I'm joined by Anthony Blaze in the booth. How we doing?
Hey, everybody. How's it going?
This is my good friend Tony the Tiger. Most of you know him, Iraq's local. And so, Tony, we have Maidens of Maine up 5-3, race to 7 sets. Pretty important match here, for especially if you're Team VILLAINcourt. You really don't want to go down 6-3. You'd like to stop the bleeding here and win the set and pull within 5-4, and then it's anybody's set from there.
Oh, for sure. You know, this is beyond important, this match. You know, you don't want to go down 6-3 because that's dangerous.
Yeah, you'd have to win 4 in a row from there, so not a good spot to be in.
No, but they still got a little bit of cushion. There's still plenty of pool to be played.
Right.
As long as they bear down and just stay focused, and that's very important. But these two ladies playing, you know, I heard about them. I never actually saw them play before, but I heard good things about them.
Yeah, we seen a little bit of both players yesterday, and they both played real solid. I really don't have a pick here. This is pretty pick'em. So right now we have Lauren at the table, sporting the devil horns.
It's very fashionable.
Yeah, she'd really like to play that part this match here and play spoiler. She needs to stop the bleeding for Team VILLAINcourt. And so far, so good.
Yeah.
It felt really nice here on the 4.
Nice wide open rack.
Yeah, I'd like the 2 ball is the issue. Let's see what her pattern's going to be here.
She gives herself a nice angle on the 5 ball. I think that orange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She could maybe take the 2 now if she can drop her cue ball into here for the 7. But I don't know if it lays right.
Or she can slide it over.
She might be able to do it now in between the 2-7, just like that.
Oh.
Look at that shot.
I like that.
That was beautiful. And she has a little angle too. She might be able to use some high right and have the cue ball go through the 7 with some right and bring it up table, where you'll have either a good look at the 2 or the 1.
That's a very good control shot right there, though. If he overshoots it, that 8 ball is gonna cause trouble.
Yeah. Now the 1 could provide as like a backup ball, like this. Now you take the 1. Now you shoot the 1 with some left, and you have the cue ball come up, and the left brings you back over around that general area. That's where you'd like to be. And you have to hit the 1 on the full side and let the left throw it in so that you don't scratch in the top right corner.
Yep.
And And that one got away from her a little bit, but she's got a
Ooh.
window. So this ball banks. It does bank cross-side.
Hold it for the 8-ball. Like,
Yeah,
try to do
yeah.
a stop shot.
Yeah, that's what I like about the bank here is that if you make it, you should have a look at the 8 in either the side or the top right corner or somewhere.
It's nice when it's in the middle of the table.
Yeah. Now, I believe she called the side. She might have called the top right corner. She pointed in that general area. Yeah, she called the top right corner, so there was probably a double kiss maybe in play for the side pocket bank.
Yeah, it might have been something that we didn't see from this angle.
So now Deb with a great opportunity here. She's got a good start. She's got options to start with. She's going to choose I believe that's the 12 or the 14, one or the other.
Gave herself a nice little angle. Just roll it in.
Now, she either has to play the combo or if the 9 goes clean, she'd like to play the 9 clean. But she might only have about half a pocket. Oh, hit that great. Now she's got options here. She could play the 8 in either side or either bottom corner. She can pretty much choose what she wants to do here.
There it is.
And she's playing for the bottom right corner and came out pretty well for it. And if she decides to slow roll this, if she was to miss it, her cue ball would probably land about over there. And it wouldn't give up a terribly easy shot on the 2. But she doesn't want to miss it. She wants to just make it, and she does. And Deb takes a 1-0 lead. All right, so Deb has a tough. Wow, great shot there. I'll tell you, Deb plays pretty good. Hits the ball well. Great pockets balls real well.
Yep. Let's see how she does with all this traffic.
Yeah, she's gonna have to show me something to get out here from here because this is there's no out from here. But good safety.
Oh yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. Now, the only problem with that shot is she didn't really gain any control, you know, like the 11-14 is kind of funny. The 9 ball being right by the side pocket does provide options to manufacture a shot with the 11 or 14. Go into them, break them up, or just something.
Yeah.
Even roll the 9 in, get to the rail, and shoot the 14 down in the corner, and then maybe the 11 in the side. But a lot of work to be done in this rack here. Uh-oh. So now that really helps Deb because now with ball in hand, she can either address this ball or start with these 3.
Is that 4 ball and 13 frozen together, you think?
Yeah, it's tough to tell. The 13 may or may not go in the corner. So yeah, we still don't know because even if it didn't go in the corner, she still couldn't start with the 13 anywhere. So, but so far so good. If she could squeeze this cue ball through and break those up, if they don't go, that would be great. But it probably does go.
Oh,
So now what you do is you cut the 11 in, you come out with your cue ball to about here and play shape for that 13, and then you're gonna have to figure out something on the 10. Now, maybe the 13 goes in the corner. I don't know if she overhit that or maybe she was playing shape for the 13 in the corner.
Maybe. I really can't tell from our angle.
Yeah, the camera is very deceiving.
Is it possible? Do we have a view of that over?
No overhead yet.
No overhead, no.
In the future, I will have there is an overhead camera mounted on this table, but the way it has to be streamed to the booth, I lose access to that camera.
Yeah.
I only have one camera to choose from.
Well, for the time being, maybe we can get a walkie-talkie and have somebody.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, we have a way to fix it, and it's in the works. It's just it's a multi-stage thing. A couple things have to be fixed before I can get that camera.
Yep. She got a window here.
Yeah. Yeah, I missed it. What'd she do? She pocket up where'd she pocket the
side pocket?
Oh wow.
Oh, I guess it couldn't go.
Yeah, I'm guessing it didn't go. And you know, with all these balls on the table, she played a pretty good safe. It's very hard to play safe with that many of your opponent's object balls on the table.
Mm-hmm.
But she's put her in a pretty tough spot here.
Yeah, the only thing she really has is that 4 on the side,
and if you miss it, you might lose the rack.
Yeah. Or try to go for a D here, you know, like
Yeah, I'm looking safe some way somehow if I'm her.
You know, try to glance that one ball on the right side a little bit and slow roll it to the right.
Yeah, if you could see the one, I like going off the right side of the one like you're talking about. And you know what? Nothing wrong with this shot.
Huh.
Especially if that 4 jumps. Yeah, nice. I think if you're Deb here, you go off the left side of that and you just try to plant the cue ball on the bottom side of the 4.
Yep, the air on her own ball.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really... I like offense, but the only offense is a bank like this, and it's super tough. She could play that bank and try to draw into the 4 and pocket the 4, and then maybe end up with the 8 on the side, but, I mean, you're talking like 1 in 100, super tough, you know.
Yeah, that's a tough spot for a ball to be in now.
Yeah, Lauren does have a good opening shot at the 4 here, and none of her balls are tied up. She's naturally going up table here where she'll have a shot at something.
Yep.
Looks like the 1 or the 3.
Now she's going to be in a comfortable spot where she can make position that she wants on these trouble, like this cluster right here in the middle.
And if she doesn't hit her position well, the way the balls lay, she'll have a shot at something somewhere else.
She's definitely getting a lot of support from the people at home.
Oh yeah, in the chat here we got Nate Johnson saying let's go Lauren. We got Jennifer saying let's go Lauren, and we got Lauren saying let's go Lauren. That sounds a little suspicious. We got a Lauren rooting for a Lauren, then sounding a little suspicious.
I'm definitely liking where she is right now.
Yeah, I think the move from here is 5 in the side, 1 in the left side, 6 in the bottom right corner, or even the right side pocket, depending on the angle you get in the 1. 5, 1, 6, 8 is the pattern I like from here.
Yep, tappy, tappy, tappy.
So wrong side of the 1, but that's okay. See, that's why I like playing for that 1 next, because, you know, you can jack up a little, shoot the 1 with a little low right, and come up to the rail and out, and, you know, land anywhere in there for the 6 in the bottom right. She may be able to level out and go forward 3 rails around for the same spot as well. A couple options here. You just don't want the cue ball to go like this. Yeah, that would have been fine, but she did miss the 1.
Leaving her a little tough on the shot, but
yeah,
she can do it.
Not a hanger. The pocket does play a little large from this angle. You know, you can mishit this a little and rub the rail and still get some love as long as you have some nice pocket speed.
See if she avoids it.
But she hit it center cup. She didn't even touch the rail. And
does it go by that 6?
Yeah, it definitely goes by the 6. She may only have half a pocket, but she definitely. Oh, maybe did she call the corner? Yeah, maybe it doesn't go, or maybe she'd rather have the whole corner rather than a part of the side pocket. Oh, she did have the side. Okay. Great shot there. And Deb with a 2-0 lead.
All right, so we got
Deb and Lauren.
Deb is
That's
has a
Lauren.
commanding lead. Oh yeah, well this is Lauren right now. Yeah, Deb has a nice commanding lead right now at 2-0, and Lauren really wants to get on the scoreboard now and try to make this a match. Which still early in the match, anything can happen still. It's not crucial where she's in trouble yet. But I do like this rack right now. Well, there's a little bit of traffic now over in this corner. But everything else does seem to be nice out in the open where you can definitely do some damage.
Yeah, a little congestion at the bottom right here with this. But solids, it's not a problem for solids. So if you're Deb, I think you go probably 3. Then this, oh, the 1 ball's there. I didn't see the 1. How do I like this pattern?
I'll probably take that 1 now, maybe.
I would take the 3, and then probably the 6, and then the 1, and then the 2, which leads you to the 4. But the 8 ball is going to be tricky too. Now she might have the 4 still. She better hope she has. Oh, she's got the 3 if she doesn't have the 4.
Yeah.
That 4 is really funny though. If she could have got rid of it now and then played the 3, 1, 2, 8, I think that would have been great. But if the 4 didn't go, she was forced to play the 3 to save the 2 to get into the 4.
She might need to use the 2 to get that 4 out a little bit.
Yeah, and she has an angle right now to where she could, if she has to, she could pocket the 2, try to hit the top side of the 9 because the cue ball goes high. So she didn't have to. The 4 goes clean. But now the 8 ball is the concern.
Yeah.
Now,
I think it can go between the 15 and the
12.
I think that's the 12, yeah.
Yeah, let's see.
Narrow.
Yeah, it's very narrow. I'm trying to keep the line as straight as possible. Yeah, that looks possible.
Yeah, worst case scenario, she might have to play off the field.
She, all right, so she
Got away
might,
from her a little bit.
well, that or it didn't go, and she was trying to pull up for the bank. And if the bank still goes,
yeah,
you have to put some right-hand English on it so that once the 8 hits the rail, it naturally darts to the right.
I mean, you don't have to worry about a scratch here either.
No, but what you do have to worry about is that right-hand English. The cue ball goes through, hits these, and these might hit the 8 that's banking back. So she played all safe, and
That was nicely played.
yeah, it looks like these are tied up. Maybe the if the 15 goes, obviously they're not tied up, but they might be. Her 8 ball, if she can get a look at it, still does go in a corner. But Lauren definitely has the edge here.
Yeah.
Dan asking who's in the booth. Is that Tony the Tiger? It sure is.
What up, Dan?
What do you think, Dan? You're the only one that's made an appearance in this booth before? We gotta get Tony the Tiger in here. And I think that was a very wise shot out of Lauren. Just place, if you go in on a ball, make sure there's a backup safe. Don't do anything crazy. So I think Deb's just gonna kick 1 rail behind the 8. So she did that because she knew that as long as those balls were there, she was never gonna get a good look at the 8.
Risky business, though.
Yeah, it is risky business because you are basically telling your opponent, I don't think you're going to run out. I mean, that's basically what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Because you're taking care of their problem, giving them ball in hand. I mean, you are freeing up your 8 ball a little bit, but you're basically saying, I don't think you're going to run out. If you do, more power to you, but I think I'm going to get another shot at the table, I think is what that shot says.
Yeah, that was pretty confident.
Yeah, and Lauren wisely took care of, I think it was the 14 that was on the rail there. That was the toughest ball by far. Might run into the 9 here. Yep, she did, but...
Oh, that worked out nicely.
Yeah, no problem. The 9, 15 are safely in front of the holes. The 10 comfortably goes in the top left. The 11 goes everywhere. So... nice layout here. Really needs to run out and bring this to 2-1.
I got confidence in this.
Yeah, I mean 3-0 doesn't, it is far from over, but 2-1 is a lot more comfortable than 3-0. That's for sure. And her team definitely is feeling the heat a lot more than Maidens and Maine. So,
She definitely needs to take the pressure off here.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's gonna hurt. So Deb's gonna have ball in hand, and that's gonna bring her to a 3-0 lead, barring any miscues or anything crazy happening.
Yeah.
All right, Deb takes care of that 8-ball, takes a 3-0 lead. All right, so Deb at the table. She's got a comfortable 3-0 lead. And she stripes, and she's rolling right along here. And she got a nice bump there because now she can take care of her final problem ball here.
Yep, just enough.
Yeah, so you take care of that, and then you work up table. And then the 8-ball's on.
Oh, she hit the 6,
yeah, I think she fouled.
Did Dave signal that?
I think she's conceding it. Yeah, it has. If that 6 moves at the line she was coming in at, it has to be a foul.
Yeah.
There's no, there's really no guesswork on that one.
Especially in the direction it moved in.
Yeah, the balls tell the story. If you know exactly what you're looking at and stuff, most of the time, if you just look at how the balls react, you don't have to look at a replay of what happened. You know by how the balls reacted.
Yep. So Lauren just needs to get in stroke here, and she can do some damage.
Yeah, she really needs. She doesn't have to, but she would really like to just take ball in hand here, run out, get on the board 3-1, and try to break this momentum. Because right now, Team VILLAINcourt is feeling the heat. They had a 3-0 lead day one, and they've given up 5 sets in a row, and now they're down 3-0 this set. And Lauren with a miss there. And if Maidens and Maine can win this set, a 6-3 lead is tough to beat. You'd have to win 4 straight sets. There's no room for error.
Very tough climb back.
Yeah. And the pressure, I feel like if you were playing by yourself, you have a much higher chance of winning 4 straight sets than throwing a bunch of different people up, Scotch doubles formats. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's demoralizing for the team.
It's just
be down that far.
And it's these formats are brutal to try to build any sort of rhythm.
Wow, that's true.
If you're playing by yourself and you catch a rhythm, you could win 3-4 sets convincingly. 4 sets. You could win 4 sets in a row convincingly against even a better player because you caught a gear.
Yeah.
But to ask, 4 or 5 different players to come up in a total of 4 matches and not a single one of them can play bad, it's a lot to ask for.
Yeah.
And they feel more pressure too, which makes it harder to perform for most people. Now Deb, looking like she's got a great shot on the 8 here in the bottom left corner, and she gets it done. And that's for a 4-0 lead.
She is definitely taking command right now.
Yeah, she's playing great. I'll tell you, she is playing fantastic.
Lauren's got to definitely try to bear down and do some safety work here, just to try to throw her off her game a little bit.
Yeah, she's just got to keep fighting, she's been in this spot. We've all been in spots like this a million times. And,
yeah.
you know, we've all pulled them out every once in a while. But you just got to keep fighting. You just can't give up. And she looked like she was smiling and still having a good time. And
oh, definitely.
she doesn't look like she's out of it or mentally quit, you know. Just got to keep fighting.
I would love to see her make a comeback and take this set down.
Yeah, great. It'd be great for the event and everything. And you know, comebacks are always thrilling to watch. But I don't think Deb would like to see that, or any of the other teammates of Maidens of Maine. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah, I'm not playing any favorites here. But
yeah,
it's,
right.
It's just from a spectator's point of view. It's you want to see some.
Yeah.
Drama.
Right, the drama. That's what we're all here for.
Yeah.
We love the drama. Dan in the chat saying this Maine team is playing very strong. VILLAINcourt's team is going to need something special to turn this thing around. Yeah, I agree with you, Dan. It seems like once Maidens of Maine broke the momentum that team VILLAINcourt had with a 3-0 lead, that they just haven't blinked for a second. They just have not given that momentum back. They you know the expression, you give a dog a bone and they run away with it? That's what they're doing. They saw a little bit of weakness and they turned the tide, and they haven't given it back yet. They said, you're going to have to come take it. I'm not giving it back. So got to give them props. A lot of teams being down 3-0, coming all the way from Maine in enemy territory. A lot of teams would pack it in. You would see team morale go down, and it would have been over by now with a lot of people and a lot of teams, I'll tell you. So you got to really give them credit. They are fighting.
Yep, VILLAINcourt just needs a spark. That's all.
Yeah, yeah. Momentum in pool is a fickle thing. It you can have the Midas touch, and every bump is coming out perfect, and you're breaking like God, and every time you miss, you're getting away with it. And then all of a sudden, like a light switch, you just can't do anything right, and you know everything goes against you. And
they don't have that rule, do they?
Yeah, it's opponent option.
Okay.
So they declined. Probably just wiggled it. Look at this. Ooh, valiant effort. And that 8-ball moved. I think she fouled it with her cue.
All right, well, Deb has the chance here to close it out.
I believe that 8-ball moved. I don't know if nobody saw it.
I'm not sure if the cue ended up hitting it
I think
there.
her cue did hit it, which I think with the format they're playing, even in the act of shooting, it's still opponent option. It's not a foul. But I think the 8-ball is in a better spot now for Team VILLAINcourt. But so anyways, Deb looking like she's shooting the 11. Yeah, she hit it pretty well, but just missed it.
Oh, wow. That's a good spot for the cue ball to be in for her.
Yeah, the 7's really tricky. Sometimes they go in pretty easily, and then sometimes they don't. And from this angle, I have no clue.
Maybe a double kiss might.
Yeah, sometimes actually you intentionally hit it fat and play the double kiss. You don't see it very often. All right, Diana, thank you, because I was making sure I'm not losing my mind.
Nice try.
Okay, so she's happy that 7 didn't go in. If she gets another shot at the table, that's definitely a helper.
Yeah, nice insurance ball.
But she doesn't have to get another shot here. Deb has 2 easy starting balls, and then a little bit of work to. She better get something fortunate here, and that's not fortunate. This is not where you want to be. But all she has to do is thin that ball and go right there. I mean, it's not going to be that quite of an angle. It's going to be more like that.
That's really touchy.
Yeah, but what are you going to do here? You have to do something.
I would kick off.
Kick this way?
Yeah.
And try to pocket the 11?
Yeah, I'll 2-rail it.
Yeah, 2-rail. Yeah. It's not bad, but I'll tell you, if you make it, remember, you're going rail first this way, and your cue ball comes this way, you're not really going to have much.
Did she? Oh, she glanced it?
I don't know. Did I catch the replay on time? So she was trying to back up the 15 into a combo. And okay, so it didn't.
Ball in hand?
Yeah, ball in hand. Okay. I thought she motioned to the ref that, oh, did you see it wiggle? And I thought Dave was like, oh yeah, it wiggled, but I guess Dave must have said something else. So
she did hit it. That was it. That was like pretty much air.
Yeah, no, yeah. All right, so Lauren with a much needed ball in hand. So if she has options, she can go 7-4-8 or 4-7-8. I like 7-4-8, so you don't have to draw right now off the 4.
Yep. Nice.
Yep, no problem. The 11 can help you here if you hit it. If you hit it a little poorly, it can help you. It can hurt you too if you hit it too fat, but no problem there. So pretty good look at the 8 here. It's definitely missable. You don't have to worry about any scratches unless you put a little bit of right hand English on it. The cue ball could go through it and scratch in the bottom left.
I can do that easily.
Yeah. Pretty much just
unintentionally.
Focus on pocketing this 8. Yep, no
Nice.
problem. Great shot.
There you go.
And Lauren fighting back, and that brings us to 4-1. All right, Lauren at the table, shooting at stripes. Gonna play the combo here. And looks like she's gonna have to shoot the 15 next in the same pocket. She's gonna take a glance at the 9, but no good. Here, that 10 ball is a problem. I'd like to cut the 15 in and aim for the 2 to try to provide a shot for the 10 next, or at least open it up for a future shot. Got to get that 2 ball out of there. Or she might have been aiming for the 10 to bump the 10 out of there. I think that's what she was trying to do.
Well, that 11's in a good spot now where she can get on that 12 ball. Is that over there? The green stripe. What is it again?
Oh, right there.
I'm gonna bring
14.
14. That's it. Yeah. Because I didn't see a way for her to get on that ball without that 11 be there now.
You want to know an easy trick if you forget stripes sometimes?
What?
The color difference is always 8 numbers off. So 1 and 9, 2 and 10.
Oh.
You just take the solid and add 8.
Yeah,
so
see, I should have known that.
I didn't know that until like 4 years ago or something. Somebody said that to me. Like I just heard it and I was like, how did I never know that? Like it makes sense. How did I never know that? So 2, 10, 3, 11, 4, 12.
I never paid close attention to that kind of detail.
Yeah, no, I know. I never did either. You'd think I would know that, being around pool my whole life. I just heard it somewhere, and I was like, oh, yeah, that makes perfect sense. All right, so looks like a shot on the 14 next. Or she might take the 12.
Yeah, she might go for the 12 after this, but 14. You know, just get to the side rail over here.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it. Leads you to... now, I wonder if the 11 goes on the top left. If it doesn't, she's in big trouble. we're gonna find out. So Deb's problem is the 3, which looks like it does safely go in the top left, so not really too much of a problem. I might take care of that 3 ball right now. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only problem ball I see.
Yeah, and you have the 1 or the 7 to play next. So it looks, oh, actually, even better. So this is her, the first problem was that 311, which wasn't a huge problem. And this is her second problem, which also is not a huge problem. And she went and solved both of them in her first 2 shots. She's very clever. So now I like shooting the 7. And then you can either take the 4 or the 1. She's going to play the 4 or the 5, but I like the 4. 4, drift down, 5 in the side, 2 in the corner, 1 in that corner, and then you got to figure out the 8. Oh, she's playing for the 2 now. The 2 and then the 5. Same thing, good. Ooh, got a little bit on the wrong side here. Picking up her pace. I'd like to see her just slow down a little bit and think this out. She's got a great opportunity here to seal the deal.
She's rolling with the flow, bro.
Yeah, but what is she rolling to with the 8 here?
Yeah.
She can go up and down, but it's touchy.
There it is.
And not touchy when you hit it that good.
That was strong.
Yeah, she made a very nice out there, and Deb gets it done, 5-1. And that's gonna put Maidens of Maine on the hill 6-3. Our next match coming up is Deb and Becca for Maidens of Maine versus Stacy and Sarah for Team VILLAINcourt. Let me just clear that score real quick.
I'm really impressed with Deb's performance.
Yeah, she played like a monster there. She played fantastic.
Yeah.
Here we go with the scoreboard. You like this, Tony? I hit I hit down and it goes to 5, 0, and 1.
I can get a little nerve-wracking after a while.
All right, guys. Deb and Becca versus Stacy and Sarah next. We're gonna take a quick little 10-minute player break. Enjoy the nice little music I'm leaving you with here. Boom. Be back within about 10 minutes. All right, guys, here we go. We have Deb and who did we have in the frame there? Stacy. Deb and Stacy lagging. And I believe Deb won the lag. So Scotch doubles, Deb and Becca versus Stacy and Sarah. We've seen Deb and Becca already today, and both have gotten wins in their matches. Stacy and Sarah. We have saw Sarah today, and she played pretty good. We haven't seen Stacy yet, right? We didn't see Stacy today. Yeah, I believe she won both of her matches yesterday, though, and she played very strong. I think this is going to be a very good match because Deb and Becca, Deb's coming off of a very, very strong win where she played very well. And Becca she won earlier and played very solid as well. So I'd say Deb and Becca with a 6-3 lead in sets and not much pressure on them, both playing well, are going to be tough to beat. Now, Sarah did lose her match, but she played very solid. So I expect a high standard out of her as well. Stacy won both of her matches yesterday and played at a very high standard. So I'd say all four of these players are, with the exception of Team VILLAINcourt feeling the pressure of the deficit, I think all four players are feeling good about their personal game. All right, so what do we have? Oh, lost my screen here. It's back. So we have Autumn in the chat saying, "Go Deborah and Becca, you've got this, ladies." Always nice rooting on your friends. I'm sure they appreciate the support. Especially in a unique team event like this, it's such a different feeling. Pool is an individual sport. It's not a team sport. So it's a much different feeling playing in an event like this. I played all the team sports growing up, basketball, football, soccer, baseball. I know what it's like to play on a team. And I feel way different playing in a format like this. The team thing just adds a totally different dynamic. I did duckpin bowling for like 7-8 years and won like 5 state championships on a team. Like I've done a ton of team sports, but I honestly love team sports. It's my favorite. I love working as a team, but it's just, pool is just not like that. And it's just such a different feeling in a format like this. It's similar to Scotch doubles, like when you feel the pressure of not wanting to let down your teammate. But it's just so much different because instead of having one teammate, you have 5 of them. There's 5 people to let down, not just one. But it's a team sport, well, it's not a team sport, but it's a team format. You win or lose as a team. And, that's a part of competing. You're never going to win them all. And when you lose, it's nice to lose with class and, And when you win, same thing. It's nice to win with class. I just like to compete. Competing's just, I don't know what I would do in life if there wasn't competition. Even like video games or anything. I just love competing. It's just fun. So Becca here with a shot at the 3. Dan in the chat saying, I really love to see Stacy and Sarah find a way to get through this because that brings up their captain Elise for 2 matches in a row. I always like seeing the captain of a team in the pressure role. Yeah, I'll tell you, you're 100% right. The captain, in my opinion, feels more pressure than anybody. And I think I'm the only other person in the world that can relate to how Elise feels playing in an event that's named after one of your parents. And it's definitely some added pressure. Carlton, thanks for liking the stream. And looks like what's the pattern here? The 6 is a little tricky. So she's worried about, bumping the 2. So now you play safe, and you either make them move the 8 to free up the 6, or you take ball in hand and then shoot the 6 on the side. How? Oh, she can see the edge, and she's going to try to thin cross-side bank it. She's going to have to hit this super hard. Cue ball going to go flying. Oh, now that's a loss. And she shouldn't beat herself up too much there, because with ball in hand, with how these balls lay, 6-2-1-8 or 6-1-2-8, chances are that was going to be a loss anyways. So really don't have to beat yourself up there too much if you're Sarah. And she only had the edge, and, you know, just a tough spot to be in. Okay, so Becca makes the 7 ball on the side, and Deb is going to have the 3 on the side or the 5 in the corner. 4 ball is big trouble. And she drew into it. Look at so she drew into it, try to free it open. The 4 may go in the bottom right corner, you know, when the cue ball is up table in the future. She is looking like she can see the edge of the 1. So maybe not. maybe can't see the 1 or the 1's frozen and it's hard to get a rail. So she banked the 6, and even if she misses it, that was a great shot because she's trying to control that pocket, lengthen the rack, have control of the pocket. Now the 6 came up a little bit high where the 11 may still pass and go in. Oh, almost a wrong shot in rotation there. So Sarah gonna pocket the 10 in the side. Of course, I'm starting to get a tickle in my throat. It's driving me nuts. So, well, what do we got now? Nothing super easy. It looks like she called the top right corner. Great shot. Great shot. Now what? Now trouble. Trouble in paradise here. I wonder if the 11 goes. Oops. It definitely doesn't go if you hit it that way. But if you hit it this way, you might be able to get it in there. I don't know. She might not even be able to see enough. The 15 might be cutting it off, but I think she can. If she nicked the 6, if she could have just nicked that 6 and the 6 bounces and like comes over here where now the 9 had to have path, that would have been phenomenal, but it's okay. Sarah, this is very clever. Bank the 9 now. If you make it, you're still like gonna have a tough shot, but it gives you a chance. Yeah, at least then Becca would have a chance to back cut the 13 or, at least something. And if you miss that 9-ball bank, preferably it stays really blocking the 4-ball. Similar to the 6 on the other side, the 4 may go. But it's a clever shot. A lot of good things could have happened there. All right, so Deborah starts with a 6. And that's trouble. At 4. So now I like same thing as the other team just did. Now, you know what? Bank the 4. The only danger is if you miss it, all the stripes go. But with this ball being here, I move the 4 now. I bank the 4. And maybe not even to make it, just to try to send the cue ball like up table. And try to get safe. Because trying to run out from here with the 1 and the 4 where they lay is no good. Or even like, yeah, this is not good. This is not a good spot. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, might as well call it. Use a bunch of right-hand English. Have made it. Great shot. We have to look at that one again. This is very tough. It's a back cut bank with a bunch of slow right-hand English. And she hit it great. But it doesn't look like she has a shot. It doesn't look like Stacy has a shot here. That cue ball found about the worst possible place on the table it could be. Just about one of the worst here. Shot clock coming down, winding down. She's going to have to use her extension. Great timing for it because you don't want to rush and make a silly mistake here and give up ball in hand. So she's calling the bottom right. I think she's going to kick. And I don't know if she's trying to kick combo. Yeah, see, a lot of good things could happen there. Maybe the cue ball comes down, makes the 9, She gave herself a chance at least, you know. She was on a very tough... Look at the leave. I didn't even see the leave. So there's the old expression, it pays to hit them. She made a very good hit, made a very clever shot, and she got a reward. It pays to hit them. And these are the dividends right here. And look at this. So she makes a good hit, and now I believe that was Becca that fouled, and now Sarah's going to come up and take ball in hand. And the tables are turning. That was a big change right there. So if you're Sarah and Stacy, you got to make them pay. You made a good kick, and you got a fortunate roll, and you got ball in hand, and now you got to make them pay. If you squander this opportunity, you're in trouble. Now, a little funny here, because she's straight, stretching, and probably jacked up, and she needs to draw back for the 9. And very hard to reach this, and even using the bridge makes this tough. So I like what she's doing here. She said, I'm just going to take the tough shot on the 9, cut it in, and go back and forth. Yeah, very smart decision there. Hey, Gloria, it's me, Lance Lisciotti. How you doing? I missed Joanne already. We need her back in the booth. Oh, Sarah overrolled that a little, but Stacy's going to have a good look at this left side pocket of the top left corner. I like the side from here. She likes the corner. And the angle could be deceiving to me, where I would also take the corner. It's just from here it looks like the side, but it's kind of a player preference thing. Hit it good. Great shot. Great shot, Stacy. And that's going to knot it up 1-1. Hey, Gloria, I miss you too. Thank you. I appreciate the kind words. I miss your tour you used to have around here. I remember playing in a couple of those out in Rhode Island, I think it was. I think I won one of them. I think one was a... What did I do? I think one was a partners event of yours. I think I won with Mario. I know I won at least one of your tours. I can't. I think it was a partners event, but it might have been something else. All right, so Sarah has a good look on the 2, and didn't get too friendly of a bump there. I think the 6 no longer goes in the side. Now they both the 1 goes in the bottom left or top left corner for sure, and the 6 definitely goes in the top left, and it probably also goes in the bottom left. So still plenty of options with it, just not as easy as she would have liked. Yes, sir, you did. Split with Scott. Yeah, Scott, and I believe his partner was Mike Pettit. Oh, yeah, now, yeah. And I think Mario didn't want to split because I think we beat him like 5-0 for the hot seat, and he was like, I don't want to split or something. I remember they got a little into it, but you know, cooler heads prevailed, and it was a great tournament and a great day and all that. Yeah, Scott Reynolds, you know. Scott Reynolds and Mike Pettit and Mario, yeah. Okay, now I think we're going to find out if that 1 goes in the side. I don't see... They love where that 7 ball is. They do not want to move that 7 because that is causing all sorts of issues. So definitely, yeah. So she missed it, but look at this. So the 1 now safely goes in the side. She solved that problem. She, I don't think, gave up anything because of that pestering 7 ball. So now if she doesn't have a shot, which I don't believe she does, you want to untie, you want to solve a problem and go off of this. Just go to the bottom rail. Ooh, that looks good too. So now, look at this. She moved the 14, now blocking the 7. So now, instead of this being a big weakness, it's a big stranglehold. It's a strength now. Because that 7 ball's in trouble. So Stacy's saying, you know what? That 7 is in big trouble. We need to address this now. I totally agree. She might have told her play the carom and get the 14 off the table and out of there. Okay, so I think what she wanted to do was drive the 14 to the rail where the 7 did have a path to go in. I think is what she really was trying to accomplish there, but it was tough. It was touchy. Great shot there. I think we're going to see the 15 next, maybe the 11. Oh, the 15, yep. Gloria, thank you very much. Appreciate the stars. So Becca, oh, she twisted a little bit there. I think there was a little bit of unintended English there. And Becca is going to shoot the 11. So that 9 ball is a concern. Yeah, that's what she was doing. So she was trying to muscle over to play shape for the 9, and which was wise. It's a big problem that needs to be solved ASAP. But she did mishit the object ball, and she scratched. And Stacy's going to take ball in hand, and she's got some work to do. That 1-7 is not very friendly. I don't know what you do here. You can't make either of them anywhere with ball in hand. I mean, you can make the 7 in the top left, but it doesn't really do much for you. Maybe she can squeeze the 1, maybe even a rail first. Yeah, let's see, she played the rail first. And she almost came out, well, maybe she did, I don't know. If she gave up the 14, it's risky because Deb and Becca will have a chance to run out. Okay, so she didn't give up the 14. So Becca's going to have to shoot the 9. And it's going to be very tough to provide her partner good position off of this 9. Oh, she hit that really good. That was a great stroke, great draw stroke there. She actually overdrew, I think, a little bit. I think she wanted to draw to about there for the 13. Or she might have underdrawn a hair, trying to come down for the 11. And she gave Deb a very thin cut at the 14, which was very thin, very tough. So now all the balls are open. Now neither team has any major problems. The 11-14 for Maidens of Maine is a little goofy, but it's okay. But Team VILLAINcourt with solids, their big issue is just playing position on the 8. You know, they have a very good chance of... Uh-oh, don't get behind that. Okay. So they have a very good chance of running to the 8, but it's tough to get a very good look at the 8. There's not any very easy setup balls that lead you to a nice, easy 8 ball. And she got a little unlucky double kiss there. I don't know if Stacy has the 4, but if not, she can shoot the 3. She would have much rather have the 4 to shoot. The 3 ball, it's a little tricky to get good position on the 4. Yeah, she's got some work to do here. Yeah, that's about as good as she could have done there. So, but the problem with this is like she did the best she could do, giving her partner a good look at the 4, but the position from the 4 to the 8 is very, very tough. I don't know if she's going to hit it really hard and go back and forth, or hit at that speed and try to hold. Either one is very tough. So Stacy, she has a thin, very difficult cut in the bottom right corner. She may have a cross-side bank. She may have a cross, whatever bank you want to call this, cross corner. I think the move is you cut it down the bottom right corner, or you bank it in the side if the cross side if it lays right. I definitely don't like the bank to the bottom left corner. Yeah, this is the move. Bottom right corner, cut it in. You do have to be a little bit mindful of a scratch, either on that side or at the pace you have to hit this. There is even a back and forth scratch in the other side. So you have to be a little bit, careful here. Oh, she must have changed her mind. I don't know if she changed her mind and went in on the bank because she was worried about the scratch, or if she hit it poorly, but not going to work. Becca at the table. Now, she doesn't have an easy starter, so you whatever you go in on here, or whatever you do, you just make sure you don't leave a simple shot at the 8. And the 8 doesn't go anywhere super easy. I mean, it does go in the corner, so you just don't want to leave them like anywhere in like that area is a no-no. Don't leave the cue ball anywhere in that area. So I believe the 8-ball bank does not, even if I don't think she can see the 8 clean, but even if she could see the whole 8-ball, maybe it does bank. But either way, she very cleverly tried to use the 11 as a blocker to the 8, which I think she did. I think she accomplished it. I think Sarah's going to have to kick behind the 8 and maybe try to call it up in the corner here. Need a rail. She got it. Okay, makes a good hit. Deb and Becca with a good opportunity here. 4 stripes. They all have a hole. The 13 by the left side pocket is definitely the trickier one of the 4. You can save it for last. It is a decent setup ball for the 8. Ideally, you would have liked to have left the 11 or the 12 for last, which I think is making her look at the 13 right now. But with the way the balls lay, I don't know if this is the right shot. I think you're supposed to go for the 14 in the side and keep your run going. But if you make the ball, which she did, now the out is the easiest it could possibly be, because you did all the work on that shot that she just shot. Now you cross over for the 11 in the bottom right, and it's tic-tac-toe from here. Just no skids, no miscues, no fluky cue falls out of your hand and touches the cue ball type of stuff. You just do your job here. Yeah, because Becca really made a great shot at that. I think it was the 13 in the top left. That really did all the work to set up that out. And they run out and take a 2-1 lead. So guys, if Maidens of Maine win this match, win this set, which would seal the match and send them to the finals of the Palmer Byrd Cup, don't go anywhere. I am going to be trying out some newer streaming technology I've been working with, and I'm going to bring you live for the MVP and Sportsmanship Award presentation. That will not be a new stream. That will be on this stream. You'll basically see this view, and all of a sudden, you'll be live with us at the table, audio and video, watching the presentation. So you have to stay watching to catch that. It's not going to be a new stream that comes up that you'll get notified and catch. It's going to be all in this one stream simultaneously. So don't go anywhere when it ends. Though there will be about a 10 minute, maybe 15-minute at most break from the time the match ends to the time the presentation happens, and that is the teams voting on the MVP of the losing team votes on the MVP of the winning team, and the winning team votes on the sportsmanship award for a player on the losing team. So that process takes 10 to 15 minutes. So just bear with me with the stream, and like I said, you'll be watching this normal view, not really seeing much going on, and then all of a sudden it's just going to change to us by the table with audio and video. So definitely stick around and check that out. I've been trying to work out some kinks, and I really want to use it in other ways. Like even the player break, like 10 minutes in between matches, I could show you what's going on around the table, maybe a quick interview with a player before the match or after their match, and a bunch of really nice things I think I could do with it, but I'm still ironing out a couple kinks. There's a big reason you don't see it on other streams, and it's because it's not simple. So Becca at the table. She's got a couple options. I think the 5 ball is her best option. The 2-7 is tricky. It's going to take some work. She might be able. Oh, okay. I was wondering if she might go into him there, pocket the 5, come off the rail with the cue ball, try to go into him and manufacture something. This is trouble. Oh, the 4 ball's still there. Okay, I thought the 4's still there. So you have the 4, and you draw back for the 3 in the corner. Oh, got a little bit too much draw out of that one. Now Becca can still back up the 3. The cue ball's getting a little loose here, though. If it hits the 10, she's got a chance of coming out with something decently. If she doesn't hit the 10, she should hit the 10, yeah. Oh, look at this, look at this, look at this. Let's take another look real quick. Real quick. That 7 ball. Okay, the 10 hit the 6, the 6 hit the 13 hit the 7. Cue ball leaked back over, gave her a shot. Oh, we just caught it at the end of it there. I don't know if she had to spin it in, hit it a little fat. But regardless, they made a lot of progress there, opening up that 2-7. And now the 13 for Team VILLAINcourt is big problems, but the 11 can be used as a ball to break it open. So this is what she wanted. She wanted to leave position for the 9, and then have the cue ball like here so that she could pocket the 11 and go into the 13 and break it open. So I think she fell short. What am I missing here? What the heck? I missed something. I don't know what happened. I missed something. I don't know if I missed something there. Sorry, I'm not sure. But all right, looks like 9 in the side or the corner. Yeah, the side was easier, but I don't know, trouble here. So those stripes, we're gonna have to look at those. They should have another opportunity here because maybe the 2-7 combo. Yeah, that was tough. Yeah, Paulo, I couldn't tell if there was a safe called and you pocket a ball, call safe, and you turn over to the other team, or if I just got lost and maybe I confused that they were shooting the wrong suit or what. I don't know. But yeah, I thought something goofy happened where they did make their ball and then give up their turn at the table. So So balls have some congestion up table here, and now, okay, now that opened things up, and I'd say from a quick glance, I would say Team VILLAINcourt has the advantage here. Not a big advantage, but I think the way the balls lay, if they play their cards right, I think they have the upper hand here. She was trying to get a little more coverage behind that 10, but, and she might, I'll tell you, if she gave up a clean look at the 6 in the top left corner, then there is a chance to run out. But it's tough. You have to pocket the 6 and basically keep your cue ball like right in this perfect gap for the 7 without stitching yourself. Or the 2, yeah, she rubbed the 2, so the 2 would have went in the bottom left corner, would have worked too. But now, Stacy, Team VILLAINcourt, has issues with that 6 ball blocking that top left hole. Yeah, draw into the 6. Great shot. Did her job. Oh, look at this. Oh, she would have loved that to hang. If that hung, then they really had a stranglehold on this rack. But now, Becca's got a chance to cut this 2 in the top left. Cut the 2 in, and you have your... Oh, she's banking it. And you have your cue ball go back and forth for the 7. Now, she's banking it because she should be able to use some draw on the cue ball and hold for the 7. The position was easier banking the ball than cutting it and going back and forth. Okay, so Stacy and Sarah, I almost said Stara. Stacy and Sarah, good opportunity now. All the stripes go. The 15 is the one that we have to wonder about a little bit. It may go. It may only have a part of the pocket. Yeah, so she's, I'm guessing the 15 does not go based on how much time she's taken here. She's trying to think of how to get down table for the 15 in the top left corner at the end of the out and bump the 9. And this could be problems. So she's telling her to play safe off the 15 to move it. There is a reasonably easy safe of you draw off the 9 and try to put the cue ball here. There is this shot too, but there's some danger in this shot. Yeah, that's the danger, is you leak out the 2, and the 7 did not have to cooperate. You could have leaked out a shot there as well. I mean, she didn't have anything easy. There was nothing easy there. And great shot there, and needs it to slow down, and this should work. I believe the 8 does go in both corners. With the way this lays, I like cutting it in and going back and forth for the 8 next in the bottom right. Then you don't even have to deal with the 15. You can comfortably pocket the 7. Yeah, see, I don't like holding it like that because you find the 50-yard line like this. This is more like the 40-yard line, but you find this a lot more. If you shoot that same shot and continue your path with the cue ball, it's just a lot more predictable. But Deb's been playing great, and yeah, continues to. Great shot there. And Deb and Becca take a 3-1 lead. All right, Deb to break. Hit those pretty solid. I don't know if she made anything, but they spread out pretty nice. So I don't think, unless some balls get moved around and tied up, I don't think this is going to be a super long rack. Let's see where the stripe's going to go after she pockets the 3. That might change things. It changed things for sure. Added a little congestion, but the 2-ball and the 1 still go. This is still runnable. It's just not easy. But it's never easy running out 8-ball on a bar box from the break. There's always so much congestion. Usually, there's at least one ball that has to be manufactured, broken up, or something. I'll take the 2 now. You might even be able to move the 1 as well, but she was coming out for the 1-5 combo next, which there was nothing wrong with that at all. That was actually the best shot, because if she had played the 2 and went into the 1, anytime you move balls, you have a chance of creating additional problems. So she saw a way to solve her problem without moving additional balls, which is always recommended in 8-ball. Got Ben Harvey in the chat, rooting on Monsters of Maine, the Maidens of Maine. Yeah, they're playing like monsters. I haven't seen many of these women from Maine play before, and I'll tell you, very impressed. Very impressed. It was Jane. Jane yesterday played fantastic all day. Really impressed with her game. Stacy as well has won all of her matches I think she's been a part of. If she wins this one, I think she'd be undefeated. Jane, I think Jane might have been undefeated as well. Let me see. She might have lost 1, 2, 3. No, Jane. I believe Jane and Stacy were both undefeated. Or, well, Stacy's on VILLAINcourt, but yeah, why am I talking about Stacy? What am I talking about? Oh, I was talking about who was playing the best. That's right. But yeah, Deborah, Jane, I've played phenomenal for Maidens of Maine. Tammy as well played phenomenal. I mean, they've all played very well. I'm just talking about, the potential. If we're talking potential MVP candidates at this point, I think it would be between Jane, Deb, and Tammy. I think it would be between them. But I think it would have, I don't know. We'll see. We'll get there. Who knows? Maybe we'll see a big comeback here. And what do you guys think in the chat? Who's your MVP prediction from here? If Maidens of Maine was to not necessarily close out this set and win, but just win one way or another from here. Alright, so she can pocket this in the top left. We got Vicky saying they are good shooters from Maine. Yeah, totally agree. Very nice girls. Very good players. Dan says, every Maine player I've seen on this team has not only played really well, but they've also had a high pool IQ. Good decision making all weekend. I hadn't noticed that, but now that you say it, I really agree. I kind of think by the way I'm seeing most of them play, I kind of think they're at least half the team, if not more, might be from a 9-foot pool room. Might have a 9-foot pool room as a home room, because they all have very good strokes as well. They move the cue ball easily than most, which you typically see out of 9-foot players because they're used to moving the cue ball farther. Joanne was actually saying, we were commentating a match of Jane's yesterday, and she was saying, she was complimenting Jane's game and saying, I'd like to see, she was actually saying, I bet she's a 9-foot player based on what we were seeing out of her. Ah, Vicky, that's your daughter-in-law, Deb. That's awesome. Yeah, she's been playing fantastic. Looking to try to close this out for her team and advance to the finals. So they do have a big issue here, though, which is the stripe in the bottom right side of the table is highly, highly tied up and congested. What is that, the 12 ball? So, I mean, all you could really do, and this is like straight and on the rail, which is pretty tough. All she can try to do is get the cue ball in this general area to try to leave a cross corner bank here. And that was a great shot. I know it didn't look like much, but that was a great shot. She did the best she could do to give Becca a very, very, very tough bank on this stripe. You have to use a bunch of inside English. It's very hard to get it to go down table enough. We'll probably see this ball, if it misses, go high like that. But it basically went back to where it started. And Stacy and Sarah, they're going to have to play safe. And Stacy was... so you'll see a lot of players get up there and roll that 5 and cue ball to the rail and still have the 5 in a bad spot there. She very cleverly banked it off the rail enough to where it's not a bad congested ball anymore. It can even be used. It could be like cut in the side and have the cue ball go into those problem balls later on in the rack to try to solve it. And I believe that was a foul. Yep. So Sarah with ball in hand. And great opportunity here. You're down 3-1. It's win or go home at this point. And this is a great opportunity to pull it back to 3-2. And, you know, the key in pool, a big key in pool that people don't talk about much, is applying pressure to your opponent. I don't want my opponent ever to be comfortable. I want to apply maximum pressure all the time. With a 3-1 lead, your opponent's not feeling much pressure. You win this rack here, and you make it 3-2, and they can feel the heat. You know, they can feel you catching up. They feel you running behind them. You know that you're not going anywhere, and that applies pressure. Even though you're losing, you are applying pressure, and that's a positive. So, little funny here. They're talking it out. You know, what pattern do you like here? I don't know if she was talking, do you want me to go down for the one in the side or bring it up for the corner? What would you prefer? So I like the side there for this reason here. If you over-roll it or get funny, you still have the corner. And if you had over-rolled it even more to like here, you have that corner. And if you over-roll it over here, you get the side. So you have to think about, if you don't hit your spot, which path gives you more options. And they run out and do their job there, and they pull it to 3-2, and they're looking to apply pressure to Maidens of Maine. All right, Stacy to break. And good little chunk of that rack. Didn't break up too well, so we have some congestion for solids. This rack this rack could have, we could see a good amount of innings in this rack, but not necessarily. If chances are we see stripes taken first, and if that bottom left corner gets clear, then the 4 ball can later be used, maybe even the 3. The 3 might go on the bottom left, but I don't think it does, but the 4 does, and that could be used to open up all those. So you never know. You never know. I mean, they could run out stripes right now, but it's very tough because of the 8 ball and the 210, I believe that is up, or the 212, I think that is up table. And this is a funny spot right now. You can play the 14 off the 15 and into the side pretty easily. Oh, the 9 went clean. Oh, look at this. Look at this. So the 9 went clean. She made the 9. Probably had to hit it perfect. Didn't have the whole pocket. And more importantly, solved that problem there. Hit that a little weak. Would have liked to have gotten, what would you use there? A little low right. Would have had that cue ball spin off more towards the 15. But this is still okay. You'd like to hit the 14 full. So she hit it a little thin, but still have a chance. You need to pocket the 10. You need to go through here. You need to miss the 5. You can't hit the 5. If you do, you have to feather it very, very gently. And you have to be like here to provide yourself an angle to pocket the 14 and go into the 8. But they were asking for a lot. And that angle she had was doable. It would have been fine on the 14, but asking for a lot. So now I'd love to see Sarah make the 5 and drift down to about here. Oh, she might have went straight into him there, which it's not terrible, but she definitely didn't execute like she intended. Got to be a little careful here. Well, not really, because the 8-ball is tied up. So the 8-ball is tied up, but there's 2 stripes around that can help untie it up. So you got to be careful here. You don't want to run yourself into less and less options. I would look at maybe somehow dealing with something now before you get too carried away taking balls off the table. You don't want to just run all your balls and then worry about your problem all the way at the end, because sometimes you end up solving the problem for your opponent. And you make return safeties a lot easier, because the more balls you have on the table, the harder it is to play safe in 8-ball. So, you know, as long as you can run 8 balls or 7 balls in any order and then the 8, you don't have to worry about taking balls off the table. They're helpful. They're blockers for pockets. You use them to go into your other balls that are tied up and manufacture shots. You can't do any of those things if the balls are gone, if they're off the table. You can't play safe behind a ball that doesn't exist. And you see a lot of players just give racks away in 8-ball by not paying attention to those little details. So Stacy with ball in hand here, and I'm kind of, well, yeah, I guess the 6. I don't know if this, yeah, I guess. I don't know, though. Yeah, I guess dealing with the 6 first is okay, because you can save the 4, pocket the 4, and go into these with the cue ball. Or the 7 does go, but Yeah, I think this is what their plan was, to leave an angle, pocket the 4, come up, go into them, spread these open. Now you got to be careful here because it's very easy to miss it on this side of the cluster. Oh, maybe she might be looking at loading it up with inside English, right-hand English, and pocketing the 4 and having the cue ball come up to around here, so that, whose shot would it be? So that then Stacy could pocket the 7 in the bottom right and have the cue ball go into the 3, which would actually push it towards the side, off the 8 probably. Or she's oh, she's playing it now. I don't know about playing it now. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that, because yeah, that was not the right shot there. Now trouble, because the 8 ball goes, and it looks like the 10 goes, and it looks like the 14 goes. So trouble. Yeah, Dan, I hear you. Okay. Deb, who's been playing super solid, did not hit that one her best. I think she would be the first to agree. And Team VILLAINcourt with an opportunity. I think we're going to see a safe behind the 8-3. Or maybe she was trying to get underneath the 4. Either way, yeah, she was pointing for the 8-3. She overran it. Anytime you thin a ball and play safe, it's very easy to overrun like that. By quite a bit. You can overrun by a lot. It's tough. Those real soft, thin hits. Cue ball can get away from you quick. But this is a super tough leave. Jacked up over the 4, bridging out of the pocket. Yeah, that was... Oh, doesn't want to scratch. Ooh, gets a fortunate roll. Double, maybe a triple fortunate roll there. Doesn't scratch in the corner. The 10 ties up the 7. And she might be corner hooked from playing the 4 in the corner. That might have been a triple roll. No scratch, tie up the 7, and hook her on the 4. Triple roll. So very wise here. Solve your problem. But you got to be careful here, because if you give up a look on the 10, okay, very, very well done there. Good luck at making this 10. I can't. Good luck. I mean, there's a shot, but you literally have to go like to the right with a bunch of left at just the right speed to go rail first, make that ball, and then the cue ball darts up table with all the spin. And I don't mind. Well, if she gave up the 7, she made a big mistake. If she didn't give up the 7, then I don't mind this shot, because I think she did give up. I don't know. Yeah, I might have to... no, I don't think she has to swerve. I think probably just spin it in with some left. Yep, good shot. Good shot. But, little flat on the 4. So that's why Stacy's looking at the side. She would have loved the cue ball to have been like here. And she could have came around for the 3 in the same pocket. But because she's so straight on the 4, it really limits the options. So I think she's looking at using high right and coming 2 rails and out for the 3 in the corner or the side. Yeah. And gave her a look at the corner. Definitely not easy. But what's nice about it is your cue ball should land in this general area somewhere, depending on what English she uses, and should provide a pretty nice 8 ball in the bottom right corner if she can get this 3 ball down. But it's very tough. She hit it. Looks like she hit it very well. Great shot. Great shot. And Stacy's going to have a very nice look at this 8-ball. Now, she may not have the whole pocket here. It looks like that straight ball is taking away a little bit of the pocket. But I think she's the favorite here. Yep, great shot. Nice shot, Stacy. And just like that, knots it up 3-3. Team VILLAINcourt fighting back. All right, back at a break. She's got such a solid stance. She's got more of like a European stance. It looks really solid. All right, Stacy. She's got the, I believe that's the 12 in the bottom right, the 7 in the bottom left, the 2-15 combo in the left side pocket. The ball's opened up pretty good here. Great stroke there, center pocket, nice confident stroke. Kind of a funny spot for the cue ball here. The 15 cannot be made in the corner without scratching, I don't think. Maybe off the point, but very risky. Oh, the 13 does clear the 4 in the bottom right, so that's okay, that'll work. I don't, better have a good plan for next shot, though. Alright, and you know what? It's not a terrible, well, she would have had a good bank on the 10 cross side, but not a terrible miss because now they own that pocket. They control it for now, at least. So Becca's going to pocket the 7. And 5 ball's got big problems. 4 ball's got some problems. We'll probably eventually see the 4 ball comboed into this stripe to try to reclaim that pocket. Unless they can run out from here. But pretty tough. Pretty tough the way these balls are laying. Yeah, right now I think we see the 4-13 combo played. That's just going to be too... And you might be able to free up the 5-14 at the same time. I think that's what I would do. It's a little aggressive because your opponents could have an opportunity to run out behind you, but they're going to have an opportunity to run out no matter what when you don't. So at least you're playing on a level playing field of you both can run out. Okay. I think she went after a back cut on the 6 there. Take another look at that. I think she called the bottom left corner, tried to back cut the 6. Got a good bump on that, what is that, the 13 ball? And freed up the bottom right corner. So now Solids has a chance, a better chance. The 6 ball is a little funny, but Yeah, so Stacy didn't have much to shoot at. Becca might not have much to shoot at either here. I don't know. I don't know if the six. She'd love the 6 to go in the bottom right corner, but I don't think she does. So I think she can back cut and pocket this 14. It's thin. Yeah, very thin. Uh-oh, cue ball. Cue ball. Yikes. Found the drink. So Deb and Becca, ball in hand. I think it's Deborah's shot at the table. So I'm going to start with the 6 ball. It must not go in the bottom left, so she's going to play it in the top right. No problem. So now the 4 and the 5 are major concerns. Have to be addressed. And this is... I'd like to see her pocket the 4 and draw into the 5, trying to push the 5 towards the corner for a shot next. Okay, so that didn't work. So, but they still have a chance. So you pocket the 2, and then you have to pocket the 3, and then you have to come back for the 5 in the bottom left. Needs an angle. Has an angle, but tree-topped over the 11. This is tough. I don't know about this one. This is tough. Maybe some English to try to thread the needle, and I mean, this is just... If she gets this done, I mean, that was just asking for a whole lot there. But, you know, you got to swing. You got to shoot at it. You got to try. But some shots are just double tough. And I don't see anything super easy here. Looks like she's got to cut I believe that's the 12 or the 10 in the side pocket, which is no hanger, and there is a scratch in the left side pocket. Okay. It was tough, and she was a little unlucky to come to the table with that many stripes on the table and not have an easy shot. And Deborah, look at the 3 here, but that ball down table, I think it's a 5, is it's going to be very, very troublesome from here on out. I don't know. She'd love to be able to bank it. I don't know if she can miss the 9. I don't think so. She could try to back bank it and thread the needle to the corner. Is that even possible? Yeah, it looks possible. But very, very difficult. Yeah, she might not even... The 8 ball might be blocking that enough of the 5. I wonder if she'd go rail first. I don't think so. Alright, so using it as a blocker. Just going to congest up Team VILLAINcourt's out here. If you're VILLAINcourt, you don't mind clearing a couple balls here, but not many. 1 or 2. And it's nice when you're moving balls around to put them close to the hole. Just make your run out in the future a lot easier. Stacy and Sarah have the best of it right now by a lot. I think that was a foul. Nope, I was wrong. Good hit. All right, so now the 5 does go. So Stacy and Sarah can't mess around. Now, you can start with the 10, because if you miss it, you're not giving up a shot. If it rolls off on you, if anything goofy happens, no problem. It's free. No longer any free shots though. Now you have to be a little bit careful here. If you back cut this ball and miss it, and your cue ball comes out, you might give up a shot on the 5. So you got to be careful. You got to make sure you make it. Got to make sure you don't scratch the side. That would really hurt. But Sarah's been hitting the ball pretty good. I think she's just fine here. She just has to make up her mind. She got up and down. Yeah, I like hitting at that speed. It wasn't as thin as I originally thought. So they're in business here. You can go 9, 13, 15, 8. I think that's the move. Now, the only thing you don't want to do on the 8 is I mean, you really want your... does she have the angle? I think so. I think she can get to the rail and out. But you don't want to leave the cue ball, you know, like here. You know, you really want to... Yeah, that's not good. That's, so long... Now, she's off the rail. The rail's not the end of the world here, but being a little bit straight like this makes it harder to move the cue ball. Now Stacy has to either pick between using a bunch of low left and coming down, you know, in that general area, or trying to stun through it and force the angle, which I don't think that's a good decision. Oh, okay, so she tried to muscle it around and go 3 rails, and she hit it pretty good. She hit it pretty good. Nothing wrong with that shot. I didn't think she had enough angle to be able to get the cue ball with that much motion on it, but she did. She hit that very good. And what's nice about this is you back cut it, and if you miss it, you hit it the speed where your cue ball just goes up table. You know, just don't scratch. Obviously, don't flirt with that top right corner. Even if you want to use a bunch of spin, you could spin it and have your cue ball come real tight like that. Either way, it's just you can shoot it where if you miss it, you don't have to lose the game. Big shot here. Big shot. 3-3. Team VILLAINcourt looking to stop the bleeding and stay alive. They're desperately trying to change the momentum. And Sarah, I'm sorry, yeah, Sarah hits the ball really good there. Pocket C8, 4-3 lead. And Team VILLAINcourt on the hill, fighting back. I believe they were down 3-1 in this set. So 3 in a row to reach the hill. Sarah to break. Up 4-3. Looks dry. So Becca at the table. Looks like she's going to start with the 15. It would be nice if she could break open that 14-9 right here. Yeah, I think she was trying to get something out of that cue ball there, caused her to miss the object ball. Stacy better hope she has the... Oh, she's got the 4, I think she's looking at. I don't think she's got it. She looks real tight on that 5, but she should have the 14 in the bottom left. I think that's what she's looking at now. Long stretch. Bridge requested. Thank you. Our referee today is Dave Massey, doing a great job. So Sarah looking to bank this 13 off the 4. Almost got a good bump off the 4. Now solids has some work to do here. The 3-5 is a little tricky. It's gonna have to be solved. If they can get the 4 off the table, then the 3 goes in the same pocket in the bottom right. But pretty hard to get the 4 off the table without moving everything and then getting back around on the other side of the 3. And then that 2 balls up table, which may only have the top right corner. I don't know if it has the top left. The 3-5 combo might be worth playing. The 3 into the 5 to the corner. And yeah, I don't know. We'll see. That's a tough one, but it's not terrible. Looks like it lays decent. Yeah, so she was trying to get over for the 2. And pretty good leave. I don't think the 11 goes, nope. So she'll probably play that 10 or 12 ball in the side. Good shot. Great shot. Look at the speed. Held her up real, like, perfect for the 9. Now Sarah can just pocket the 9, roll forward. Now you do go forward, but you don't want to leave your partner straight on the 13. That's a little too straight for my liking. Now, it's not terrible because of where this 10 ball lays. It's basically, you can just play a stop shot. You'd like to maybe draw just a hair to like here. So your partner has the 10 in the corner next. Yeah, that'll do. Nothing wrong with that. Pocket the 10. Your cue ball looks like it's going this way, towards the rail a little bit. Probably going to use some natural follow here. It's just a little bit more comfortable pocketing the object ball. Great shot there. Would have loved that cue ball out more towards like here. Would have made position going from the pocketing that 15 in the corner back to the 11 in the top left corner next a lot easier. She almost wants to, I know right now she's thinking, man, I would love to just shoot the 11 now and come down. Because the problem with shooting the 15 is your cue ball is naturally going this way, which is not the way you want to be going to play shape on the 11. So all she really could do off this 15 here is try to like hold the cue ball and kill it like here. Leave her partner a real thin cut on the 11 in the top left. Yeah, I think this is a wise move. I know a lot of people are probably watching this thinking, what is going on here? But I think she's making a very, very good decision here. Great shot. Great shot. And it's tough shooting those shots because if you miss it, you feel not so good, you know, because you're thinking your partner's going to be like, well, you had an easy shot. Why'd you shoot the hard one? But there's a lot of pressure on that shot she just shot. And she hit it great. And this could be a run out for the set. Yep, pretty good look. Top left corner. And this would be for the set. And this would bring it to 6-4 in favor of Maidens of Maine. Oof, hit it good, but just a little outside. So Maidens of Maine still alive. They should maybe shoot the 1 now. If you can hold for the 5 next in the corner, if it goes. That 3-5 is a problem. Now, if she can do this too, she could pocket the 2 and have her cue ball come down for the 1 in the side next to then go after the 3-5. They got to solve that 3-5. Oh boy. Now, if she was like here, way easier. You pocket the 4 and come around for these. It's good to get the 4 off the table now, because then both the 3 and the 5 go to the corner. Oh, the 3 goes in the side. Okay, so now they're going to play for the 3 in the side. And that opens up everything. That opens up the 5, as long as you don't freeze like right on top of it. And the angle actually does look pretty straight. This actually could be funnier than it looks. And Becca misses the 3 in the side. It was definitely no hanger. And I believe that was Sarah that just walked up. Looking to pocket this 8 for the win. Pull within 6-4. And Sarah gets it done. Stacy and Sarah get it done. Keeping their team alive. And let's see what we got here. All right, so we're going to be moving into 10 ball now, singles 10 ball, and we're going to be seeing Becca, who was just out there, play captain Elise VILLAINcourt for Team VILLAINcourt. So give us about 10 minutes, guys, and we'll be right back with you. Alright, sorry guys, just had to use the bathroom real quick. Looks like we're picking up the action here. Rack 1. Singles, we have Becca Ellis versus Elise VILLAINcourt. Captain of Team VILLAINcourt. Trying to keep the train moving here. Daughter of Palmer Byrd in this Palmer Byrd Cup here. Palmer was a staple in the Connecticut pool scene. The women's, one of the founding members of the WPBA. Used to come to World Championship. Spent some time with her. She was a great woman. Great cup they're doing here for her. And Maidens of Maine has a 6-4 lead in sets in this race to 7 set format. So a lot of pressure on Elise here. A little bit extra than anybody else. I know more than anybody how she feels right now, and definitely a tough spot to be in. It seems like it's never easy in the spot she's in right now. You just never seem to break and get, you know, like a quick combo or just anything easy. It just seems like it's always going to be like pulling teeth, but maybe she'll have better success than I've had in the past in this type of situation. So Becca has a look at the 3. Makes a good shot there. Looks like, yeah, gonna have a good look at the 5. And the 6 ball's right up there too. Good. Good shot there to hold for the 6. Oh, a little bit more right hand. It was the right shot, but needed a little bit more right hand English to get that cue ball down table more, closer to the 7. This is a lot more difficult being on the rail like this. Great shot there. With that, very nice. She knew she was going to run into the 10. So she hit it a little extra firm to try to not get buried on that bottom rail. Now this is a little tricky here. You pocket the 8 in the side, and you'd like to like stun and use a little bit of right and get to that top short rail and have the right bring you towards the 9. She missed the 8. And looks like Elise is going to have a good look at it here. Slow left hand inside English, pocket the 8 in the side pocket, because the cue ball looks like it's going to be coming this way a little bit, so the left hand English kind of fights back towards this way, so you have a decent look at the 9 in the bottom right. If you can't get away with that shot, you could go around the 9 like that. And she bumped it, and it looks like she's going to have a pretty good look at the side here. Yeah, I think she can pocket it in the side with just a little bit of follow and just roll forward for the 10. Yep, just like that. And Elise is going to make short work of this rack, get on the board, take a 1-0 lead for her team. All right, back at a break. Try break, and Elise is going to have a good look at the 1. 3 ball's in a terrible spot. It's in your natural line of your position to get to the 2. This is tricky. Yeah, that 3 ball was just in a terrible spot. So you can play the 2 in the bottom left, but it's going to be really hard to get that cue ball back up table. She could play safe. She has options. She can do whatever she wants here. I think she's going to play safe. Yeah, try to use the 6 ball. Good shot. Well done. This is very tough kick. All I see is up here with right hand English. That brings you this way. That's about all I see here. But the 3 ball is kind of in your natural line, so you have to aim considerably to the left of the 3 with right hand English. Oh, she went, okay, so she went to the right side of the 3 with a bunch of left hand English to straighten the cue ball out. Nothing wrong with that. You could go either way. I think going to the left side of the 3 with right hand English is a little bit more predictable than going to the right side of the 3 with a bunch of left hand English. I think the left hand English is a lot tougher to predict how it's going to come out, but we got Brittany in the chat rooting on Elise. How you doing, Brittany? Thanks for tuning in. And Elise bumped the 7 there. She didn't want to bump that. I don't think she has the edge to cut it in, so she'll probably kick from behind it and try to play safe. Oh boy. Oh, she found the pocket. Now, at least the 3 ball hung. It's at least one additional ball on the table Becca's going to have to deal with. Yeah, she's got to get good on this 4 to get to the 5 correctly. So that 3 ball hanging definitely helped. Yeah, see, now she's in trouble. If she had ball in hand going just from the 4 to the 5, it would have made life a lot easier. But this, now she's got to pocket this ball and either stun out to the left long rail and back out to like center table, or try to go forward. Yeah, like that. That was the shot. And she hit it very well, but it looks like she's going to hit the 6. She can pocket the 5. Cue ball looks like it has to hit the 6. Now, if she hits it really thin, she might get away with it. If she hits it thick enough to double kiss, she might get away with it. But that she's not going to get away with. That is not going to work. But she didn't have too many options there. You know, she made a great shot just to give herself a chance for that shot. And just didn't get away with it. So she's going to kick 2 rails behind the 6, call it in the side. She can make it clean, or it could even hit into the 9, off the 9, and in the side. So very clever way to call it. And not a bad leave. Long and straight, stuck on the rail. I mean, this is one of my least favorite shots. Long and straight, and you're supposed to just roll it in. Probably my least favorite shot. Yeah, I don't mind giving that one back. Now, if I'm Becca, and I have to shoot it, I might jack up here and stun and use like maybe a little bit of draw. That way, if you miss it, the 6 ball has a very high chance of leaving the pocket, leaving the area. Oh, she can't even make it. She got to kick rail first. And I'm assuming she called it at that bottom right corner, and she hit it pretty good, but she missed it. And Elise is going to have a good look at the 6 hanging. Oh, didn't want to hit that 8. That's big problems. Big trouble. She's got to kick at either the top short rail or the left long rail. If you kick at the left long rail that she's looking at, you have a much higher chance of kicking the 7 in the top right corner. I don't know if she called it or called safe. Oh, she might be able to see it. Oh, no, she couldn't see it. She did kick, yep. but made a good hit, but didn't get a good leave. So Becca with a great opportunity to run out here and make it 1-1. She has an angle to go 7 to the 8. Yep. Doesn't want to be on the rail. Side pocket might help. Okay, side pocket bailed her out a little bit here. Now she can get low on the cue ball, which is what she wants to do. Have to jack up a little bit, making pocketing the 8 a little tougher, but it's a lot better than being stuck on the rail. That's for sure. Great shot there. You'll actually see some high amateurs and pros play position to like hang in the side like that because they know they can comfortably bridge it. Great shot there, well controlled. And it looks like Becca is going to put up a fight here and try to get this over with and try to seal the deal for Maidens of Maine. But Elisa's going to have something to say about that. So 1-1. What do you guys think? Any predictions in this one? 1-1. We got a nice battle going on. Does Maidens of Maine close it out, or does Team VILLAINcourt keep it rolling? So they were down 6-3. If Elise wins this set and they pull to 6-5, that's 2 out of 4 of the sets they'd have to win in a row. So they'd be, if they win this, if Elise can get it done here and win this one, they're halfway home to the comeback. But more importantly, they're starting to apply pressure and they're changing momentum. Elise hit those really good. She hit them about as square as you could. And I think a 4-railer went in on the 2-ball. Yeah, I think so. She has an opening look at the 1, but it's very thin and close to the rail. Now, the 3-ball is not too far away, so that helps. Oh, boy. Used a little bit of inside there, which pulled the cue ball up table. Went back and forth, found the top left corner for a scratch. So Becca with ball in hand. And she's very fortunate to have ball in hand right here in the rack. Oh, the 4-ball is there on the table. I take it back. Take it back. I thought she was going to be able to go straight from the 3 to the 5, which is one of the probably the trickiest spot on the table to be. Because you want to get pretty straight on the 5, which is hard to do where the 6-ball is. So she's going to have to deal with the 4 first. She's going to have to go 3, then the 4, and then get really good on the 5. And this is not ideal to get really good on the 5. I'd like to see her use a bunch of slow, low right and try to spin out in between the 8-10 or something like in that window there. Because, I mean, you really don't have too many good options here. Okay, that's the shot she basically played. She got a little helping hand off the 8. But nothing wrong with that. Now, she fell a little funny here to where I don't know if you can slow roll it in and hold the cue ball. And you're not quite thin enough to where it's easy to go back and forth. She's kind of like in between. So she chose to kill it, which she hit that. Fantastic. But now she has to deal with bridging over the 7. And the 6-ball is no hanger. She'd like to use either all draw or some low left, which would bring the cue ball out to around this type of area after she pockets the 6. But very missable shot, and it makes it way more missable being jacked up over the 7. And then it makes it way more missable knowing that the position is tough. So very tough shot. She missed it. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, please like and share. Send a donation if you can, but if you can't, a like and a share is greatly appreciated. There are donation links in the description of the video. So Elise pockets the 6, has a good look at the 7, but anytime you're on the rail like this, everything is missable. But she hit that great. Nice confident stroke, good follow through. Got really good on the 8. She might even got 2 straight on the 8, but at worst you just roll forward and it reduces the cut in the 9, just like that. Yep. Vicky, thanks for liking the stream. So I'd like to see her put a little bit of left on this and just drift down for the 10 in the bottom right. Just like that. A little bit high on the ball, but that's okay. You always, like, commonly a 9 ball and 10 ball, the money ball is like right here. And it's way better to stay on the high side than ever flirt with coming below the 10. Oh, yeah, she knew. So I think she had a little bit of a letdown on her position. She was like, man, I think I should have got better than that. And that's probably what caused her to miss that 10. If Becca had missed the 10 and left her the one that she shot, she probably makes it at a way higher percentage. But when you know that your expectations weren't met, that you fell a little short, if for whatever reason, we all missed that money ball a lot more afterwards. So Becca, I believe that's to take a 2-1 lead. I believe scorekeeping out there is maybe lagging behind a rack. But like 98% sure it's, yeah, there it is. 2-1 Becca. And 2-ball. 2-ball. Friendly 2-ball. Oh, she made 3 balls on the break. Monster break. How's a look at the 1 in the top right corner, but a scratch on the side is a major concern. Great shot there to pocket the 1, but very, very difficult cut shot on the 3 here. Now, it's makeable, and the position is fairly automatic, as long as you don't hit the 7 and get stuck on the right long rail. Oh, she went with the bank. She went with the bank there. And Elise, we'll probably have a look here, top right corner. Position to the 5 is super difficult here. I mean, it was very tough just to make the 3, but to try to get position on the 5 there too, it was a very tough shot. And it doesn't look like she left much here. She'll probably just bank it down table and leave the cue ball up table. I'd like to see her bank it 2 rails and try to miss the 5 and bring it down table and just leave the cue ball up table. She might try to cut this in. Watch the cue ball come flying back at the bridge for a potential foul. So I like razor cutting balls in, but I don't like it when the cue ball's flying back at me like this, and I got the bridge that I got to get out of the way as well. This is tough. What? Are you kidding me? Look, oh. Yeah, she just cleared the 5. I don't know if she's going to have a look at the 5, but look at this shot. Look how thin this is. And you got to pull the cue and the bridge away. That was a fantastic shot. That was the level of difficulty on that shot. Just to pocket the ball and pull the cues out of the way. That was a great shot. Fantastic shot. Now, she didn't get much of a reward on the 5 here. There is a bank. We did see her go in on a bank a couple shots ago. And she went in on this one, and she missed it on the correct side. So she missed it coming in. Oops. She missed it coming in like this way of the pocket. So it leaves you the top rail for safety. If you bank it to this rail, it comes out like this, and you sell out. So she missed it on the correct side. They call that the pro. Look at this shot. They call that the pro side when you miss on the correct side. Now, that is a phenomenal safety. Look at this. Look at the inside English catch. That's a phenomenal shot there. That's I don't know which one was harder, that safe or the ball that Becca cut in, because both of those were extremely difficult. Oh, we got a husband in the house. What's up, buddy? Oh, inside joke. I gotcha. I gotcha. Dan's talking about the safe. Yeah, that safe was very impressive. So at least with ball in hand. It's going to have a look at the 6 here. But it's not going to be easy. Looks like she will make contact with the 9. I'd like to see her use some low right. Mainly the right. Oh, she's calling the 10. So she's going to carom the thin cut the 6 into the 9, into the 10, into the bottom left corner. Looks like it lays fairly good. Yeah, it's worth a shot. I see what she was doing. Worth a shot. She didn't have too much to work with. Had she had tried to play the 6, the cue ball was going into the 9 anyways. And kind of going away from the 7, so I don't mind it. She could have left a lot tougher than this. She got a little unfortunate to leave what appears to be a slow roll on the side for natural shape on the 7. Oh, she took the corner. So she must have an angle going up table too severe for to hold for the corner. So she chose to take this corner instead of the side so that the 7 would be easier. And makes a great shot there. And looks like Becca is going to run out here and take a 3-1 lead, trying to get it done, trying to seal the deal for her team. And she takes a 3-1 lead. But just like we saw in the last match, a 3-1 lead is not safe. Maidens of Maine did have a 3-1 lead last match, and they ended up losing that match. Nate Johnson, I just received your donation. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. All right, so Elise pushes. And looks like a pretty good push. If I'm Becca, I probably look to hit the left side of the 1 with some left and use the 7-4-2 as blockers. Mainly the 7-4, but if you get behind the 2, it's great. And that's what she tried. It was very difficult, the way the ball's laid. It was tough to accurately control the cue ball off that 1 ball. But she might have done good enough here. She at least may have a thin cut in the side. but she can't really do much with the cue ball. You know, all she could really do is try to cinch the one on the side, and doesn't really provide much on the 2. She's got the shot clock starting to bear down. Yeah, so she said, you know what? I'm just going to play safe, which I think was the best move there. Now, I do think the cue ball fell a little short, and Becca probably has a look at the top left corner. But it's similar to what Elise was facing. It's hard to make the ball and hold for shape on the 2 ball. Yeah, she tried to kill it. She tried to use, I think, some low left and kill it. And the draw turned over on her and became follow before it hit the object ball. So Lisa's going to have a look at the 2, but 3 ball's a little goofy. And now the 4 ball's a little goofy as well. And the 8 ball's a little goofy. So no real picnic here. If she could pocket the 2 and maybe have a carom on the 10 here, I might play the 3-10 carom. Hit the 3, play the 10 with the cue ball on the bottom right. The 9 is a big helper if you hit the 10 a little off and it hits the 9 and goes in. I think that's what she's playing. And I think she got a really good chance here. Great shot. Didn't even use the 9. Great shot, Elise. And that brings us to 3-2. Okay, back at a break. She has a 3-2 lead. She's trying to close it out for Maidens of Maine, but Elise is going to have something to say about that. And looks like a dry break. But 1-4 is a little funny. Elise could hit off the left side of the 1, pocket the 4 with the cue ball, and that sends the 1 over here for a shot next. She decided to play safe behind the 4. Looks like it leaked out. So Becca's got to look at least the bottom right corner, maybe the right side pocket as well. Great shot. I feel like she's a 9-foot player because that's like the 3rd time she's taken the corner instead of the side. And most players are pretty scared of the corner. They like the side. That's their comfort zone. But if you're a 9-foot player on a 7-foot table, you really don't mind the corner because it feels a lot easier than normal. So something tells me that Becca is either a 9-foot player or has played an awful lot on a 9-footer. But I am wrong every once in a couple of years, so I could be wrong. You never know. Every couple of years, it happens. Look, okay, so she was looking to play safe, I believe, behind that cluster, which was good shot selection, but overrolled it. And Elise has a look at the side. Have to be a little careful. If you hit this really thin, there is a scratch in the corner. Oh boy, don't get stuck on the top rail. I don't know if she can back cut this one. She can definitely bank it to where top right corner where she's standing. 5 ball is no picnic anyways, though. Actually, you know what? If you can get your cue ball like in that area, the 5 might just play in the bottom right. Becca and Deb play on 9s. Yep, I knew it. I knew it. I keep my not being wrong streak alive. I knew it. Yeah, no, they both play very impressive. This is the first time I've seen them play. They both play very well, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more of them in the future. And yeah, got to give these girls from Maine a lot of credit. Came down into enemy territory, and they were down 3-0 right away in sets, and now they find themselves up 6-4 in sets. So they've outscored Team VILLAINcourt 6-1 since being down 3-0. But as we know from other cups, past cups, no lead is safe. And the momentum, as we all know from just playing pool in general, momentum is a funny thing in pool. It can switch like a light switch. All right, Becca looks like she can probably cut this in the top left corner. Zach Goldsmith, like in the stream. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you. The man behind Digital Pool right there, everybody watching. Check out Digital Pool. Fantastic software. I'll tell you, the only reason you're even watching this right now with me doing it, at least, is because of Digital Pool. If it wasn't for Digital Pool, I never would have started a tour. But I'm a computer guy. I'm good with software and technology and stuff like that. And I saw the value it brought. And I said, I'm going to run some tournaments. Because this software, you know, just makes it so easy. So much easier than it used to be, at least. It's just great software. So Elise, I don't know if she has the angle to get down table here. She might have to, yeah, go above it with inside. And she went cross side and scratched, which you see quite commonly there where you're fighting the natural line. You know, her cue ball was above the side and she wanted to use a bunch of left to force it down table. So you're fighting the natural tangent line with English. And it's very tough shot. It's tough to predict. So Becca with a big opportunity here. Ball in hand, 4 balls on the table. They all lay good. And if she does get out, this is to reach the double hill. Now, I don't like the path she took there. I think she's supposed to play the 7 in the bottom left and bring the cue ball up this way. I'm not in love with the path she took there. But she's still in business here. You just make the 8 softly with some low left, maybe even just draw, and your cue ball naturally floats over to this general area. You can even go to the rail and out, but then you have to flirt with the side. I like that, just soft. But you gotta make it. You gotta make it. And Elise with a great opportunity here. So anytime you play position on a ball that's hanging in a corner like this, it's very tricky. I think she's better off going rail first here with some right hand English. So jacking up like this, I mean, anything you do here is very tough to control. Wow, that was really good. Don't want to be stuck on the rail. So that was extremely well controlled. She basically was playing for here, and she got very close to it. But being on the rail like that makes that a lot tougher. And she hit that great, but once again, she's got a rail to deal with, and this is tough. This is double tough because she just made the 9, which is like the same shot. It's really tough to keep making these. And she continues to make them. Great out by Elise. And she's not going down without a fight. And she's knotting it up 3-3. We got Eric Johnson in the chat saying nice shot. Let's go Connecticut. We got Jason in the chat saying nice out. Sean, how did I miss that one? Connecticut and Maine aren't really enemies per se. If you include Mass in the conversation, then all of New England is united against Mass. I'm with you, brother. I'm a Yankee fan. I'm a New York fan. I don't like Mass. I don't like roundabouts. I don't like the Red Sox. I don't like the Celtics. I don't like nothing out of there. Everything I've ever done in my life in Mass sucked. Last pool tournament I went there, my BMW got keyed. I hate Mass. I'm sorry, anybody from Mass, but I've had nothing but bad stuff happen in Mass. And I hate roundabouts. Roundabouts are stupid. I'll go to the grave with that one. Roundabouts are stupid. Get rid of them things. All right, back to the action here. Mass is cool. I like the people from Mass. I'm not knocking the people. I don't like something about Mass, though. Your sports teams or something. I don't know what it is. Oh, rotaries, yeah. What do I call roundabouts? Yeah, they call them roundabouts around here, but rotary, same thing. It's the same thing, Erica. It's the same thing. They call them roundabouts over in Connecticut. It's like a, I don't know, a New England slang thing or something. What we call like grinders, and like everywhere else calls them like subs and hoagies and stuff. We have our own language out here in New England. I talk kind of fast. Last time I was down south, they, as soon as I talked, they were all just like, oh, Connecticut. Well, in the pool room, they just called me Connecticut. Oh, Connecticut, yeah. I went in to get cigarettes at a gas station, and the lady was like, slow down, slow down. What do you want? I was like, let me just get Marlboro Black, Red 100s. Wait, what? Marlboro Black, Red 100s? But they're so friendly down south, I'll tell you. Oh, man, Dan, you're going to bury me like that? Ban him. Get him out of here. You, fellow Italian, you're going to do me like that? Oh, my God. Get him out of here. Put him in the bathroom. Put him in the bathroom. All right, back to the action here. Got a little off track. Sorry, guys. Becca looks like she's running out pretty well here. Got a little off on the 6. She can pocket it in the side and go up and down with the cue ball for the 7 in the bottom right. Joseph, thanks for following. Yeah, guys, if you aren't following the page, check it out. I run tournaments in Connecticut. I run a lot of streamed action matches, professional player matches, anything we can get. We've been doing some raffles lately. Doing all sorts of stuff here. Trying to do everything I can. So guys, something goofy just happened with my chat. So I might be a little less responsive to chat. For some reason it disappeared on me, but try my best. I'll just pull up pull open the phone. Use that, I guess. Oh, wonderful. My chat on my phone is not working either. Neither is my rewind or wow, that's fantastic timing. It looks like I'm chatless for a little while. All right, so here we go. Back to the action. 3-3. Maidens of Maine looking to close it out. Team VILLAINcourt looking to mount the comeback and keep it going. Becca with a good hit on the 6. And Elise going to have a good look here. She can pocket the 6, bottom left corner. She's got an angle to get back up table. She has options. She can go spin and go out this way. Or she can come up more natural like this way, but then you have to deal with the side or the 9. And looks like 50-yard line. Yep, looks like 50-yard line. I don't see, there's really not any like lockup safeties here. I think you're best off just banking the 7 up and down. And, you know, if you leave your cue ball anywhere over there, no big deal. Just as long as you take care of the 7. If that gets behind the 9, oh, I hit the 9. Not what she intended there. If it had just missed the 9, then it would have been well executed. But I believe Becca's going to have a little cut in the side here. Being on the rail like that makes this a lot tougher. Now, lucky for her, fortunate for her, the 9 is close. So she really just has to focus on making the 7. And she said, you know, not only do I want to make the 7, I want to come out for the 9 in the same pocket. I want to run these out comfortably. And she did fall a little short here. She can cut the 9 in the side. She could even play it in the corner. The side's more natural because it brings you towards the 10. But you might run into the 10. So she's choosing the corner. And she can use high right. Yeah, I think she used some inside there. She overcut it, but not a terrible leave. Elise really would have liked that 9 to go a little higher in front of the side. But at 3-3 in this spot, that would be way too convenient. So she's going to try to cut it in, and it's tough. She hit it pretty good, but she did overcut it. And Becca's going to have a look at the 9 in the top right. She's kind of at the 50 where she can slow spin it low right and hold for the 10 in the bottom left. Or she can try to pocket the 9 in the top right and try to cross over for the 10 in the bottom right. I think she's better off doing that. And she agrees, but I always tell people, don't get below the 10. You always want to stay either even with it or preferably above it. So basically, just to try to simplify it, if you get below it, that's the worst place you could be. If you get above it, that's the worst place you could be. And normally that ball is like here, where you can cut it in when you're above it. But this is a tough shot here. Oh, wow, she hit it great. And she avoided the scratch. Let's take another look at that one. Great shot there. Oh, I see chat real quick. Jeremy Jones of the MakeaScoreTour, nice commentary. I didn't see the name who put it up real quick. I just read it real quick, but thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. I don't know why my chat... I've never seen the chat screen that I use fail me before. But, I guess if something's gonna fail, I don't mind it being in the chat, because that's one of the few things that could fail and still keep the show running here. Actually, it might be working again. Oh, it's working again. We're back in business, chat. We're back in business. Okay, Becca and Maidens of Maine have reached the double hill. They have 6 sets. They're on the hill in sets, and they have 4 games, and they're on the hill in games. They are on the double hill. It is officially panic zone if you're Team VILLAINcourt. It is win or go home. And if this match is the last one, don't go anywhere. we are going to have the MVP presentation and the Sportsmanship Award presentation coming up. It is going to take about 10 to 15 minutes for the losing team to vote for the winning MVP and the winning team to vote for the Sportsmanship Award on the losing team. It takes about 10-15 minutes. I'm not going to end the stream and restart. I'm not going to record it and post it later. It's going to be live. You're going to watch this stream. It's going to be on this normal camera view. There's obviously the match will be over at this point eventually. And the stream is just going to, all of a sudden, it's going to change from this view to a view out there where you can see it like you're there in person. And I move around. You can see different camera views and stuff, different people. It's a feature I've been working on for a little while. I really want to implement it in some other parts of the game. You know, maybe pre-match interview, post-match interview. Maybe the player break. I go around the room real quick. You guys can just see who's in the room, what's going on. Even like setting up a mobile camera view temporarily, like a second or third camera option just for one match. There's a bunch of things that I could do with it, but I'm still working on perfecting it. So I do apologize if there's any issues with it when we do get there and I use it. There has been, the video is pretty good. The audio has given me a couple problems in the past, so we'll see. I'm working on it. But we'll get there when we get there. And Elise is looking to just play safe here, move him around, not give up anything easy. She really would have liked that cue ball to have been frozen to the rail. That makes this a lot tougher. Smart shot there. She could have pocketed the ball in the bottom right corner, but it came with some risk. It wasn't a hanger. She knew she could get behind the fork. And Elise makes a great hit there. And I don't know, I think if you're Becca, you try to hit the right side of the, oops. I think if you're Becca, you try to hit the right side of the 1. And you try to just float your cue ball off the top short rail, behind the 3. You might even get coverage behind the 7, the way the 1 goes into the 7. And great shot. She got a little fortunate because she did hit the 3 going in, which usually foils this shot. But she hit it so thin that the cue ball didn't really change its trajectory enough to foil its path. So great shot there. I mean, this is I think she's just given up all in hand because there's really not much she could do there. Normally you can try to tie up balls or something, but I mean, she really had nothing there. We got Lisa in the chat rooting on her friend Becca. And San rooting on Becca. San, that last name looking pretty familiar. Looking pretty familiar. And Becca's got a chance to run out for the set here. It's not easy. It's definitely not easy. And that's why it's not easy, is because that 5 ball. The whole key was getting through the 5 and the 6, and once you get to the 7, it looks good. This part that she's on, you know what? Really tough. I don't think she has the natural tangent line. I think she has to go beyond the natural line with maybe a little bit of reverse. And you hit this really slow, and you call the 5. You hit it really slow. If you pocket the 5, your cue ball lingers there, and you have a shot at the 6, and she could kick this in and run out. It's not easy by any means, but I like to think as optimistic as possible. If I'm at the table, I think super optimistic. If I'm in the chair, think pretty negatively. rather be at the table. That's all I know. Okay, so this is no good. This is... I might give this one... I don't know. I might give this one back. I'm assuming Becca called the 5 in the side and Elise has option. I might give this one back. There's just... From what the view I have, I just don't see much productivity being done here. That's not bad. She can't get locked up behind the 7. But what Becca probably can't... Well, no, she's looking at back cutting the 5 in the side, trying to run out. I think she'd be better off hitting our left side of the 5 and trying to wedge the cue ball down here behind the 8. I think she executes pretty damn good, and I think it's in her wheelhouse. It's not that I don't think she can make the 5, it's that the position on the 6 is so difficult that I just don't know if it's worth trying. So, like, if she had made the 5, you see what I'm saying with the position? It was so difficult that, you know, you might be better off playing safe. But this is basically as good as a safe right here. Lisa, I think, is just going to slow roll and try to use the 8. And she did. Good shot. She might have given up an edge, but I don't think she gave up nearly enough for the ball to be pocketed. Maybe pocketed in the top left corner, but I don't think the side. Becca's looking at the side, but I don't think so. Now she's looking at the corner. And she's a little fortunate here because it looks like you can pocket the 5 in the top left corner and use the 8 ball as a stopper for the cue ball to hold position for the 6. Might have to put like a little bit of left or a little bit of draw on it just to hit the 8. Yeah, look at this. Great speed. Great shot. Oh, what happened? What just happened? I don't know. It wasn't a foul because it wasn't ball in hand. I don't know what just happened. What? I mean, I don't know. Maybe she was trying to play safe, and I don't know. I'm very interested on that one. I mean, that was a great opportunity for her to run out for the win. Yeah, she called. Yeah, I mean, that's the only logical thing that could happen is she called safe. I just don't understand why. And a little tester here because the angle's going towards the 10, like towards the rail. That's what. See how hard she had to hit it just to give herself a back cut on the 10, and she hit it great. She did as good as she could have done there. A lot of pressure on a shot like this. She knows. If she misses it, it's over. There's a lot of pressure on this. I know it looks so simple, but that pressure. Great shot, Elise. And that makes it Hill. Trying to come back from a 3-1 deficit 2 matches in a row. And I don't know. I bet you it's getting a little extra serious out there all of a sudden. Team Maidens from Maine might be starting to feel the footsteps a little bit. But got to get through this match first. And it's far from over. Great break. Great break, and she's got a great look at the 1. Now, 1 to the 2 is tricky. It's going to take some work. Brittany in the chat saying great out, Elise. Yeah, sure was. Sharing that one. Hill thriller. Oh, look at this. Pockets the 1, got down table enough for the 2. Now the 5 ball's in a terrible spot. I might aim for the 5. Oh, is that the 4 ball up table or the 8? It doesn't matter yet. I probably pocket the 2 and aim my cue ball at the 5. Just like that. Great shot. And that pushed the 5 to a really nice spot on the table, too. Now, major concern is, I believe that's the 4 ball next to the 10 and the 6. by where her hand is. And that's a really tough ball to get position on. Great shot there. Couldn't have asked for much more than that. She has the side or the corner. She's looking for the side. You just have to be, depending on the angle, that 6 ball could haunt you. You just got to be careful. Oh, she had a good angle going into the 6. Okay. I thought the angle was going behind it. Okay, perfect. Roll this in. Then you have the 6, and then the 7, 9, 10. But Hill, captain of the team, daughter of Palmer Byrd. A lot of pressure on this, guys. A lot of pressure. So she wants to choose now either to go high right, which does bring a 2-rail scratch into the side in play. Flirting. But I knew I couldn't commentate or curse it if I said it. I was doing the reverse there. You guys see what I was doing. All right. Just got to stay focused here. Keep executing. She's gotten through this rack extremely well so far. The positional shot up table for the ball on the side earlier was phenomenal. Even the 1 to the 2 was not easy. And she bumped out the 5 to hold the cue ball earlier. I mean, she made like 3 or 4 great shots in this out already. And she's got a good look at the 10 here. It's long and straight. I don't know about straight, but it's definitely long. And a little bit awkward off the rail. Big shot. And Elise gets it done. Back from a 3-1 deficit 2 matches in a row. And a strong break and run Hill. And that is going to bring us to 6-5. Wow, what an exciting match that was. And a break and run clutch on the Hill. Okay, so our... Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Things are crashing. Not good, not good. Still live? Yeah, you appear to still be live at least. Okay. Got to get this scoreboard back so I can get this next match loaded. Our next match is going to be Tammy and Becca for Maidens of Maine versus Elise and Stacy for Team VILLAINcourt. Farah, thank you very much for the stars. Greatly appreciated. So let me update this scoreboard here. So our next match for Maidens of Maine, we're going to have Tammy and Becca. And for Team VILLAINcourt, we're going to have Elise and Stacy. Reset the scores here. Oh, come on, scorekeeper. Would you just reduce? Okay, there we go. So weird. Okay, I think they're... Oh, 0-0. No, 2-0. Come on, scoreboard, just work. There we go, 0-0. All right. All right, guys, you know the drill. 10 minutes. Throw you some music for while you wait. I'll be back shortly. All right, guys, back in action. This is Lance Lisciotti with the Make a Score Tour. We're here at Rax Billiards. This is the 2024 Palmer Byrd Cup. This is the second half of the semifinals. It's a race to 7 sets. Maidens of Maine has a 6-5 lead. Every set is a race to 5 games. We are going to be watching Scotch Doubles 10 Ball. For Maidens of Maine, we're going to have Tammy and Becca. And for Team VILLAINcourt, we're going to have Elise, Captain Elise, and Stacy. So, bring you guys up to speed here. Day 1 yesterday, Maidens of Maine jumped out to a 3-0 lead. Then, Team VILLAINcourt won the final 3 sets of the day to finish the day 3 sets apiece. Today, Maidens of Maine started the day winning the first 3 sets to take a commanding 6-3 lead, forcing Team VILLAINcourt to have to win 4 sets in a row to win and advance to the finals. Now, once they were down 6-3, Team VILLAINcourt, 2 matches in a row were down 3-1, and got it done hill, both times. So, momentum-wise, Team VILLAINcourt started with momentum being up 3-0. Then it swung to, it started with Maidens of Maine starting out with a 3-0 set lead and all the momentum. Then Team VILLAINcourt won 3 in a row, stole momentum back. And then to start the day today, Maidens of Maine won the first 3 sets. And now Team VILLAINcourt won 2 sets in a row, and they've stolen momentum back. So Maidens of Maine is up 6-5, but with the momentum, it kind of feels like this is pretty 50-50 from here. Catching up with the chat I missed during the break. We got Jennifer, Elise, and Jason said break and run to close out her match. Yep, super strong. Rack 'em up, Erica. Nice shooting, Elise. Jason says he saw some Palmer Byrd in that last rack. Sure did. Break and run for the cash. Hill. Doesn't get any better than that. Corey says, Elise, one word, clutch. I totally agree. And Erica said, shoots well under pressure. Yeah, she sure does. So, Becca and Elise just played the last match, so they're both fresh. Tammy, have we seen her today? Yeah, we did. I believe we saw her first set 9-ball, yeah, singles 9-ball. She won against Sarah Bennett. So she's got to be feeling good about it. Oh, she played the following match, that's right, too. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that was from yesterday. Okay, yep. She did play today. Yep. So, yeah, she's feeling good on the day. She's 1-0. Becca has been playing good. And she didn't win the last match, but she played good. So, both of them have to be feeling good. Elise has to be feeling great. Pulling her team back, keeping them alive, breaking a run in Hill. Stacy's been playing great this entire 2 days. So this should be a very exciting match. I don't see any weak links. I mean, everybody's peaking right now, it seems like. Ran into the 7 and trouble for Elise. She can see the edge. I wonder if she can go 2 rails behind the 9. I don't know if she can get it. Okay, yeah, couldn't get it thin enough. So she went 1 rail. And she did her job. She didn't give up an easy shot. She might have given up an edge of the 5. The 5 may cut into the left side pocket. The cue ball might be a little wild. Might scratch on the top right, might go into the 6. Oh, watch out. Oh, she almost got a brutal kick on the 8 ball to scratch. But she made the 6 on the side. So I believe it's Elise and Stacy's option. She tried to slow roll it in, and very difficult shot. She hit it pretty good, but a little bit outside. So tester here, there's a look at the 7 in the bottom left, but 8 ball a little tricky. It might go in the bottom right, but it would take a hell of a stroke to, yeah, that was tough. So big opportunity here for Elise and Stacy, ball in hand. 3 balls on the table, all pretty close. We're going to find out if the 8 goes. So well done there. Stacy's got a good look at the 9. I think she's got a little bit of an angle where she can bring the cue ball to the left side of the table for the 10 in the same pocket. If not, she can go forward like that for the 10 in the bottom left. Well done. And looks like Elise and Stacy are going to jump out to a 1-0 lead. And just like that, 1-0 lead for Team VILLAINcourt. Stacy to break. Makes 2 balls. But I don't think, nope, no look at the 1. That's trouble. So Stacy's going to push. Or I'm sorry, was that was Elise that pushed, I'm sorry. And Becca to the table. So tried to bank the 1 into the 7, a little short, and I think they're going to get this one back. You can kick from behind the 1 and keep the cue ball up table and the 1 down, kick the 1 down table, but it's not easy. Sometimes you get behind the 1 and scratch rail first in the top left corner as well. Good shot there. So Elif's going to have to kick with some inside English. I think she hit the one going in and got a rail and a good hit. Yep, good hit. But Becca does have a good look at the one inside here. And Tammy makes the 3. I don't know if Becca's got enough of the 4 to make it. I think she does based on body language, but it's really close. She's double checking. A tough shot. And gonna leave a look. 4 to the 5. It's not easy. You got a crossover for the 5 in the bottom right corner next. Well, Stacy's tried to stay below it for the 5-7 combo, but this doesn't lay terrible for a bank. And the 6 ball's in a good spot, where you should have a look at it somewhere next. Oh, she got the double kiss. Yeah, got the double kiss on the bank. So, Tammy tried to play the 5-7 combo, overcut the 5. And now, Stacy's going to have a pretty good look at this 5-7 combo. Now, you can tell by the way the 7 lays, you have to be conscious of the 5 and 7 both falling at once. So you might want to play position for the 6, just in case that happens. Okay, it double kissed and stayed out of the pocket, which is, based on where the cue ball is good for them. Good if your team VILLAINcourt. Yep, nice shot there. And this works good because there's an angle going like towards the 10. Use a little bit of draw, maybe some low left. We got Jack in the stream. Good afternoon. How you doing? Oof. Little rattle there. And big opportunity now for Becca and Tammy here. They'd love to, they want to keep pressure on, you know, pool, a big part of pool is applying pressure. Just like we're seeing right now. Team VILLAINcourt is down, but they are applying pressure. You can feel the momentum swinging. And Maidens of Maine are definitely going to feel that. They're going to feel those footsteps behind them, and they know that they got to buckle down here if they want to win. That 6-3 lead is quickly evaporating. Now Tammy's got a back cut at this 9 in the top left corner. And that's what she called. Jack, thanks for subscribing. Now, the only concern here is your cue ball might get a little loose, might go down table if you don't put a bunch of slow left-hand English on this. So yeah, cue ball down table. And this is a super difficult shot in the side. I would almost say the top right corner is the shot here. it's a bigger pocket, and you don't have to slow roll. You don't have to do, you can hit it whatever speed you feel comfortable with. You don't want to slam it, that's for sure. You want to play a little bit of pocket speed to make the pocket play a little bit bigger. But either one, I'm not sure which one she called. She's been looking at the side, so I think she's going all in on the side. If she misses it, she wants to miss it on the short side. She missed it on the, well, I'm sorry, the long side would have been good if she hit it firmer. But she's going to give Elise a pretty good look here. Now, nothing's automatic with this amount of pressure on it, that's for sure. This is not automatic. But Elise has been catching a gear here at the right time. And she's keeping the train on the tracks here. And Elise and Stacy, 2-0 lead. So right now, we're on match number 12 that you see at the bottom of that graphic. If Team VILLAINcourt wins this match, and we're tied 6 sets apiece, it's going to go to a captain's pick, where both captains will pick one player to play singles. And it looks like we're about to break here. Yep. So Tammy to break. Pretty good break. 7 goes on the side. But no shot at the 1. The girls are breaking good, making balls, and they're spreading out nice, but not coming up with a shot on the 1. So Becca pushes, which is a good move. And I think we're going to see, who's this, Stacy at the table? I'd like to see her thin the 1, try to come this way. The problem is the side pocket. The side pocket was big if she tried to play the safe like that. If you hit the 6, it opens up. The side pocket scratch quite a bit. So she tried to play safe. She tried to bank it back and get coverage behind the 2. And I believe Tammy's going to play this ball on the side. Come up to about center table for the 2 in the top right next. Oh, she went all the way up and down, and this looks like it's going to work. Yep, this looks like it'll work. But 2 to the 3, you don't really have many options. All you can really do is shoot the 2 in the hole and have your cue ball come through and land somewhere around here. And give your partner a cut in the 3, which does give her a natural angle to go towards the 4. You don't want to overhit this. You want to just roll it in. She tried to get some draw on the ball and come back down table towards the 3, which I don't blame her. But Tammy's not going to like this. So Tammy going to the air. Makes a good hit. Might have given up a window. I don't know if it's enough to pocket the 3. It's close. I think Elise can pocket the 3. And if she can use some low right and use the left long rail to draw back. Okay, she didn't have enough to make the 3. And now Becca, similar situation. I don't know if she has enough to make the 3. There is a potential cross corner bank that could even lead to position as well on the 4. if she can't pocket the 3. She played all safe, so she was trying like basically like a stop shot 3-railer and get coverage behind the 8, 9, 10. Might have leaked out a hair. And Stacy kicked it to 3. A little bit of too much English. Cue ball went long, missed the 3. Now Tammy with ball in hand. And pretty good opportunity here. 3, 4, 5, 6 are all center table and up. Top side of the table. And then the 8, 9, 10 are all bottom side of the table. So they have a very nice chance of running these out. Gonna have to execute. The 5, 6, a lot of different things can happen depending on what she's gonna play shape on here. If she plays shape for the 5, 6 combo, funny things can happen. I would like to play shape for the 5 in a corner somewhere. If the combo lays like perfectly straight, it's not terrible, but the problem with this is if you shoot the 5 into the 6 and the 5 drifts down table, like this way, terrible arrow. Like this way, no good, because then you have to shoot a 5, 10. It's good if you make it. See what I'm saying? So now, instead of running the balls out, you basically ran yourself into a point to where you have to play a 5, 10 combo. And it lays pretty good, but you don't want to have to shoot a combo if you don't have to, you know? Now she's got to think to herself, do I want to hit this soft and give myself the best chance to make it, but if I miss it, it hangs? Or do I want to blast it and take a chance of missing it, but not hanging it? Great shot. Great shot. Let's take another look at that one. That was a big shot. If that hangs, because she didn't blast it. If it hangs, it's you know, if she misses it, it's staying pretty close to that pocket there, if not hanging. And that could have been a quick 3-0 for Elise and Stacy. So big shot there. And that brings us to 2-1 in Elise and Stacy's lead. Trying to battle back for Team VILLAINcourt. Okay, Elise, Captain Elise to break for Team VILLAINcourt. And finds the drink. And who's coming up with ball in hand? Becca or Tammy? Tammy. Tammy with ball in hand. With where that 4 ball is, I like trying to 3 foul from here. They're on 1. Now you push the 1 here and you play safe behind the 7. She's either lining up the 110 combo or she is going to play safe behind the 7. I think she's lining up the combo. Wow. She hit it pretty good, but not good enough. But she hit it very well. That was a valiant effort. And, you know, I don't mind it because it wasn't a type of 10 ball that's going to hang if you miss it. And she hit it at a good space, a good speed to get it out of the pocket had she had missed it. And now with call shot, call safe, it's a little trickier because now Elise and Stacy gave it back. And now her teammate, Becca, is kicking. Look at this. Now, she definitely called safe because there wasn't any good logical kick there on the 1. So, great shot there. Makes a good hit. Gets a good roll. And that's Elise now at the table. I wonder, she must be able to swerve around this. Or she's moving the 10. She just moved the 10. She said, I just don't want to lose to an early 10. And, yeah, didn't really have too many options to kick at that 1 ball. So they're just discussing what they want to do. And, wait a minute. Is Elise and Stacy on 2? Elise scratched on the break. And then... Yeah, are they on 2? Yeah, they're on 2 because... I mean, I don't know how you consider when your opponent shoots and you give it back. I mean, that shouldn't erase your fouls, I don't think. So, I believe they're on 2 right here, but it shouldn't matter. And look at this safety. Oh, is the one gonna leak? Oh, yeah, I think it did. Well, I don't know if that one clears a 5. She's looking. I don't think it does. So she might look to play a safe behind the 5. Or bring the cue ball, bank the 1 into the 5 and bring the cue ball up table. And use the 9-10 as coverage. Alright, so didn't really give up too much here. There's a bank on the 1. The 5 ball could even make the 1 a bigger pocket. If you go rail first, off the 5 and in. You can cut this in the bottom left corner, but where the 9-10 is kind of comes in your path of the cue ball quite a bit, and I don't know. I mean, even if you bank though, your cue ball's going up table a little bit, unless you hit the 6 and stop. Could even call the 5. Okay, she just played all cut, used the 6 as a stopper. And now Stacy's gonna have a good look at the 2 on the top right. The 3's hanging in the side, but the 4-8 is double trouble. That is going to be a problem. Now with the 3 ball here, you know, if you can get your cue ball anywhere below the 3, you pocket the 3 and go into the 4-8 with the cue ball. And that's what she was trying to do. She was trying to get that cue ball below the 3, and she almost did. She might have even got close enough for it to be spun in, but... Yeah, at least I think can pocket this ball. No, she couldn't. So she kicked at it and found it scratched. So now Becca to the table. Now they can go after another 3 foul opportunity here, or they can play for the 2-3 and break open the 4-8. I'm thinking she's looking at 3 fouls from here. Nope, now she's looking at run out. Now she's talking with her partner. What do you want to do? 3 foul? You want to run out? I think she's saying let's run them out. Oh, she's saying play safe this way. Or she's saying pocket the 2 on the side. I don't think so. I think she wants to shoot the 2 to the rail back there. No, she is saying run out with the side. Okay. I don't know if she got there. She might have. All she needs is the edge. But with where the 4 lays, I mean, it's not very good. If you call it, you might as well slow kick it and call it in the side. But I mean, even if you make it, you're in trouble. So maybe you don't slow. Maybe that speed is better. And makes a good hit. Lives to see another day. Stacy can go after this 3-4 combo in the top left corner if she wants, but the 3 ball is going to move on you a little bit. The cue ball is definitely moving on you quite a bit. So, got to be pretty gentle and delicate here. There might be a safe where you bank the 3 and just hold behind the 8. Becca may be attacking this 3-5. And we're going to find out, because if she did call the 5, they're going to get this back. No, she didn't. She played all safe. Good shot there. Did her job. Elise makes a great hit there. And hopefully she called safe for her partner's sake. Yep, she did. So now Tammy doesn't have much to work with here. I mean, Jesus, this is, she might have to, her only shot might be here with a bunch of left-hand reverse English to come back towards the 3. And you call safe, and you hope the 3 ball goes like that up table, and your cue ball stays down table, and you get coverage behind the 9-3. Yeah, there was a couple kicks that way, but they needed a lot of manipulation. The lines were not natural. Similar to the one I showed you guys, it was far from natural. And she hit it pretty well. She just missed the kick. So Elise and Stacy, ball in hand. I'd probably just play that 3-5 now and not have to go. Well, it's not bad, actually. Going from the 5 to the 6 is pretty natural rather than the 4 to the 6. So, yeah, actually, I don't mind leaving that 5 there. You play 3-4, then you got the 5 as a great setup ball for the 6. Now, this is the only problem about leaving that 5 there is you have to draw out of this. You really don't want to go forward. Yeah, no problem. Great shot there. So now they're back in business. And she would have liked that to have been a little bit better. Now, Elise does have a good look at the 6, but the position is tricky. It's not automatic. Yeah. Yeah, so she missed it. And she would have had fairly good position for her partner there. So now Becca is coming to the table. Playing safe behind the 8, and she hit it very, very well. Well, you know what? If she gave up the edge, Stacy could potentially cut it in if she gave up enough. Oh, not enough. So Stacy's going to kick with some right-hand English. And look at this. How about that? Makes a great hit. Gets a good roll. And Tammy's not going to like this. Emily, thanks for liking the stream. I think you just go with a 1-rail kick here. It's very hard to kick safe here. So I'm gonna favor the low side of the 6, and I'm gonna call it there. That's not terrible. That's not terrible at all. It's like 50-yard line on the rail. That could have been a lot worse. If I'm Elise, I like to bank the 6 ball back and have my cue ball use the 7 as coverage, basically. Cue ball lands in that circle. Object ball lands around that. The only problem with that shot is if you don't get coverage behind the 7, you're in big trouble. And why play safe when you can just cut the 6 in and run out? Now, it's far from over. Stacy does have a look at the 7 in the corner or the side. The corner is much tougher to make it, but it's better natural position for the 8. She did take the corner, which was very smart decision. It's hard to make that decision because you know if you miss it, you're like, man, I should have just taken the side. I know I would have made it in the side, but she made the right decision. She took the harder shot, set her partner up with a good look at the 8. And there was some work to do with the cue ball there, and that caused Elise to miss the 8. I mean, it wasn't a hanger, but the position was very tricky, and that's what made it a lot tougher. So now Becca has the 8 hanging, but it's very tough to play position on balls that are hanging in the pocket. It's a lot tougher when you're far away from them. It's a little easier when you're close to them, but it's never easy. And this isn't going to be easy. if you just level out and use a little bit of follow, which is natural, you're going into the 10 or very close to it, and you want some separation. And a little bit outside there. Now, I got a little funny. It looks like it's lined up close to the top left corner, but when you're close to the ball like this, it takes a lot of angle just to cut it just a little bit. So this is going to be... She gave it back. Yeah, that's not a bad move, depending on how it lays. So yeah, you can see how severe she has to cut it. She's aiming at, like, you know, it looked like about here just to try to cut it in and make it. So very severe. If I was her, I might try to overcut it to the rail and out and just let my cue ball float around and leave 7 feet. I know that was a lot of, like, lines, but oof. She hit it pretty good. Almost got a time shot, but maybe next time. So Elise is going to have a good look at the 9, but it ain't over yet. The position is delicate. You'd like to come around inside English 3 rails for the 10 on the side, but you don't want to risk scratching in the corner with the cue ball. So she might just go back and forth and give up the bottom right corner. And that was an issue too with playing it in the corner like she did, going back and forth. You know, you have to flirt with the side pockets as well. And now Tammy with a good opportunity. So I think on Tammy's shot, I mean, it's not terrible to play for the corner, but I think it laid good enough where you could comfortably play for the side pocket with no fear of scratching. But, you know, Becca's been hitting the ball great, and it continues to do so. It's a big advantage that that she's used to 9-footers, you know? Like, she's used to shooting that ball she just shot on a 9-footer. So, you know, when she gets up and sees it on a 7-footer, it doesn't look as intimidating as it does to players that are used to 7-footers. So, just like that, Tammy and Becca tie it up to 2 racks apiece. And Maidens of Maine is on the hill. They have 6 sets and a race to 7 sets. And they're desperately trying to seal the deal here. I think they thought they had it over with the past 2 matches with a 3-1 lead in both matches, but Team VILLAINcourt is living up to the name, and they're playing the villain here. And they said, we're not going down without a fight. Great shot. Pocketed the 1. Looks like she held up enough for the 2. It does look like the 2 goes clean in the side. She might have to just roll forward. Yeah, I think she went after the carom on the 6 and hit the 2 full. The only problem with the carom on the 6 is where the 2 ball goes. The 9's blocking its next hole in the top right. So I'd like to have seen her pick a different shot than the carom. Elise doesn't have much to work with here. I'm assuming just some sort of safe. Yeah, safe. And you don't always have to lock people up. You know, there's nothing wrong with this shot. Tammy might look to play off the right side of the 2 and bury behind the 9. Some little bit of right hand English, but it's hard. You have to hit the 2 full enough to get it down table enough. Yeah, not a bad effort. Left a very tough shot, assuming Stacy can see the whole 2 ball and cut it in the bottom left, which I believe she can. Yeah, that was a tough shot. And as long as she doesn't scratch, okay, so they're going to get this one back. Her partner, I believe, is going to get this one back. Yep, quick little glance. It's all yours. Send over Elise. So Elise is going to kick one rail from the top rail. Very difficult. Yeah, she had to put some reverse on it because the, I guess it was a 10 ball was blocking the natural tangent line. So she had to manipulate the cue ball a little bit. It makes a kick like that a lot harder. It's already a tough kick to begin with. And then when you have to manipulate the cue ball, it definitely gets harder. Pete, thanks for liking the stream. The owner of Rax Billiards here. What you're watching right now is because of that man there. So Becca at the table now. And a little straight on this 3. Would have liked an angle. I think she can still use the bottom rail and come up for the 5 in the bottom left. Just like that. Gotta be careful. Okay, got a good bump there. Patrick, thanks for liking the stream. Appreciate you. Wow, great shot. There was a lot of things that didn't have to go right there, and they all went right. I mean, she did, I think, gently nudge maybe the 8 or the 10, but she hit it. She hit it good enough to stay out of trouble there. And now they have a great opportunity. So this is going to be the shot here. This is where either a great shot has to be made to make the rest of the out easy, or this is where the domino effect can start kicking in, where the 8 ball is going to be harder than preferred. Let's see what she does. Travis, thanks for liking the stream. So I really, really, really like the shot she just played. That's like doing the dirty work on the front end rather than the back end, which is usually much preferred because you stop the domino effect from happening to you. You know, sometimes you have a chance to shoot a harder shot, shoot it in like a tougher way to execute, but it's going to make your life easier in the back end. And that's exactly what Tammy did. Now, that shot left a little to be desired. Becca does have a bank back at where she's standing in the side. She does have a bank in the bottom left corner. She can bank it like this, kind of natural. I like these a lot. I don't know why, I just like them. The issue with those is there's some scratches in play that bite you every once in a while. If you bank this way, there's no scratch. That's probably, and the way the balls are laying right here, right now, that's probably the move, because as we've talked about throughout these 2 days, if you bank it and miss it on what we call the pro side, which is right here, then your 10 ball has a great chance of coming down right here to the end rail and being safe, because the cue ball with a little bit of left will go to the rail and come out here. So you leave like cue ball and you leave object ball. And she played all safe, basically a similar type of shot that I was talking about, but all out safe. There's no two-way aspect to it. And she would have liked that 10 to really get to about like here, because she did leave a cut. Now, this is no hanger, and if you put inside on it, your cue ball is jetting up to that corner. If you put outside on it, it's hard to make it, and you might even find the corner up there and scratch. I think you just put a little bit of right hand outside English on this, or just center ball. You hit it pretty firm, and you just let your cue ball go up and down table, and you try to slice the 10 in. I definitely stay away from inside English here. It makes it nice to make the ball, but yeah, great shot. And she might have used a touch of inside. Maybe not. Maybe just center. I think she used a touch of inside, but great shot there. Big shot. And Elise and Stacy keeping pressure on. with a 3-2 lead. So Becca at the table. I don't really see too much on offense here. I think we're going to see a safety. Yeah, I think she's trying to use the 6. Needs a rail. Needs a rail. No rail. Now, are they going to shoot the 110? I got to shoot the 110 here. I don't like the run out. I mean, it's there, but 3 balls a little messed up, 4 balls a little messed up. I'm going for the cash here. 110. And I'm going to play this, the do or die speed, where the pocket plays as big as possible, but if I miss it, it's hanging. I'm not blasting this one and trying to have it clear the pocket if I miss it. I'm going 100% all in to make the 10. Got slow roll pocket speed where the pocket plays a little bigger than normal. She looks like she's going to play a 2-way. She wants to bring that cue ball up table in case she misses it, and she might hit it firm. Yeah, she sure did. And that's not a bad decision. You know, she wanted to make sure that she had a chance to win but not lose. And that's exactly what she did. She had a chance to win the rack there and not lose. Now, in call shot, call safe 10 ball, you have to be a little bit careful there, because if the 10 stayed rattled and stayed close to the hole and you stitch yourself on the 1, you're in big trouble. In 9 ball, then yeah, it's you do that all day. You shoot your combo and you come up with a backup plan as well. But in call shot, call safe 10 ball, that could be a little trickier. So guys, if you're just tuning in, there is going to be, at the end of this match, not necessarily this match, but at the end of the event today, there's going to be an MVP presentation and a sportsmanship award presentation. The winning team votes for the sportsmanship award for a player on the losing team, and the losing team votes for the MVP on the winning team. So whenever this is over, whoever wins, it's going to take about 10 to 15 minutes for the players to all get together, cast their votes, and come up with a winner for the MVP and the sportsmanship award. I'm going to have that live for you guys. When the match, when everything concludes, the screen is you're gonna keep this screen. You're gonna see the same screen, and all of a sudden it's gonna change, and you're gonna be live table side out on this table now with all the girls and for the entire presentation. So don't go anywhere when it ends. We're gonna bring you that live, just like you're in the house. So Elise probably going to try to get 2 rails behind the 1 here. Yep, just like that. And I'm thinking she called safe. Yeah, she did. So Becca, not much to work with here. The side of the 1 she can hit, she's got to be delicate because it sends the cue ball towards the scratch on the side. And looks like a window. Looks like an Anderson window. And Stacy's gonna like this. Oh, nope, she's okay. Thought it was a little weak, but she's fine. No problem at all here. So now Elise can play for position for the 3 on the side or the 3 in the top right. She's choosing the top right, and that 7 is real big. So Stacy just with a 1-rail kicker on the 3. There's not too much she could do with it there, really. And she was really close to it, but she did miss it. And if you're Tammy and Becca, you got a much-needed ball in hand here. You're down 3 racks to 2. Trying to close out this set for your team to win and advance to the finals of the 2024 Palmer Byrd Cup. Nothing wrong with that. Now this shot here is tough. You have to make sure the 4 does not leave the rail. If you mishit it just a little bit and it starts leaving that rail, it's tough to make. Yeah, hit it good. Good shot there. Oh boy, what's going on? Okay, so screen started lagging a little bit, but looks like we're all right. Oh, Tammy. Well, I was gonna wish she had another chance at that one. They had a very nice chance there to run out and try to tie it up 3-3. Now, I don't know if Tammy gave up enough of the 5 to be pocketed. Yeah, she didn't. So Elise gave it back. Now Becca at the table. She's looking like she's eyeing up a bank, which it's a little aggressive, but it's really hard to get safe here. Like if she misses it, it's hard to get safe. So you might as well call it. And a little double kiss action. So Stacy's got a good look at the 5 on the side. Maybe use some left-hand English, drive the cue ball up table a little bit more like that. Now Elise has a back cut on the 6. Now this would be a little tricky here because it's thin. You know, you'd like to go 3 rails around, but the 8 ball's there. So you have to be... Now, if you do shoot this 3-railer and go into the 8, you'll probably be just fine. You just don't want to get behind it. And that'll work. Now I think we're going to see Stacy just roll the 7 in. With how the 8, 9, 10 lay, you really just don't want to make any silly mistakes here. You're going to have a look. Just don't want to do anything silly. Little straight here. So now this is a little problematic. This could lead to an interesting 9 ball. Let's see. Yeah, she got the most out of that. She really cheated that pocket with some speed and got that cue ball out nicely for Stacy. And I know it looked simple and everything, but it's a little nervy to shoot that shot because if you rattle the 8 and give the rack away, you know, it's really just a killer. And you know you could have made it easily, that you were getting greedy trying to give your partner, like, you know, really good shape on the next ball. But just like that, Elise and Stacy keeping the train on the tracks and take a 4-2 lead. Trying to force a double hill match. Or a double hill set, next set. If they can close this one out, we'd be tied 6 sets apiece. And we'd have one last set for all the marbles. All right, Tammy to break. And she makes a 7 in the side. And no good. Oh, you know what, though? Can you play the 110 combo right now in the side? Why not? You can only see that piece of the 1. You're down 4-2. It's okay to be a little risky, and I don't even think this is, like, risky. I think it's just the shot. The only issue is that cue ball is really tracking towards that bottom right corner. She might have to put some low left on it to draw out of the scratch. Oh, she drew into the side pocket scratch. Now look at this. Look at this. Now Elise and Stacy might have their own chance at a 110 combo, and this one's going to lay a lot better than the last one. I wish we had pulse monitors. I bet you, I'd like to know what Elise's pulse rate is right now. I bet it's definitely 3 figures. Tough shot. Definitely no gimme here. Oh, she hit it good. But a little bit outside. And Tammy, very happy to even have a chance at the table. Doesn't have much to work with. She could bank the 1 back at her, but position to the 2 is really hard. Safeties to play here. Use the 4 ball as a blocker or the 10-8-3. Yeah, she used the 10-8-3. Great shot. Great shot. Now Stacy to the table. She's in trouble. She's been having 1,000,001 like really hard kicks. It seems like every time Stacy comes to the table, she's got not only a kick, but a hard kick. Like, this is a super small ball to hit. When balls are like, you know, here, or even like in front of the hole, like, there's so many different patterns to get to them. But when you have a ball that's generally in this type of area here, and you have to go at least 1 rail and a lot of distance to hit it, it's usually pretty tough. So Becca and Tammy with ball in hand. You know, I'm really surprised I don't think we've seen a single 3 foul rack 1 in this entire 2-day semifinals. And I gotta say, I'm pretty surprised. Well, Tammy and Becca have a nice looking layout here. Uh-oh. Okay, a little off there, but good enough. The speed she played it at made the pocket play a little bit bigger. Now Becca's got to put a good stroke on this ball. Some high right, try to come 2 rails out of the top right corner, and a little bit too much right, not enough follow, and it found the hole, the top right scratch. And now Stacy and Elise, ball in hand, 6 balls on the table. They lay pretty good. And that got away from Stacy quite a bit there. She's fortunate she hit the 6, or it really would have gotten away. But this is still just fine. I mean, if Elise can pocket this 5 and keep the cue ball pretty close there, yeah, perfect. Now they're in business. Now they're right back in business here. Stacy pockets the 6. She goes to the bottom rail and back up for the 8. Should leave you a nice natural line to go from the 8 to the 9. Oh boy. No, you don't want this. Okay, so at least she's not straight. If she was straight in on the rail, this would be brutal. But she does have an angle where it appears that she could pocket the 8 and have the cue ball come through and back out, you know, like anywhere. Oh, she tried to manipulate the cue ball. She probably had to put a little bit of left on it, cheat the pocket, drive yourself to the rail, and that little bit of English caused her to miss the 8. But not a terrible leave here. if you're Tammy, you can just cut the 8 into the 9 and bring your cue ball over and leave the 8-9 just kind of wedged up here. I don't mind this either, the bank, but you better hit it at the speed where if you miss it, it's coming back over here because your cue ball's not going to move much. So she missed it on the other side, and pretty good leave there. They might even get it back. Yep, so they decided to give it back. I don't blame them. Not too many easy safes here. Becca's looking at something real quick. Does this ball banks? If this ball banks, I would be shocked if they gave it back. Wow, it did bank. I can't believe they gave it back. Because there was no work to do with the cue ball. All you had to do was bank the 8 in. And if you make it, you have a good look at the 8-10 to win. If they lose this set, not going in on that bank on that 8 is going to haunt them. But Tammy made a mistake there, missed the 9. Got some unintended spin on the cue ball. You could see the cue ball stop, but it keeps spinning. She probably tried to stun out center ball and miss center ball by a hair. I looked away for a sec. I didn't see what Elise... Oh, I thought she called something here. Uh-oh. Ooh, that could have been really bad. But stayed out of the pocket. And Becca is going to have a look at, I guess, the bottom left. She may be able to cut it in the bottom right as well. But I think she's better off just going all in here. Cue ball should get on that long rail and out and give you some sort of area circle in that circle. Depending on the speed she hits it, of course. But I don't think the scratch is a concern here if you make the 9. If you overcut the 9, sure, then you could definitely scratch. And now I think she's changed her mind, and I think she's going for the bottom right corner. But the way she's aiming, it looks like she's aiming at the bottom left from here, but camera can be very deceiving. Did she go in on the bank? I'm guessing that's what she did, and she hit it pretty good, just missed it. And Stacy and Elise. Another opportunity here. And slay's pretty good. You have a line to go from the 9 to the 10. Go to about center table. You just don't want to overroll it. I mean, you don't want to underhit it either. So, you know what? Good, very good choice there to go up and down. Because now your cue ball is constantly traveling towards your object ball. Once she hit the second rail, the bottom rail, the cue ball is always running towards the 10. And Elise and Stacy get it done 5-2. And guys, can you believe it? We're at 6-6, and we're going to a captain's pick? Really? I don't even know what to do. I've never even been a part of a captain's pick. I've been in a bunch of cups myself. Never even had to come down to it. So I don't even know what to expect here. I'm with you guys. We're going to wing it and see what happens. So as far as I know, you would think I would know these rules inside and out, but amateur hour over here. As far as I know, both captains get together right now, and they each elect a player to represent their team in a singles match. And they play one match for all the marbles, and that's it. And if I'm not mistaken, it's singles 9-ball. We're going to find out. I'm just doing some quick adjustments here. And I'm going to go out there. You know what? Maybe I'll test out my mobile stream for you guys, but it's not really ideal right now because the jukebox is on super loud, so I think the audio would be terrible. I don't think you guys would really get too much value out of it. But I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna see what's going on with captain's picks, and maybe I flash you guys a cool little stream. Maybe not. We'll see. Stay tuned. Be back shortly. All right, guys. Here we go. So, here we go. 6 sets apiece. 1 set for all the marbles. It's a captain's pick. Maidens of Maine have picked their captain, Deb. And Team VILLAINcourt has picked Stacy Tonkin. So we're going to see Deb versus Stacy in this pivotal final match here. I do have to make a quick adjustment to the scoreboard here, so bear with me for 1 second here. I definitely need a score board. We're going to enjoy this match, right? It's pretty important. So let me just get this edited real quick here. Almost done. So that should be that. All right. We got Deb versus Stacy. Straight race to 5 for all the cash. You know, regardless of who wins, this has been a great Palmer Byrd Cup semifinals. Both teams showed a ton of heart. Both teams had big deficits, showed a lot of heart coming back. Got to give them a lot of credit. All right, so both players have played quite a bit today. So I expect them to be pretty settled in. But, you know, this is obviously a super pressure situation. And, you know, pressure is a funny thing. Can definitely make easy things seem extremely hard. So I think this match is just going to be a battle of who can deal with the pressure better. I'd say from what we have seen from both players, you know, talent-wise, how they're hitting the ball, I'd say it's a coin flip. So yeah, I think what it's going to come down to is who handles the pressure better. And you don't want to give racks away. You know, it's a short race. It's a race to 5. You really don't have room for error to give racks away. Can you give 1 rack away and win the set? Sure. Can you give 2 racks away and win the set? Sure. But it sure does make your life a lot harder. For every rack you give away, you have to play that much better in the remaining racks to win. And with the pressure at an all-time high really bearing down on you, it can be quite hard to play your best in those situations. That's why when you practice, it's always good to practice how you compete. So now when you find yourself in a pressure situation like this, you just do what you always do. It doesn't feel, I mean, it's always going to feel different. Your heart's racing and it's a unique place to be in, but you just have to prepare yourself for these moments as good as you can. And Stacy is hitting the ball well here. She's been in line and she's still in line. She'd like to be up table here to have a nice angle to go from the 9 to the 10, and this is a beautiful angle. This is like ball in hand angle, like exactly where she wanted to be. Oh boy, she overrolled that one. So that's the nerves right there. That's the nerves. And she knows it. That's why now she's taking her time. She's like, man, why did I do that? Now she does have a back cut into the bottom right corner. She could cut it in the side. She could bank it in that side. She's got 3 options. Now, if you play in the side, there's a potential scratch in the corner. If you play in the corner, there's a potential scratch in the side. If you play in the corner and draw out of the side with low left, there's a potential 2-rail scratch in the side. The only shot that really has no potential scratch is the bank. And it doesn't lay bad because with some low right, you could probably draw your cue ball down to around this area. And if you miss the 10, you play it at the speed to where if it misses, it goes, you know, somewhere center table. Great shot. How about you just spear it in? Take another look at that one. Great shot. Great shot there. So you saw a little bit of nerves. How she got bad from the 8 to the 9, but then stepped up and made a beautiful bank on that 9. So, great way for Team VILLAINcourt to start the set. Maidens of Maine, they did have a 6-3 lead today. And Team VILLAINcourt's just been grinding and grinding and battling back. Led by the captain, Elise. And look at this. Oh, look at this. Stacy's going to get up with ball in hand and shoot the 110 combo and take a 2-0 lead. Look at this. Wowzers. Take your time. Just don't do anything crazy. No problem. And boy, if you're Maidens of Maine, that is just brutal. That is really brutal. But that's pool, you know. They probably got a couple good rolls to build their lead, you know, and now they're getting the worst of it, but it's only 2-0. It's far from over. But it's a comfort thing, it's a pressure thing. You know, Stacy's feeling on top. It's only 6 minutes through the set, and she's feeling on top of the world, up 2-0. And Deb is barely shot. All she did was break and maybe shot once or twice in the first rack and didn't really have much. And she finds herself down 2-0 in a race to 5. I mean, that was huge. Now, Stacy breaks and scratches. And I'd like to see Deb go for a 3-foul opportunity here. You put the cue ball here, and you bank the 1 down table, and you just draw a little behind the 3. And that should get you foul number 2 if you execute it properly. Now with the 1 ball somewhere down table, after you bank it down here, you have the 9-10 to play behind, you have the 2 to play behind, you have the 5 to play behind, the 8, you have options. Looks like she's going to play the 1-3 combo and maybe try to run them out. Yep, that's what she's going to try to do. And, you know, it's just how the 9-10 lay, I just don't like the out. Like, even if she already got a little funny, but even if she was dead straight in the side right now, the cue ball was to the left, you know, I still don't like the out. The out is very difficult. Great shot there. Okay, so now the 9-10 is no longer a concern. Now the balls are wide open and you have to be super careful because if you miss or sell out from here, your opponent can run out on you. So I don't know if she has enough of the 2 to pocket it in the top left corner. She'd like to be able to, but I don't know if she has enough. Yeah, she didn't. So if she fouled, she hit the 10. Now Deb's going to get up with ball in hand. So Deb's in business here. Felt pretty good on the 5 here. Make it with a little bit of draw. Just don't draw onto the side. Yeah. Good shot there. Now you spin the 6 in with a little bit of right hand English. Now the 8, 9, 10 is where things start to get funny. I don't like this angle here. And I don't think she's going to like it either. Now, she might be able to go high left and come way back down to where she is now for the 8 in the side. Yep. And she might even take the bank. If you cut it into the side, your cue ball's running away from the 9-10. If you bank it, you have a look at the 9-10. Wow, that would have been really brutal. And you think, well, she's got to look at the 8. What's the difference? The difference is the 9-10. She has to play shape off this 8 for a good look at the 9-10 combo. If she had ball in hand, she'd roll the 8 into where she's shooting from now, and then she'd be perfect on the 9-10. And that's the difference. See, she's not perfect. She got very good on it, don't get me wrong. But she would have got better on it had she had ball in hand. This is definitely missable. It looks like she has to cut the 10 a little bit on this side to back cut it a little bit on this side. It doesn't look as straight in as it might look on the monitor. Yeah, that's what she's looking. So she's got to basically aim the 9. Whoops. She's basically got to aim the 9 like to the rail, like right here. And that will cut the 10 ball into the pocket. So what a lot of players, myself included, like to do is we don't aim the 9 at the 10. We aim the 9 at a spot on the rail that we need to hit in order to make the 10 ball. Great shot there. And Stacy takes a 3-0 lead. And this set's flying by. I mean, how long has this set been going? It's 3-0. That second rack combo was really big. But far from over. We've seen 2 3-1 leads evaporate just today alone. So, and with the pressure on this match, I mean, I don't care if it's 4-0. This match is not over until it's over. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. 2, 4, 6. Oh, wait. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. I counted those like 4 times, and somehow I counted 9 every time, but there's in fact 10. So, not much here. I mean, you could pocket the 1, but what are you going to do with the 2? There's not really an easy safe or anything. I think you just roll the 1 in and you thin the 2 and send your cue ball down table next. You tried to break it open because there was just nothing to work with. Oh, looks like she's going to play the 4-10 carom, and I like it. I like it. There's not much else to work with here. So she's going to basically bank... she's going to basically kind of bank the 4 that way and use some either draw or low left and draw the cue ball into the 10 and try to pocket it in the bottom left corner. It lays pretty good But you do have to put quite a bit of draw on the ball to make sure you hit the 10 on the correct side. And she did. She hit it fantastic. And let's take another look at that one. And boy, this set is going beautifully for Team VILLAINcourt. 4-0. 2 early 10s. You got to feel for Deb because she hasn't really done anything wrong. She's barely shot. It's just Stacy is getting great opportunities and she's running with them. The first rack, she made a nice out. And then Deb broke and the 10 hung with a good look at the 110 combo with ball in hand. Stacy took that down. And then made a good out. 3-0. And then an early 10, 4-10 carom. And that was no hanger. It probably looked a lot easier than it was, but she had to put a good enough draw on it to come back into the 10 and to hit it on the correct side. She had it great. She got a good break too. Made 2 balls. Has a great look at the 1. You know, these balls lay pretty good. Pretty good. 1 to the 2. You gotta make sure you do your job here. 1 to the 2. And, oh, a little bump. All right, I mean, she could cut it in the right side. She could play the 2-4 combo. I think you play this one in the side because the 4 is a hanger. Go up and down, hit it firm. Yep, just like that. Great shot. Stacy coming with it. Yeah, Dan Usello in the chat. Hard to believe that this semi was 6-3 Maine. Momentum in pool is such a wacky thing. Yeah, it is. It's unbelievable. The momentum in pool is unbelievable. Maidens of Maine was up 3-0 day 1. And, you know, easy to think that it's over from that point. And then it ends 3-3, anybody's game. And then Maidens of Maine jumps out 3 sets in a row today to take a 6-3 lead. And once again, you think it's over. And now it's all of a sudden, it's 6-6. Stacy's playing like Efren. And she's got a 4-0 lead looking to run out right now to close it out 5-0. What a fantastic cut shot that was. And, you know, she's got all the pressure in the world on her right now. And she's been thriving. Now, she missed a tough cut shot there. It was no hanger. And, you know, she's in the driver's seat, that's for sure. Deb is, you know, we've all been in Deb's shoes before where nothing's going right. Your opponent's on fire. Things are, you know, feels like the world's crumbling on you, but that's pool. It can be very cruel. You could play perfect and lose. You could play horrible and win. Pool's a fickle beast. All right, Deb, making short work of this rack. Little thin on the 10 here, but should be okay. There is a potential scratch, top left corner. You can't get lazy here. Okay, no problem. And Deb keeps her cool. Makes a good out there. Brings us to 4-1. Take it easy, chat. Take it easy. I know the commentator can curse, but like, if there's like 80 people in the chat room all saying the same thing, that might be like the biggest curse ever. So take it easy. Take it easy. 4-1. It's far from over here. So right now it's all fun and games if you're Stacy and your team VILLAINcourt. But if this gets to 4-3, that pressure can swing the other way, just like we've seen the momentum swing many times in the semifinals. And it is a rotation game, so like we've seen a couple racks already, you know, an early 10 or 2, and things change very quick. So if I'm Stacy, I'm thinking, I'm in the mindset of I'm down 4-0 and I'm giving you 0 air and that's it. And if I'm Deb, I'm just fighting. I'm just not giving up. And if I lose, I lose, but I'm not giving up and I'm going down swinging and that's it. Yeah, what curse is way worse than commentator curse, yeah. Yeah. Oof. Deb had that one a little fat. She had to contest with the 10. She tried to cheat a little bit. And now Stacy. Good opportunity here. All the balls are open. Oh, got a little lazy there. Needed a bunch of left there. And she hit it kind of flat. Now, there is a bank back to where she's standing. It's very difficult. Your cue ball goes flying. I like a safety instead. You just bank the 3 back to anywhere in here. And a little bit of right. And you run your cue ball up table. You might even get behind the 9. Basically, same shot, but just weaker. Now, she might have given up a look at the 3 here. Yeah, she gave up a look at the 3. It's definitely missable. Hit it great. And it's going to come out with a look at the side or the corner. I think from here you take the corner. You play the corner and you try to bring your cue ball to about here to give yourself a natural line from the 6 to the 7. This is a little steeper than she would have liked. She could draw into the 8. She could pocket the 6 in the corner and draw into the 8 if she doesn't want to fool with it. Oh, she didn't have to draw at all. It was natural. Even better. I'll tell you, Stacy better make the best of her runs because Deb does not look nervous. She does not look like she's ready to give up. And if she gets enough opportunities, she looks like she could be tough to beat. So Stacy better stay cool, calm, and collected here because Deb is definitely coming for her. And that one got away from her. I think she was just trying to straight draw it back a little bit, and it got a little bit away from her on the left side, or she was just trying to hit it firmer and go up and down, but she definitely mishit it. And this is a big spot here. It looked like she was going to run out and apply a little pressure and make it 4-2, but now she finds herself in a very uncomfortable situation. She's going to play the bank, hit it pretty well, but a little bit outside, and Stacy's going to have a chance here. Now, this lay's a little funny. She's got options. She can just draw to here and take that on the 10. She could follow to here and take that on the 10. Or she can go high right and have your cue ball bend up like this and try to get like game over position. I think with the spot here, with how it dictates, I think that is what you do right there. And you say, you know what? I'm supposed to make it. If I miss it, I miss it. I could live with it if I miss it. But I'm not going to get fancy and try to get perfect and do something silly. I'm just going to try to make it. And this is for the win. And Stacy Tonkin gets it done for Team VILLAINcourt. They make a miraculous, great comeback, grinding the whole way, never gave up. Congratulations to them. Don't go anywhere. Over the next 10 to 15 minutes, the players are going to get together and they're going to vote on the MVP. The losing team is going to vote on the MVP of the winning team, and the winning team is going to vote on the sportsmanship award for a player on the losing team. So I'm going to bring you that live. You're going to be tableside. You're going to watch it live. It's not going to be on this camera. It's going to be on this stream. You don't have to go anywhere. Stay tuned. Just wait patiently, and very soon you'll see the camera just change, and you'll be tableside, and you'll get to see everything just like you're here in the house. So see you guys shortly. Don't go anywhere. I'm just testing this out real quick because there was an audio issue in the past. I don't want it to happen again, so I got that good. This is what's going to happen. You guys are going to see it. It's going to go live. You're going to be able to see everything, but stay tuned shortly. We'll be right back with you.
Thank you everybody for an amazing weekend. Drama-filled comebacks, everything that you could possibly want in a full tournament. Good sportsmanship, camaraderie, like everything I could ask for, we got. So thank you very much. I appreciate every single one of you. The MVP, Sarah Bennett. Come here. Yes, and it was what do you expected? I agree with everything that they said. As an alternate, who's been an alternate the last couple of years and wasn't expected to play at all this weekend, you came and you gave it everything that you had. You played phenomenally. You supported your team. Your sportsmanship and your just being like the best teammate is why you're the MVP. Well, thank you, ladies. You will be an alternate every year and come and support your team, and don't care if you play. And do whatever you need to do to support your team, and that's why you're the MVP. Thank you. So, congratulations. Yes. Okay, thank you. I want to thank you for hosting another amazing tournament. Congratulations to VILLAINcourt. Finals will be September 21st and 22nd. I also want to thank Justin for helping out with time clock. Yesterday. Appreciate everybody donating their time to support Bull. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Dave. My pleasure. That's all I have for closing remarks.
Sportsmanship board?
Pardon?
Sportsmanship board? Sportsmanship?
Award?
Yeah, is that their sportsmanship? Is that on the final?
No.
My bad. First time.
He's throwing me a curveball here. I don't know about that one. Yeah. Pardon? Yes. Congratulations to Maine for a hard fought weekend. You ladies shot amazing. And Lance, thank you for doing all of the commentary for the tournament. We appreciate that.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
MakeaScoreTour. Your setup is when I did the one match commentary yesterday, I was amazed at your setup. So I'm truly impressed.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
See you guys at the finals. Thanks for tuning in.
For many times I was laughed at and not believed in, but it was still a kid with a dream and a belief in himself.
I feel I still have room to improve. I still set goals for myself to strive for. I'm never complacent with what I've achieved.
We have money, we have everything, we have fame. But the most important thing is the family. Keep your family healthy, good, and take care of your family, because this is the most important thing in the world.
Failing to prepare was preparing to fail. The night before a game, I ate the same food. I went to bed at the same time. I got up, I ate the same breakfast. Some people call it superstition, but it's a routine.
I went on the courts with just a ball and a racket.